Author, Douglas Taylor. Title, The Planetary Sanctuary for Lost Minds. Madness is not the end of reason, but the beginning of something stranger, a place where broken pieces find new shapes, and even the stars make room for those who dare to dream beyond them. Confidentiality Notice. By reading this book, you are hereby granted highly sensitive, completely fictional access to patient information that would, under normal circumstances, make our imaginary lawyers break out in a cold sweat. As a reader, you are obligated to maintain the utmost secrecy regarding these totally fabricated yet highly classified records. Sharing this information with anyone, including nosy neighbors, talkative goldfish, or extraterrestrial pen pals, is strictly prohibited, unless they sign a legally questionable non-disclosure agreement. Thank you for safeguarding the privacy of these fictional individuals, because even in a ridiculous world, confidentiality is no laughing matter. Furthermore, we accept no responsibility for any willful suspension of disbelief you may experience related to the patient information contained herein. Should you find yourself believing these patients are real, that's on you, and possibly your therapist. Thank you for your cooperation in protecting this highly fabricated matter. Signed, the Council of Completely Made-Up Oversight. Chapter 1. The Planetary Sanctuary for Lost Minds. A bewildering bonkers history. Just outside Fresno, California, where the sun melts asphalt into a soft, shimmering soup, and the air smells faintly of citrus, regret, and opportunity, stands the Planetary Sanctuary for Lost Minds. Built in 1937, during the heyday of institutional optimism, it was heralded as a progressive haven for the misunderstood and the outright unhinged. Its Spanish Revival architecture suggested warmth and hope. Its treatments suggested something closer to a mad scientist's basement. In an era when mental health care was equal parts pioneering and downright terrifying, the sanitarium welcomed everyone society couldn't figure out what to do with. Poets, housewives, eccentric inventors, and, occasionally, axe-wielding maniacs. The golden age of madness and malpractice. In the mid-20th century, the sanitarium was at the cutting edge of treatments, a phrase that here means deeply horrifying practices we'd rather forget. Doctors and staff pushed boundaries with the reckless enthusiasm of children running with scissors. The treatments. 1. Lobotomies. The sanitarium performed lobotomies with all the zest of a newly opened burger joint. Armed with an ice pick and a troubling lack of oversight, the facility's lead doctor claimed he could cure anything from schizophrenia to melancholy housewife syndrome by scrambling a patient's frontal lobe. Success stories were dubious at best. Patients often left with fewer anxieties because they no longer remembered what anxiety was. 2. Electroshock therapy, ECT. Introduced with great fanfare as the next big thing, ECT sessions became a daily occurrence. Patients were strapped to gurneys, zapped with enough voltage to toast a bagel, and told they'd feel better soon. Some did. Others simply stared into the middle distance, convinced they were light bulbs. 3. Restraints and isolation rooms. Difficult patients, defined as anyone who said no too many times, were often sent to padded rooms with leather restraints. These isolation cells were described as restorative quiet spaces, but often resembled the inside of a straitjacket factory. 4. Hydrotherapy. A crowd favorite among the staff, hydrotherapy involved immersing patients in scalding or freezing water to reset the nerves. It was less a treatment and more an elaborate excuse to play with temperature knobs. A Rogier's gallery. Notable patients. The sanitarium's history is inseparable from its colorful roster of patients, each one as bizarre and fascinating as a misplaced punctuation mark. Clementine the Canary Winters. Occupation before admission. failed opera singer turned bird impersonator. Why she was committed. Clementine believed she could communicate with birds, which would have been harmless enough if she hadn't also believed she was one. Her biggest stunt involved climbing a Fresno courthouse tree, building a nest from stolen wigs, and squawking legal advice to passers-by. Treatment. Doctors tried ECT, claiming it might short-circuit her bird obsession. It didn't. Instead, Clementine began laying pretend eggs, which she insisted held the souls of lawyers. Walter, the Prophet of Pancakes, Reeve. Occupation before admission, short-order cook turned breakfast messiah. Why he was committed. Walter claimed he'd seen God's face in a pancake he flipped during a rush-hour breakfast shift. He soon founded the Church of the Holy Griddle, baptizing followers with maple syrup until local authorities intervened. Treatment. Hydrotherapy was prescribed to cool his holy fervor. Walter later declared the sanitarium's clawfoot bathtub a sacred relic. Margaret, the Widowmaker, Blythe. Occupation before admission, housewife turned amateur toxicologist. Why she was committed. Margaret's 3 husbands died mysteriously after eating her marmalade. When asked why, she simply shrugged and said they had no taste. She later gained notoriety for hosting murder-themed dinner parties, where arsenic was a hot topic of conversation. Treatment. After a failed lobotomy, Margaret convinced the staff she'd been cured. They only caught on when her lemonade stand started poisoning fellow patients. Gerald, the Bubble King, Hicks. Occupation before admission, soap salesman with delusions of grandeur. Why he was committed. Gerald believed he could trap the souls of his enemies inside soap bubbles. His career in Fresno came to an end when he encased the mayor in a giant bubble during a parade, declaring, "You're purified now, Your Honor." Treatment. Lobotomy. The bubble stopped, but Gerald spent the rest of his days whispering apologies to bars of soap. Vincent, the varnish killer, Crenshaw. Occupation before admission, unemployed preacher with a bucket of varnish. Why he was committed. Vincent believed varnish was the key to salvation. Unfortunately, his method of spreading the good word involved forcing people to drink it. His sermons ended when he tried to varnish the unworthy at a Fresno church potluck. Treatment. Staff put him in restraints, which he called the chains of the unvarnished. The sanitarium's decline and resurrection. By the 1970s, the sanitarium had become an overgrown relic of its former glory. Public sentiment had turned against institutions like these, and the advent of psychotropic medication meant fewer people needed to be strapped to gurneys or zapped like defective appliances. The sanitarium's hallways emptied, and its koi pond dried up, leaving behind only the ghosts of forgotten therapies and some truly unsettling patient artwork. But in the early 2000s, a group of neuroscientists, possibly eccentric themselves, bought the property, turning it into a research center. Today, the Planetary Sanitarium balances its troubling past with its ambitious future, offering cutting-edge therapies alongside an unmistakable air of lingering absurdity. A legacy of lunacy. The Planetary Sanitarium for Lost Minds is more than a building. It's a monument to humanity's endless capacity for curiosity, chaos, and really bad ideas. As Clementine, the Canary Winters, once declared from her perch atop the sanitarium's sycamore tree, "If sanity is the price of freedom, then chirp, chirp, my darlings." Chapter 2. The World Before the World Ends. These days, the Planetary Sanctuary for Lost Minds was less a sanctuary and more a way station for souls adrift. From the outside, it looked like a penitentiary for dreams, its crumbling stone walls and barbed wire and chain-link fences almost apologetic in their half-hearted attempts to keep the world out, or in. Inside, the air smelled faintly of ammonia, old books, and the perpetual soup of institutional despair. And yet, to the 27 patients who called it home, it was a kind of cosmos, a micro-universe of their own making, where madness was the only consistent law. No one at the sanctuary called it crazy. Madness was just what happened when the world broke you in places you couldn't fix. And oh, how broken they all were. Rusty and the echo of failure. Rusty had commandeered the eastern corner of the common room, which he referred to as Sector Alpha. His self-proclaimed mission control was a chaotic array of scavenged materials, a broken etch, a sketch, a map of the stars torn from an old encyclopedia, and a vintage calculator he swore could decode the language of the cosmos. He wore a colander on his head, the handles bent into what he insisted were antennae for interstellar frequencies. "Earth is terminal," he declared to no one in particular, his voice heavy with the certainty of someone who's read every apocalyptic manual ever printed. "The atmosphere is a gas station burrito left too long in the microwave. Humanity is past the point of expiration. Our only hope is escape." He didn't mention why he was so sure. He never talked about the mission, the failed launch that sent billions of taxpayer dollars and 7 human lives into a fiery oblivion. The media storm that followed, the hearings, the whispers of negligence. The truth had broken Rusty, and the broken pieces had reassembled into something that only made sense in Sector Alpha. NASA had called him a liability. The sanctuary called him a patient. Glowbug and the light that never flickered. Glowbug sat cross-legged on the linoleum floor, cradling a flashlight like it was a holy relic. She wore a smudged hospital gown with constellation patterns drawn in Sharpie across the fabric. Her taped-on flashlight glowed faintly, the batteries wheezing their last breaths, but Glowbug didn't seem to notice. "I was chosen," she whispered, staring at the light. "Stars don't burn out, they transform. I was meant to guide." Before the sanctuary, she had been Dr. Lila Shen, a celebrated quantum physicist whose equations had opened doors no one had dared approach. She was brilliant, revered, unstoppable, until the accident. A lab experiment gone wrong. The flash of light, the explosion, and then darkness. The world assumed she'd lost her mind from trauma. She wasn't sure they were wrong. Glowbug hadn't spoken to her old colleagues in years. She didn't even remember her own papers. But she remembered the light. It had saved her. Or maybe she had saved it. Either way, she was its guardian now. Burlap and the ghost of stardom. "Back in '82, I roped a meteor the size of a double wide," Burlap was saying, rocking back and forth in a wooden chair that creaked with every motion. His boots, mud-caked and scuffed, tapped rhythmically against the linoleum floor. "Biscuit here helped me out. Ain't that right, boy?" He looked down at the floor where Biscuit, his invisible horse, presumably stood. Astro sniffed the spot curiously before wagging his tail. Burlap, born Henry Jacobs, had once been a small-time Western actor whose claim to fame was a string of low-budget cowboy films. The glory days were fleeting, burned out by scandal when his drinking cost him a high-profile role. It wasn't long before the roles dried up, and Burlap had to choose between a revolver and a rehab center. He chose the center, but sobriety hadn't saved him from himself. The line between reality and the movies he once starred in blurred, until Burlap became a full-time sheriff in the galaxy of his own imagination. Biscuit, his loyal steed, followed him everywhere. Burlap was content with that. Madame Stitches and the threads of redemption. At the far end of the common room, near the wide window with the cracked glass, sat Madame Stitches, her sewing kit spread out like an alchemist's lab. Her needle flicked through scraps of denim and flannel, creating what she called her cosmic quilt. She believed the threads could stitch together universes, though no one, not even her, could explain exactly how that worked. "Every thread tells a story," she said without looking up, "and every story leads somewhere." The world knew her as Greta Laurent, the once gilded queen of haute couture. She'd been the toast of Paris fashion shows, her designs gracing the covers of every glossy magazine. But accusations of plagiarism had unraveled her empire. Her fall from grace had been swift and merciless, leaving her adrift. The sanctuary was a quiet refuge from a world that had judged her. Here her quilts mattered more than her dresses. Porter and the ghost in the machine. In the shadows of the common room sat Porter, his fingers flying over the keyboard of a battered, unplugged laptop. His mop of unwashed hair obscured his face as he typed furiously, whispering numbers to himself like incantations. "Not now," he muttered when Nurse Jolene approached him. "I'm almost there." Porter had arrived at the sanctuary after his third suicide attempt. A teenage savant with a mind built for unraveling digital knots, he could see the world through binary code, but struggled to grasp the messiness of human interaction. His brilliance alienated him. The tech industry had offered him jobs. His parents had tried therapy. None of it had worked. The sanctuary was a last resort, a place to hide from the world he couldn't fix. But Porter wasn't done yet. He still dreamed of building something, something to fix it all. He just didn't know what. Astro, the constant. Astro was the glue. A scrappy mutt with patchy fur and one ear perpetually flopped. He roamed the sanctuary like a four-legged therapist, his wagging tail diffusing arguments before they could spark. Rusty called him the Navigator. Glowbug swore his bark sounded like the frequency of the stars. Burlap said he was the best deputy a cowboy could ask for. Astro didn't care about any of that. He just wanted belly rubs. Nurse Jolene. From her perch on a stool by the coffee machine, Nurse Jolene watched them all with equal parts exasperation and affection. She was their caretaker, their referee, and their reluctant confessor. She didn't ask for this life, but here she was, holding it all together with duct tape and caffeine. Her ponytail sagged, her scrubs were permanently wrinkled, and her heart hurt for these broken, beautiful people. She didn't understand them, but she cared for them in the way only someone who stayed up too late worrying could. The quiet chaos. The common room buzzed with the disjointed symphony of their lives. Rusty was plotting his escape. Glowbug whispered to her light. Burlap tipped his invisible hat. Stitches sewed her way through the multiverse. Porter tapped out algorithms for salvation. And Astro wandered between them, his tail wagging like a metronome. Madness wasn't the word for it. It was something stranger, sadder, and maybe, just maybe, beautiful. Somewhere in the cracked ceiling above, the stars. Mayhem at the sanctuary. The Planetary Sanctuary for Lost Minds wasn't built for peace. It was built for containment. And yet, day after day, the chaos inside its walls felt more like a loud, living organism, equal parts absurdity and heartbreak, with a dash of slapstick thrown in for good measure. For the 27 patients, this was a world of its own rules, one where reality folded and twisted like an origami crane made by hands too shaky to follow the instructions. And within this ecosystem, the daily mayhem wasn't just tolerated, it was inevitable. Rusty's mission debrief. The morning began with Rusty's daily briefing in the common room. Standing on a folding chair in his colander helmet, he tapped the chair leg with a yardstick for emphasis. "Attention, all personnel," he boomed, gesturing wildly at the room's mismatched furniture and its occupants who were paying him varying degrees of attention. "The Earth is hurtling toward catastrophic collapse. If you aren't prepared, you're already toast. Glowbug, report status." Glowbug was lying on her back, flashlight held above her like a celestial orb. She squinted at it with the intensity of a NASA scientist inspecting a solar flare. The light says we have 17 days before the magnetic poles reverse and the stars start screaming. We should probably pack snacks. Snacks, Rusty said, nodding gravely. Good thinking. Burlap, what's the perimeter status? Burlap was reclining on the sofa, legs crossed on the coffee table, hat tipped back at a jaunty angle. He chewed on an invisible piece of straw before replying. The perimeter's clear, Commander, 'cept for them damn space coyotes. Saw 3 of 'em sniffing round the trash bins last night. They're tricky varmints. Damn coyotes, Rusty muttered, rubbing his chin. Astro barked once and everyone turned to him. Rusty pointed his yardstick at the dog. Good input, Navigator. I agree. Full lockdown procedures. What's a space coyote? Porter asked quietly from his corner, not looking up from his laptop. You'll know 'em when you see 'em, Burlap replied, ominously tipping his invisible hat. The Great Quilt Incident. Madame Stitches was perched in her usual spot by the window, sewing together 2 pieces of faded denim. The fabric was barely holding together, the threads pulled so tight it looked like it might snap at any moment. Every thread matters, she murmured, not looking up. If you don't respect the thread, it rebels. Rusty, pacing the room with a clipboard he'd found under someone's bed, stopped and frowned. Is this another one of your metaphors, Stitches? We don't have time for rebellion. We have space coyotes at the gates. It's not rebellion, she replied, her voice calm but firm. It's balance. Balance is irrelevant if the stars implode, Glowbug piped up, her flashlight flickering on and off in staccato rhythm. Stars don't implode, Porter muttered, eyes fixed on his screen. They collapse into singularities. Burlap leaned back in his chair, chuckling. Y'all argue like married space rabbits. Space rabbits don't argue, Glowbug snapped. They transcend. Can we all agree, Rusty said, exasperated, that if we're transcending, imploding, or rebelling, we still need a goddamn strategy? At that moment, Astro leapt onto the quilt Madame Stitches was working on, dragging it halfway across the room. Astro, she cried, chasing after him. That was supposed to be our escape route. Astro wagged his tail, the quilt trailing behind him like a superhero cape. Porter's quiet genius. Later that day, Porter was tucked into his usual corner, typing furiously on his ancient laptop. His hands moved like hummingbirds, his brow furrowed in concentration. The rest of the group left him mostly alone, not out of politeness, but because they found his mumbling incomprehensible. Glowbug wandered over and crouched beside him, staring at the screen. What are you doing? Working, Porter said without looking up. On what? Something to fix everything, he muttered. Glowbug's eyes widened. You can do that. Maybe, Porter replied, his tone distant, if I can find the right numbers. Numbers are easier than people. Glowbug tilted her head. People are just stardust in complicated packaging. That's not helpful, Porter said, fingers pausing briefly on the keys before resuming their frantic tapping. Astro trotted over and rested his chin on Porter's knee. Porter froze for a moment, his face softening as he scratched behind the dog's ear. Okay, he whispered to Astro. Maybe not everything. But I'll fix something. Burlap's galactic justice. In the yard behind the sanctuary, Burlap was staging what he called a showdown. With an old scarecrow someone had left leaning against the chain-link fence. The scarecrow was dressed in an ill-fitting blazer and a moth-eaten hat, its button eyes staring blankly ahead. You think you can trespass on my planet? Burlap growled, pacing back and forth like a gunslinger at high noon. The scarecrow did not respond. I'll give you one chance to ride out of here, partner, Burlap warned, his hand twitching over his imaginary holster. Rusty, Glowbug, and Astro watched from a safe distance, Rusty shaking his head. He's wasting time, Rusty muttered. Or training, Glowbug said thoughtfully. You don't just stumble into interstellar diplomacy. You practice. Astro barked once in agreement. Back in the yard, Burlap drew his imaginary pistol in a flash and shot the scarecrow with a rapid pew, pew, pew sound effect. He tipped his invisible hat as the wind knocked the scarecrow sideways. That's what happens when you mess with Burlap and Biscuit, he said triumphantly. Dinner drama. Dinner at the sanctuary was a chaotic affair. Nurse Jolene had just finished ladling what was allegedly stew into mismatched bowls when Rusty started lecturing about the nutritional requirements for space travel. We need to rethink our carb-to-protein ratios, he said, jabbing his spoon at the bowl in front of him. This slop isn't going to fuel an intergalactic mission. It's delicious, Glowbug insisted, staring at the bowl with the same reverence she gave her flashlight. Every bite is charged with stardust. It tastes like sadness, Porter muttered, poking at his with a fork. Sadness is a spice, Stitches said serenely, stirring her bowl. Astro whined under the table, clearly angling for scraps. Burlap tossed him a chunk of bread, saying, Don't you worry, Astro. If this stew don't fuel us, you will. You're our star navigator. Astro barked once, his tail wagging furiously. The days at the sanctuary passed like this, bizarre, disjointed, and strangely beautiful. Beneath the madness was something raw and real, a kind of honesty that could only exist in a world that had stopped pretending to be normal. Madness, after all, was just another kind of freedom, the great escape attempt. It wasn't unusual for one of the patients to hatch a plan to leave the sanctuary. What was unusual was how many of them got involved when Burlap announced that this time he was breaking out. You can't keep a cowboy fenced in, he said, twirling an invisible lasso above his head. This old ranch is choking my soul. Biscuit and I need open skies. Open skies are overrated, Rusty replied, adjusting the colander on his head. What you need is the infinite void of space. That's where the real freedom is. Space doesn't have horses, Burlap retorted. You don't know that, Glowbug interjected. The stars told me there's a whole constellation of cosmic stallions galloping across the Andromeda galaxy. Well, there you have it, Burlap said, tipping his invisible hat toward Glowbug. But Biscuit and I are headed for simpler pastures. We'll find our own way out of this madhouse. Rusty folded his arms. You'll never make it. The perimeter is secure, and the Earth itself is trying to keep us here. It knows we're the only hope for humanity, and it won't let us escape that easily. Madame Stitches, seated nearby and stitching an unrecognizable shape into a scrap of corduroy, raised an eyebrow. What's the plan, cowboy? Or are you winging it again? Burlap grinned. Simple. We're going over the wall. The wall was a sagging chain-link fence that separated the sanctuary's backyard from the adjacent field, which mostly consisted of scrubby grass and discarded fast food wrappers. Burlap's plan involved a rusted wheelbarrow, a length of garden hose, and, inexplicably, a busted umbrella. This is madness, Porter muttered from the sidelines, typing furiously on his laptop. Not the fun kind of madness either. The stupid kind. Astro sat beside him, watching the preparations with his head tilted in mild curiosity. Nothing stupid about freedom, Burlap said, propping the wheelbarrow against the fence and testing its stability. You wouldn't understand, kid. You're too busy hiding in your numbers. Porter didn't reply, but his shoulders hunched a little more. Rusty, meanwhile, was pacing nearby, muttering to himself, "This is a waste of resources. We should be focusing on the real mission. Burlap's wasting precious time with this cowboy nonsense." "You say nonsense," Glowbug said, pointing her flashlight at the fence as though it were a floodlight. "I say destiny." "Destiny doesn't involve wheelbarrows," Rusty snapped. "Everything involves wheelbarrows if you think hard enough about it," Glowbug replied serenely. Madame Stitches chuckled softly, her needle flashing in the afternoon sun. "Let him try, Rusty. Sometimes failure is the best teacher." Burlap climbed into the wheelbarrow, balancing precariously as he held the umbrella over his head. "Biscuit, you ready?" he called to the empty air. Astro barked, and Burlap took it as encouragement. With a dramatic shout of "Yee-haw!" he leaned forward, tipping the wheelbarrow toward the fence. The entire contraption collapsed immediately, sending Burlap sprawling into the dirt. For a moment, there was silence. Then Glowbug started clapping, her flashlight flickering wildly. "That was spectacular!" Rusty sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "We are so doomed." Porter, despite himself, let out a snort of laughter. Even Astro wagged his tail, licking Burlap's dirt-streaked face as the cowboy sat up and adjusted his invisible hat. "Well," Burlap said, brushing himself off, "that didn't go exactly as planned." "You think?" Rusty muttered. "But I reckon it was worth a try," Burlap continued, grinning. "Sometimes you got to fall flat on your face to remind yourself what the ground feels like. The evening wind down." That night the sanctuary felt almost peaceful. Rusty sat at his corner table, scribbling calculations that may or may not have been gibberish. Glowbug lay sprawled on the floor, her flashlight aimed at the ceiling as she hummed an eerie, tuneless melody. Burlap reclined in his usual spot, hands behind his head, telling Astro a long and winding story about the time he roped a black hole. Porter was back in his corner, typing away at his laptop, though every so often his eyes flicked to Burlap and the others, a small, hesitant smile playing on his lips. Madame Stitches was sewing quietly by the window, her fingers moving with the kind of grace that only comes from years of practice. And Nurse Jolene, sitting at her desk with a cup of rapidly cooling coffee, watched it all with a tired smile. The sanctuary might not have been the safest place in the world. It certainly wasn't the sanest. But in moments like this, it felt strangely whole. In the corner, Astro wagged his tail, resting his chin on Burlap's boot. The field trip that wasn't quite a trip. Field trips at the Planetary Sanctuary for Lost Minds weren't exactly common. In fact, they weren't really field trips at all, more like short, carefully planned outings that involved at least 2 staff members, a first aid kit, and a van that smelled faintly of old French fries and despair. Still, Nurse Jolene had been feeling generous, or perhaps a bit reckless, and decided that her ragtag band of lunatics deserved an afternoon at the nearby botanical gardens. "Fresh air will do them good," she'd said to Dr. Thompson, the perpetually skeptical head psychiatrist. "They're not animals in cages. They need sunlight, trees, something." "And what happens when Rusty commandeers a lawnmower or Burlap tries to lasso a garden gnome?" Dr. Thompson asked, not even looking up from his paperwork. Nurse Jolene had waved him off. "I'll handle it." The bus ride. The van ride to the botanical gardens started out surprisingly smooth. Rusty had claimed the front seat, peering out the window with the intensity of someone scanning for enemy ships. Glowbug sat behind him, her flashlight pressed to the window like a beacon of exploration. Burlap sat in the very back, narrating an imaginary western where he and Biscuit were chasing down an outlaw named Cactus Pete. Madame Stitches was in her usual meditative state, her fingers twitching as if sewing invisible stitches. Porter, headphones on, stared at his laptop, though he wasn't typing. And Astro, of course, was sprawled out across 3 laps, basking in the attention. For a moment, Nurse Jolene let herself believe this might actually work. Arrival at the gardens. The botanical gardens were modest but lush, a small oasis of green surrounded by the cracked asphalt and convenience stores of the town. As soon as the group stepped off the van, Rusty inhaled deeply, declaring, "This air is laced with nitrogen. We're not on Earth anymore. Stay alert, everyone." Glowbug gasped, holding her flashlight aloft like a cosmic compass. "It's true. The light feels different here, less judgmental." "Looks like a good place for a showdown," Burlap mused, eyeing the fountain in the center of the garden. "Water's clean enough for Biscuit to take a drink." Astro darted forward, sniffing the grass with enthusiasm. Madame Stitches knelt beside a flower bed, muttering about threads of chlorophyll binding the fabric of life. Even Porter looked slightly less withdrawn, his fingers brushing the leaves of a low-hanging tree, as if testing their texture. For the first 20 minutes, it was almost normal. The incident. It started with Rusty. He was standing on a small stone ledge near the fountain, pointing at the sky with a stick he had picked up and declared to be an antenna for interstellar communication. "The plants are alive," he announced, his voice loud enough to startle a family walking nearby. "They're transmitting signals. We need to decode them before they override the atmosphere." Glowbug, of course, immediately backed him up. "I can feel it. The leaves are humming. Listen closely." She pressed her flashlight to the nearest tree trunk, as if waiting for it to respond. Burlap, sensing an opportunity for theatrics, swung an imaginary lasso. "If these plants are spies, I'll wrangle 'em up and teach 'em not to mess with Biscuit and me." Astro barked, wagging his tail excitedly, though it wasn't clear whether he was siding with Rusty or the trees. At first, Nurse Jolene thought she could defuse it. "Rusty," she said firmly, walking over to him, "the plants aren't transmitting anything except oxygen. Why don't we go look at the rose garden instead?" But Rusty wasn't listening. His eyes were wild now, his hands gripping the stick like it was the only thing anchoring him to reality. "They're sending warnings," he shouted. "We're running out of time." Before anyone could react, Rusty bolted toward a nearby hedge maze, the stick raised like a sword. "Commander's on the move," Burlap hollered, tipping his imaginary hat. "Let's go, Biscuit." "No, no, no," Nurse Jolene muttered, chasing after Rusty while simultaneously waving the rest of the group back. "Everyone stay here." Rusty's spiral. By the time Jolene caught up to Rusty, he was deep in the maze, standing in front of a wall of ivy and shouting nonsense at it. "They're blocking the signal," he yelled, swiping at the ivy with his stick. "We have to break through." Nurse Jolene approached slowly, her hands raised in a calming gesture. "Rusty, listen to me. The plants aren't blocking anything. They're just plants. You're safe. We're safe." Rusty turned to her, his eyes filled with desperation. "You don't understand. If we don't stop them, they'll choke the planet. We have to act now." It was clear he wasn't coming down on his own. Nurse Jolene reached for the walkie-talkie clipped to her belt. "I need backup in the maze," she said, trying to keep her voice steady. The group rallies. By the time Burlap and Glowbug arrived, despite Nurse Jolene's orders to stay put, Rusty had sunk to his knees, clutching the stick like it was a lifeline. "I failed," he murmured. "The transmission's gone. The Earth is doomed." "Now hold on, Commander," Burlap said, crouching beside him. "Ain't no mission worth quitting on. You taught me that. Biscuit taught me that. And if the galaxy's mad, we'll make it right. But you can't save the stars by collapsing on the dirt." Glowbug knelt on Rusty's other side, her flashlight steady for once. "The light forgives you," she said softly. It always does. Even Porter appeared, standing awkwardly a few feet away. He didn't say anything, but he offered Rusty a water bottle, his hand shaking slightly. Astro sat beside Rusty, leaning against him with the quiet, patient love that only dogs could offer. Rusty let out a long, shaky breath. "The team's still with me?" "We're always with you," Glowbug said, smiling faintly. The ride back. The van ride home was quieter than the ride to the gardens. Rusty sat in the front seat, his colander helmet resting in his lap. Glowbug and Burlap whispered conspiratorially in the back, and Madame Stitches worked on a new quilt square, the sound of her needle calming. Porter had his headphones on again, but every so often he glanced at Rusty, as if checking to make sure he was still there. Nurse Jolene drove, her hands tight on the wheel. She knew field trips were always a risk, but as she glanced at Rusty in the rearview mirror and saw Astro resting his head on the man's knee, she wondered if the risk wasn't worth it. Sometimes even madness needed to stretch its legs. Back to the sanctuary. The return to the Planetary Sanctuary for lost minds was like slipping into a well-worn pair of shoes, comforting, familiar, and just slightly damp from last night's rain. After the chaos of the field trip, Rusty's meltdown in the hedge maze, Burlap's imaginary duel with the garden gnome, Glowbug declaring the fountain water, cosmic nectar, life had settled back into its strange but steady rhythm. The common room hummed with the odd, mismatched symphony of their routine. Nurse Jolene had stopped trying to direct it long ago. The patients didn't need a conductor. They needed space to be their own cacophony. Rusty's galactic pep talk. Rusty was back in his corner, mission control reassembled with the precision of someone who believed the fate of the universe depended on the placement of a stapler. He stood over his star map, his colander helmet shining under the flickering fluorescent light, and addressed the room like a general preparing for battle. "We've been compromised," he announced, pointing to a torn piece of graph paper taped to the wall that, in his mind, represented Earth. "The plants in the hedge maze were transmitting data to intergalactic forces. We're officially on a timer, people. If we don't leave this planet soon, it's over. Total planetary collapse." Glowbug sat cross-legged on the floor nearby, her flashlight held aloft like a scepter. "I knew it," she said solemnly. "The light told me. The hedge maze wasn't just a maze, it was a test. We passed, Commander." "Barely." "We didn't pass," Rusty shot back. "We survived. There's a difference." Porter, sitting in his usual corner with his laptop balanced on his knees, glanced up briefly. "Technically, we're still here, so survival counts as passing." His tone was flat, but there was a faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Burlap tipped his imaginary hat from the recliner. "Don't matter if we passed or failed. If the galaxy's coming for us, Biscuit and I'll be ready." Rusty frowned. "Your horse isn't real, Burlap." Burlap leaned forward, his tone deadly serious. "Maybe not to you, Commander, but Biscuit's as real as the stars in Glowbug's head." "Thank you," Glowbug muttered, flashing her flashlight at him in what she seemed to think was a salute. Astro trotted into the room and plopped down at Rusty's feet, wagging his tail as if to say, "You're all nuts, but I love you anyway." Rusty patted the dog's head absent-mindedly. "Navigator Astro agrees. We need to accelerate the timeline." Madame Stitch's cosmic map. Madame Stitches, seated by the window with her sewing kit spread out around her, like an artist preparing to paint, didn't look up from her work. She was stitching what appeared to be a spiral galaxy into a patch of worn denim. "The timeline will accelerate itself," she said calmly. "Every thread leads somewhere. If you pull too fast, the fabric tears." Rusty scowled. "The fabric's already tearing, Stitches. The hedge maze was proof of that." Stitches didn't respond, her fingers steady as she sewed. Nearby, Glowbug nodded sagely. "The thread knows," she whispered. "It always does." Burlap leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "If the thread knows, maybe it ought to tell us where we're supposed to go." "The light knows," Glowbug said, waving her flashlight in a wide arc. "The thread just follows." "Okay," Rusty snapped, rubbing his temples. "Enough about threads and lights. We need a plan." The planning session. For the next 20 minutes, the group engaged in what Rusty called tactical brainstorming, and what Nurse Jolene, watching from the doorway with her third cup of coffee in hand, called chaotic rambling. Rusty drew a series of incomprehensible diagrams on a whiteboard he'd found in the supply closet. Glowbug added cosmic annotations in Sharpie, which mostly consisted of stars and the word light, scrawled repeatedly in the margins. Burlap paced the room, gesturing dramatically as he suggested various escape routes involving invisible horses, hidden wormholes, and something he called the Galactic Rodeo Circuit. Stitches quietly stitched her own interpretation of the plan into a quilt square, while Porter typed furiously on his laptop, occasionally muttering corrections under his breath. Astro sat in the middle of the room, tail thumping rhythmically against the floor, his head swiveling as he followed the conversation. He seemed to be the only one who understood all sides and somehow approved of them all. Life as usual. By the time they'd exhausted themselves, the whiteboard was covered in a mess of arrows, stars, and undecipherable symbols. Rusty stood back, hands on his hips, and surveyed the chaos with something resembling pride. "This," he said, "is progress." Porter glanced up from his laptop, his expression deadpan. "It's nonsense." "It's organized nonsense," Rusty shot back. Burlap clapped him on the back. "Good work, Commander. Biscuit says you're on to something." Glowbug waved her flashlight in a circle. "The light agrees. Mostly." Nurse Jolene stepped into the room, setting her coffee mug on the table with a deliberate thud. "All right, everyone. Time to wrap it up. Dinner in 10 minutes. Try not to destroy the place before then." Rusty sighed but nodded. "Fine. Tactical operations are adjourned. For now." As the group dispersed, Jolene watched them with a mix of exasperation and affection. Rusty went back to mission control, Glowbug resumed whispering to her flashlight, and Burlap sat down with Astro to tell him about the time he lassoed a solar flare. Porter retreated to his corner, though he didn't put his headphones back on this time, and Stitches began stitching a new square, her movements as steady as the stars. It was chaos. It was routine. It was home. The quiet moments. Later that evening, after the common room had emptied and the patients had retreated to their rooms, Jolene sat alone at the dining table, staring at the whiteboard. The mess of arrows and stars didn't make any sense, but there was something about it, something oddly hopeful. Astro padded over and rested his chin on her knee, wagging his tail softly. Jolene smiled, scratching behind his ears. "You think they'll make it someday, don't you?" she murmured. "Even if it's just to the other side of this madness." Astro barked once, and Jolene laughed quietly. "Yeah," she said. "Me too." The sanctuary creaked and settled around her, its odd little world continuing to spin in its own strange orbit. Tomorrow would bring more madness, more plans, more chaos. And somehow that was enough. The pills and the ambulance. The sanctuary was quiet, save for the faint murmur of Burlap, recounting an intergalactic duel to an invisible crowd in the common room. No one noticed that Porter's door had been closed for hours, the faint glow of his laptop screen seeping through the crack like a signal no one was tuned to receive. Inside, Porter sat cross-legged on his bed, a prescription bottle clutched in one hand. The other hand trembled as it spilled pills into his palm. They were small, pale, unassuming, like the solutions he had once been taught to find. But tonight, they felt like an answer. He stared at them, his breath shallow, his thoughts a tangle of binary contradictions. And this. Don't. They won't understand. They never do. He closed his eyes, swallowed, and waited. The world tilted, first slowly, then violently, his body folding under the weight of the decision. Astro was the first to sense it. The mutt scratched and barked at Porter's door, his urgency cutting through the sanctuary's usual hum. Rusty, annoyed by the noise, shuffled over and knocked. "Porter, what the hell's going on in there?" No response. Rusty pushed the door open and froze. "Nurse Jolene!" he yelled, his voice cracking with panic. "Get in here now!" Nurse Jolene ran in, saw Porter sprawled on the bed, his face pale and his breathing shallow. Her years of nursing couldn't shield her from the gut punch of seeing him like this. "Call 911, she barked, already kneeling by Porter's side. Her hands were steady as she checked his pulse, but her heart was racing. Within minutes, the sanctuary was ablaze with the wail of sirens. The paramedics lifted Porter onto a stretcher, Astro's barks echoing after him as the ambulance doors slammed shut. The hospital. Porter woke to the sterile hum of fluorescent lights. The hospital room was white and impersonal, the kind of place that erased individuality. "Good to see you back with us," a nurse said, her voice gentle but tired. "You had us worried there." Porter blinked at her, disoriented, his throat dry. He tried to speak but managed only a croak. "They pumped your stomach," she explained. "You're lucky someone found you in time." Lucky. The word felt wrong, like a misaligned equation. The next few days blurred together. Therapy sessions with strangers who asked too many questions. Doctors who spoke in clipped tones about serotonin and recovery plans. Porter barely spoke. His words caught somewhere between his chest and the void he'd tried to escape. But one night, as he stared at the ceiling, he overheard the nurse whispering to another staff member. "He's got people waiting for him," she said. "A whole group came by asking when he'd be released. You should have seen them, like they couldn't function without him." Coming home. The sanctuary felt smaller than Porter remembered. The walls seemed closer, the ceiling lower, but the faces waiting for him on the front steps were the same. They stood awkwardly at first, a mismatched group of misfits united by a singular purpose, to make sure he knew he wasn't alone. Rusty held a tangle of wires he'd hastily twisted into a "welcome back" sign. Glowbug's flashlight blinked weakly, its batteries on their last legs, but she cradled it like a beacon of hope. "Sector Alpha has been in disarray without you," Rusty said, his voice gruff. "We've got codes piling up, unsolved mysteries. Chaos. You've got to stay, Porter," Glowbug added, stepping forward. "The stars said so." Burlap tipped his imaginary hat, Biscuit presumably at his side. "We rode out the storm, son," he said. "Now it's your turn to saddle up again." Madame Stitches approached quietly, holding a quilt patch she'd finished in his absence. It was a scrap of fabric from one of his old shirts, stitched into a starry pattern. "You're part of this," she said softly, "whether you like it or not." Porter's throat tightened, but he nodded, unable to find the words. The team rallies. Later that day, they brought out the battered Raleigh bike someone had found in the storage shed behind the sanctuary. It had been cleaned, its tires patched, its chain oiled. "This," Rusty declared, "is your chariot, Commander. You ride, we rally." Porter hesitated, his hands hovering over the handlebars. "I don't think," Nurse Jolene cut in, standing behind him. Her voice was gentle but firm. "Just ride." He swung his leg over the bike and pushed off, the wheels creaking slightly but holding steady. Astro trotted alongside him, tail wagging like a metronome. The others followed on foot, their laughter and shouts breaking the sanctuary's usual quiet. For the first time in weeks, maybe months, Porter felt a flicker of something unfamiliar. It wasn't joy, not quite, but it was lighter than the weight he usually carried. As they looped around the sanctuary grounds, Rusty shouted, "Sector Alpha is operational again." Glowbug lifted her flashlight high, its faint beam catching the twilight. "The stars approve." Porter laughed then, a real laugh, not the bitter kind he was used to. The sound startled him, but it didn't feel wrong. The ride into tomorrow. That night, as Porter sat on the steps of the sanctuary, Astro curled up beside him. He stared at the sky. The stars were faint but steady, their light reaching across impossible distances to find him. Behind him, the sanctuary buzzed with life. Rusty tinkered with a radio, Glowbug hummed to her flashlight, and Burlap spun tall tales to anyone who'd listen. Porter didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but for the first time he thought maybe, just maybe, it was worth finding out. Chapter 3. A quiet day at the sanctuary, the Planetary Sanctuary for Lost Minds, woke up slowly, as if the weight of the patient's collective madness required an extra hour to shake off. Sunlight filtered through the high, barred windows of the common room, turning the dust motes into lazy galaxies, spinning in unseen orbits. Somewhere in the distance, Astro barked, a low, tired sound that echoed through the halls like the sanctuary's own heartbeat. Nurse Jolene leaned against the coffee machine, watching the pot fill with the kind of thick sludge that only institutional brews could produce. Her ponytail was already sagging, her scrubs rumpled from a night of light sleep and heavy worries. Astro padded over and nudged her knee, his graying muzzle a quiet reminder of the years that had passed. "Morning, old boy," she murmured, scratching behind his ear. "You and me, we're the only ones holding this circus together." Astro wagged his tail once, slow and deliberate, before slumping down at her feet with a grunt. He wasn't as spry as he used to be, but he still made his rounds every day, visiting each patient with the kind of steady love Jolene envied, the craft hour. By mid-morning, the sanctuary was alive with its usual strange rhythm. Madame Stitches had claimed her corner by the cracked window, meticulously stitching a new square into her quilt, a shimmering pattern of gold and navy that looked like the night sky if you squinted just right. "This one's for the dog," she said, her voice soft but firm. "The threads will keep him warm when the winter comes." Glowbug was sprawled out on the floor nearby, her flashlight aimed at the ceiling, tracing imaginary constellations in the peeling paint. "Stars don't need quilts," Glowbug said, as if it were a profound truth. "But maybe dogs do." Rusty, of course, had commandeered the table in the middle of the room, spreading out a chaotic array of paper, glue sticks, and glitter. A young art therapist, someone Jolene hadn't seen before, sat beside him trying to guide the chaos into something resembling a project. "We're making vision boards today," the therapist said, her voice overly bright, as if enthusiasm alone could break through Rusty's focus. "Vision boards are irrelevant," Rusty declared, snipping a picture of a rocket out of an old magazine. "What we need are tactical blueprints for interstellar evacuation." "Blueprints can be part of your vision," the therapist offered, gluing down a picture of a sunflower onto her own board. Rusty didn't seem convinced, but he stuck his rocket onto a piece of construction paper anyway, surrounding it with frantic scribbles in black marker. Across the room, Burlap was making his own board, though it was less of a vision and more of a Western. He'd found a stack of cowboy magazines in the art supplies and was cutting out pictures of horses, lassos, and wide-brimmed hats. "Biscuit and I are going to be the fastest guns in the galaxy," he said, holding up a picture of a horse galloping through a desert. "Ain't that right, boy?" Astro, lying under the table, wagged his tail once in quiet agreement. Even Porter had joined in, though reluctantly. His board was stark and minimalist, just a single image of a circuit board, glued neatly onto the center of a black sheet. He worked in silence, his headphones draped around his neck, listening instead to the hum of the room. Nurse Jolene leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. For a moment, it almost looked like a normal group of people enjoying a craft day. If you squinted, you might even think they were happy. Rusty's dreams. That night, the sanctuary was quiet. The patients had retreated to their rooms, the hum of their conversations replaced by the occasional creak of the old building settling into the darkness. Nurse Jolene sat at her desk in the dimly lit office, the soft glow of her lamp the only light in the room. Astro lay at her feet, his breathing slow and steady, though his legs twitched occasionally as if he were chasing something in his dreams. The first scream came just after midnight. Nurse Jolene was on her feet before she even realized what she was doing, grabbing the flashlight she kept by the door. Astro lifted his head, his ears pricked, but he didn't get up right away. "Stay here, boy," Nurse Jolene said softly, though she knew he wouldn't listen. By the time she reached Rusty's room, the screaming had turned into frantic muttering, his voice rising and falling in panicked bursts. "They're coming," he was saying, his hands clutching the edges of his blanket like it was the only thing keeping him tethered to reality. "The signals, they're louder. I can't stop them." "Rusty," Jolene said firmly, stepping into the room. "It's just a dream. You're safe." He didn't seem to hear her, his eyes wide and glassy as he stared at the ceiling. "They're breaking through the atmosphere, the stars, no, the void. It's all collapsing. We're not ready, we're not—" "Rusty," Nurse Jolene said again, louder this time. She crossed the room and placed a hand on his shoulder, grounding him. "You're safe. Look at me." For a moment he froze, his breathing shallow and uneven. Then his eyes flicked to hers, and something shifted. The wild panic in his gaze softened, replaced by confusion. "Nurse Jolene," he whispered, his voice cracking. "It's me," she said gently, squeezing his shoulder. "You had a bad dream, but you're okay now." Rusty blinked, his hands loosening their grip on the blanket. "It felt real," he murmured. "The signals, the stars, they were so loud." Nurse Jolene nodded, sitting down on the edge of his bed. "Dreams can feel real, but they're just dreams, Rusty. Nothing more." Astro padded into the room then, his steps slower than usual, and rested his head on the edge of Rusty's bed. Rusty reached out hesitantly, his fingers brushing the dog's fur. "The navigator," Rusty said softly. "He's still here." "Always," Jolene said, her voice warm. For a long moment they sat in silence, Rusty, Nurse Jolene, and Astro, three figures in the quiet dark, finding comfort in each other's presence. The morning after. By the time the sanctuary woke up the next morning, the events of the night had settled into the past, just another piece of the strange tapestry of their lives. Rusty was back in the common room, adjusting his star map and muttering about recalibrating the signals. Astro lay at his feet, his tail wagging weakly whenever someone walked by. Nurse Jolene watched from the doorway, her coffee warm in her hands, and let herself believe, for just a moment, that everything might be okay. Madness, she thought, wasn't just chaos. It was resilience. It was the stubborn refusal to let go of hope, even when the world tried to take it away. And in that small corner of the universe, hope was enough. Chapter 4, A Visit from Home. The announcement came mid-morning. Porter's parents were coming to visit. The message arrived via a clipped voicemail left on Nurse Jolene's office phone, his father's deep, measured voice giving no room for warmth. "This is Mr. Taylor. My wife and I will be there at 2 p.m. to see our son. We'd like to discuss his future. Please ensure he's ready." The words felt like a cold breeze blowing through the sanctuary. Nurse Jolene sighed as she hung up the phone, already sensing the tension that would ripple through the day. When she found Porter, he was sitting in his usual corner of the common room, his laptop balanced on his knees, but his hands were trembling too much to type. "My parents," he said before she could speak. His voice was barely above a whisper. They're coming. Today." Nurse Jolene crouched beside him, her tone calm and steady. "I know, Porter. They called. You're going to be fine." He shook his head, his hair falling into his face. They don't understand. They think this is a phase. They think I should be working at some big tech firm, not here." "Do you want to see them?" Nurse Jolene asked gently. Porter hesitated, his fingers twitching over the keyboard. "I don't know," he admitted. "But if I say no, it'll just make things worse." Astro trotted over and nudged Porter's knee with his nose, wagging his tail as if to say, "You've got this, kid." "You're not alone," Nurse Jolene said. "We'll all be here. You don't have to face them by yourself." Porter nodded, though his shoulders were still tense. "Thanks," he whispered. The arrival. At precisely 2 p.m., a sleek black car pulled into the sanctuary's gravel lot. Porter's parents emerged like they'd stepped out of a corporate catalog. His father wore a perfectly tailored suit, his shoes gleaming in the afternoon sun. His mother, tall and severe, carried a designer handbag and wore a look that suggested she'd rather be anywhere else. "They look like bank executives," Burlap muttered from his seat by the window, tipping his invisible hat. Rusty, adjusting the colander on his head, frowned. "They look like agents from the Galactic Order. We need to stay alert." Glowbug tilted her flashlight toward the door. "Their energy is cold," she said. "Not star-like. More like black holes." "Quiet, everyone," Nurse Jolene said firmly, though her tone was warm. "This is Porter's family. Let's try to be welcoming." The visit. Porter stood awkwardly in the common room as his parents entered, their presence seeming to suck the air from the space. His mother's eyes swept the room with thinly veiled disdain, lingering on the mismatched furniture, the faint smell of ammonia, and the patients who were doing their best to act casual. "Porter," his father said, extending a hand like he was greeting a business associate, "it's good to see you." Porter hesitated before shaking his hand, his movements stiff and uncertain. "Hi, Dad. Mom." His mother didn't smile. "You look pale," she said. "Are they feeding you properly here?" Rusty, seated nearby, muttered under his breath, "Nutritional balance is the least of our concerns. The Earth's core is destabilizing." Porter's father raised an eyebrow at Rusty but said nothing. Instead, he turned back to his son. "We need to talk about your future," he said. "This place, it's not where you belong." "Mr. and Mrs. Taylor," Jolene interjected smoothly, stepping forward with a practiced smile. "Why don't we sit down? I can answer any questions you have about Porter's care." "We're not here to talk about care," his mother said, her voice clipped. "We're here to take him home. Porter needs structure. He needs discipline. Not whatever this is." Porter flinched, his eyes darting to the floor. "Your son," Rusty said suddenly, standing up, "is better off here than anywhere else in the galaxy." Both parents turned to him, their expressions a mix of confusion and disdain. "And you are?" his father asked coldly. Rusty adjusted the colander on his head. "Commander Rusty of Sector Alpha. And let me tell you, your son has a brilliant mind. He's building something extraordinary, the kind of thing that could save us all when the stars finally collapse. But he can't do it out there." "This is absurd," Porter's mother snapped. Porter doesn't belong here with people like you." Nurse Jolene stepped between them, her tone firm but calm. "Mr. and Mrs. Taylor, I understand you want what's best for Porter, but he's an adult, and his progress here has been incredible. He's safe, he's supported, and most importantly, he wants to be here." Porter's father bristled. "And what kind of progress is that? Sitting in a corner playing on a laptop?" Porter looked up, his voice trembling but determined. "It's not just a laptop. It's my work. I'm trying to build something that matters." His father scoffed. "You could be working at a Fortune 500 company right now, Porter. Instead, you're wasting your time here." "It's not a waste," Rusty said, stepping closer. "Your son is brilliant, but brilliance doesn't thrive under pressure. It thrives in places like this, where it's allowed to grow in its own time." For a moment there was silence. Then Porter's mother turned to Nurse Jolene. "We'll come back when you're willing to have a real conversation about his future," she said sharply. They left without another word, their polished shoes clicking against the linoleum floor. The aftermath. That night, Porter was quiet. He sat in his corner, his laptop closed, his hands clenched into fists on his knees. I don't know what to do," he said finally, his voice barely audible. Rusty, Glowbug, Burlap, and Madam Stitches gathered around him, their presence a quiet reassurance. Astro sat at his feet, his head resting on Porter's lap. "You don't have to do anything," Nurse Jolene said, sitting beside him. "This is your home, Porter. No one's going to make you leave if you don't want to." "They'll just keep coming back," Porter whispered. "They won't stop until I go with them." "Then we'll keep standing by you," Rusty said firmly. "This is your sector, Porter, and we've got your back." Glowbug nodded, her flashlight flickering softly. "The light's on your side," she said. "Biscuit and I'll scare 'em off next time," Burlap added, tipping his invisible hat. Even Madam Stitches looked up from her sewing, her voice calm and steady. "Families don't always understand, but we do." Porter's shoulders relaxed just a little. He rested a hand on Astro's head, his fingers brushing the dog's graying fur. "Thanks," he said softly. That night the sanctuary felt a little warmer. The stars outside might have been cold and distant, but inside there was light. Chapter 5. Finding Normal. The days after Porter's parents' visit were quiet in the way the sanctuary often was after something unsettled the fragile balance. The common room felt a little heavier, the usual hum of conversation subdued. Porter spent more time than usual in his corner, his laptop closed as he stared out the window, his thoughts tangled. Astro stuck close to him, resting his chin on Porter's knee whenever the young man sat too still for too long. The dog's quiet presence seemed to help, and Nurse Jolene made a point to check in every hour or so, even if it was just to refill her coffee or hand Porter a glass of water. Morning routine. "Breakfast is the most important meal of the day," Rusty declared, standing by the kitchen counter in his colander helmet, waving a spatula like a baton. "Especially when preparing for interstellar travel. Glowbug, status report on the eggs." Glowbug peered into the frying pan with great intensity, her flashlight tucked into the waistband of her pajama pants. "They're forming, slowly. The heat is inconsistent, Commander." "Heat inconsistency is unacceptable," Rusty said, adjusting the stove knob with dramatic flair. Burlap, sitting at the table, tipped back his chair and grinned. "If them eggs are going to space, I reckon they'll need a saddle." Porter sat at the far end of the table, poking at a bowl of cereal that had gone soggy while he wasn't paying attention. He didn't laugh at Burlap's joke, but he did glance up, his lips twitching slightly. Nurse Jolene, watching from the doorway, stepped in and poured him a fresh glass of orange juice. "Hey, kid, you doing okay?" Porter shrugged. "I guess." "That's a start," she said, patting his shoulder lightly before turning to Rusty. "Make sure you don't burn down the kitchen, Commander." "Perimeter defenses are under control, Nurse," Rusty replied, saluting with the spatula. "Crafting connection." Later that day, Madam Stitches pulled out her sewing kit and announced a group project, a patchwork blanket for Astro. "He's getting older," she said, her tone soft but resolute. "He deserves something warm for his naps." Rusty took charge of cutting fabric scraps into irregular shapes, while Glowbug insisted on adding constellation patterns with glitter glue. Burlap stitched a square featuring what he swore was a horse but looked suspiciously like a lopsided cloud. Even Porter joined in, quietly embroidering a small circuit board design onto a corner of the blanket. "He's a good dog," Porter murmured as he worked, his hands steady for the first time in days. "The best," Nurse Jolene agreed, threading a needle and handing it to him. "Just like his humans." Astro, watching from his spot under the table, wagged his tail, oblivious to the fuss being made over him. The opportunity. 2 days after the visit, an official-looking woman in a navy suit arrived at the sanctuary. She was there for Madame Stitches. "Miss Laurent," the woman said, addressing Madame Stitches by her former name, "I've been sent on behalf of Maison Miroir. They've seen your recent quilt designs online and would like to offer you a position in their Paris atelier. Full creative control, a fresh start." The room went still. Even Rusty, who was usually skeptical of anyone in a suit, stayed quiet. Madame Stitches looked at the woman, her face calm but unreadable. "A fresh start," she repeated softly, her fingers brushing the quilt square she'd been stitching. "Yes," the woman said, her tone bright. "Your work is brilliant. The fashion world needs you back." Madame Stitches looked around the room, at Rusty tinkering with his blueprints, at Glowbug drawing stars on the wall with chalk, at Porter quietly working on his laptop. Her gaze lingered on Astro, who was curled up beside Jolene's chair. "I appreciate the offer," she said finally, "but I have work to do here." The woman blinked, clearly caught off guard. "Ms. Laurent, are you sure? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "Opportunities come and go," Madame Stitches replied, her tone gentle but firm. "But these threads won't stitch themselves." The woman left shortly after, her confusion lingering like a shadow in the doorway. The night. That night the common room was unusually lively. Rusty declared it a mission celebration, though no one was entirely sure what they were celebrating. Burlap played a harmonica he'd somehow smuggled into the sanctuary, while Glowbug used her flashlight to create a light show on the walls. Madame Stitches quietly added another square to Astro's quilt, her needle moving with practiced grace. Porter, sitting in his corner, watched it all unfold with a small, hesitant smile. He still felt the weight of his parents' visit, but the sanctuary was beginning to feel like a shield against it. Nurse Jolene sat beside him, handing him a mug of hot cocoa. "How are you holding up?" she asked. "Better," he said after a moment. I think I'm okay here." "You are," Nurse Jolene said firmly. "And you're not alone. Remember that." Astro wandered over, his tail wagging lazily, and rested his head on Porter's knee. Porter scratched behind the dog's ears, his smile growing. "Thanks, Astro." The sanctuary buzzed with its usual strange energy, chaotic and comforting all at once. Outside, the stars hung low, watching over the little universe inside the crumbling stone walls. And for the first time in days, Porter felt like he belonged. Chapter 6. Sessions with Dr. Thompson. The morning started as usual. Rusty's colander gleamed under the fluorescent lights as he adjusted his star charts. Glowbug was whispering to her flashlight, and Burlap was polishing an imaginary lasso. Porter was tucked into his corner with his laptop, and Madame Stitches worked on another square of Astro's quilt. It wasn't until Nurse Jolene stuck her head into the common room that the mood shifted. "Dr. Thompson is doing sessions today," she announced, her tone light but matter-of-fact. "Rusty, you're first. Let's try to make this painless, okay?" Rusty froze mid-calculation, his marker hovering over the whiteboard. "Sessions?" His eyes narrowed suspiciously. "With him?" "Yes, him," Nurse Jolene said patiently. "It's part of the deal, remember? Therapy helps, even for space commanders." Rusty crossed his arms, glaring at the door. "The last time I went into his office, he asked me how I felt. What kind of question is that for a commander? Feelings are irrelevant." Nurse Jolene smiled. "Well, he's asking again. Go on." Rusty sighed dramatically, grabbing his clipboard and tucking it under his arm. "Fine, but if I don't come back, tell the others to carry on the mission without me." "Will do," Nurse Jolene said, ushering him out. Session 1. Rusty. Dr. Thompson's office was dimly lit, the walls lined with books on psychology and a few neutral paintings that screamed, "I'm trying to look calming." Rusty sat stiffly in the armchair, his clipboard balanced on his knees like a shield. Dr. Thompson, a tall, bespectacled man with a calm demeanor, adjusted his notepad and smiled. "Good morning, Rusty. How are you feeling today?" Rusty narrowed his eyes. "Is that the best you've got, Doctor? How are you feeling? We're on the brink of planetary collapse, and you're asking about feelings." Dr. Thompson chuckled softly. "Let's talk about that. What makes you feel like the planet is collapsing?" Rusty leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You've seen the signs, haven't you? The hedge maze at the botanical gardens, the erratic weather patterns. The plants. They're communicating, Doctor. They're sending signals. And the stars, they're getting louder." Dr. Thompson scribbled something on his notepad. "Interesting. And how does that make you feel?" Rusty threw his hands up. "Again with the feelings. I don't feel. I act. That's what commanders do." Dr. Thompson nodded. "I see. And how does it feel to be a commander?" Rusty stared at him, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. "It feels necessary," he admitted finally. "Like if I don't do it, no one else will." Dr. Thompson smiled. "That's a feeling, Rusty." Rusty scowled. "You're trickier than I thought." Session 2. Glowbug. "Do I have to go?" Glowbug asked Jolene, clutching her flashlight like a lifeline. "Yes," Nurse Jolene said gently. "He won't bite, I promise." Glowbug hesitated, then shuffled into the office, her flashlight glowing faintly in her hands. She perched on the edge of the chair, ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. "Hello, Glowbug," Dr. Thompson said warmly. "It's nice to see you." "The stars don't trust you," she blurted out, her flashlight flickering. "You're too calm. It's suspicious." Dr. Thompson nodded thoughtfully. "I can understand why that might make you uncomfortable. What would make you trust me?" Glowbug tilted her head, considering. "If you held the light, just for a second." He hesitated, then held out his hand. Glowbug handed him the flashlight, watching him like a hawk. "Now what?" he asked. "Now you listen," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "Do you hear it?" Dr. Thompson tilted his head, humoring her. "What am I listening for?" "The stars," she whispered. "They're always talking. You just have to be quiet enough to hear them." Dr. Thompson handed the flashlight back to her. "And what do they say to you, Glowbug?" Her eyes softened, her grip on the flashlight relaxing. "They say," It's okay to keep shining, even when it's dark. Dr. Thompson smiled. That's good advice. Session 3. Burlap. Burlap sauntered into the office, tipping his invisible hat. Doctor, he drawled, settling into the chair like it was a saloon bar stool. You wanted to talk? Dr. Thompson smiled. Yes, Burlap. How are you today? Fit as a fiddle, Burlap said, leaning back, though Biscuit's been restless. Think he's got a hankering for some open skies. Dr. Thompson tilted his head. Tell me about Biscuit. Burlap grinned. Best damn horse in the galaxy. Loyal, strong, fast as a comet. Saved my hide more times than I can count. And where is Biscuit now? Burlap gestured to the empty air beside him. Right here. Always is. Dr. Thompson leaned forward slightly. Do you ever feel like you'd like someone else to see Biscuit? To know him like you do? Burlap's grin faltered for a moment, his eyes flicking to the floor. Don't reckon anyone else would see him right. They'd just laugh or say he ain't real. But he's real enough for me. Dr. Thompson nodded. Sometimes it's okay to keep things just for yourself, but if you ever want to share, I'm here to listen. Burlap's grin returned, softer this time. You're all right, Doc. For a landlubber. Aftermath. By the time the sessions were over, the common room was buzzing with stories about Dr. Thompson. He's a trickster, Rusty declared, pacing the room. But he's clever. Might be worth keeping around for strategic advice. He held the light, Glowbug said, her flashlight flickering warmly. I think the stars might trust him. A little? Burlap chuckled, tipping his hat. He's all right. Didn't even flinch when I told him about the time Biscuit and I lassoed a black hole. Porter, sitting quietly in his corner, glanced up. He's not so bad, he said softly. Nurse Jolene, listening from the doorway, smiled. See? Therapy isn't so scary after all. Astro barked once, as if to agree, before curling up at Nurse Jolene's feet. The sanctuary settled back into its usual rhythm, the patients carrying the weight of their sessions with a little more ease. And in the quiet moments that followed, it almost felt like they were healing, one small step at a time. Chapter 7, Frustrations and Fragile Bonds. It started as any other day. Rusty was deep in sector operations, rearranging his star maps with the precision of a man who believed the fate of the universe rested on his marker strokes. Glowbug was sprawled on the floor, drawing a solar system with chalk, muttering about the alignment of the Great Cosmic Dance. Burlap was half asleep on the sofa, his boots propped up on the coffee table, occasionally tipping his imaginary hat at Astro. Madame Stitches sat by the cracked window, sewing another patch for Astro's ever-growing quilt, her fingers moving steadily. Porter, however, was different. He sat in his corner, his laptop open but untouched, his eyes flicking nervously between the others. The visit from his parents still lingered like a bruise, sharp and aching. He wanted to lose himself in his work, but Rusty's endless muttering and Glowbug's rambling about the stars grated against his nerves like nails on a chalkboard. Porter, recalibrate your energy, Rusty said without looking up. Your vibrations are off. It's throwing the mission into disarray. Porter's head snapped up. What mission, Rusty? There is no mission. We're not in space. We're not saving the galaxy. We're just here, stuck in this place. Glowbug stopped drawing mid-sunbeam, her flashlight flickering nervously. That's not true. The light says we're exactly where we're supposed to be. Porter stood, his chair screeching against the floor. The light doesn't say anything, Glowbug. It's a flashlight. The room went still. Even Astro, who had been napping under the table, lifted his head, his ears twitching. Rusty slowly stood, his colander helmet gleaming under the flickering fluorescent lights. "How dare you insult the mission? Without it, we're nothing. Just, just lost pieces in a broken puzzle. Is that what you want us to be?" Porter's voice cracked as he shouted, "Maybe that's what we are. We're all broken, Rusty. Your mission is just another way to ignore it." Rusty's face reddened, his hands clenching into fists. "At least I'm trying to make sense of it. What are you doing? Hiding behind your laptop, pretending you're above all of this?" "That's enough." Nurse Jolene's voice cut through the tension like a blade. She strode into the middle of the room, her presence commanding. "Both of you, sit down. Now." Nurse Jolene steps in. Rusty hesitated, his jaw tight, but he sat back down, his movements stiff and deliberate. Porter slumped into his chair, his hands trembling as he pressed them against the table. Nurse Jolene let the silence stretch for a moment, her eyes moving between them. "What's really going on here? Rusty, why did this get under your skin?" Rusty crossed his arms, his gaze darting to his star map. "Because if the mission doesn't matter, then what am I doing? What's the point of any of this?" Nurse Jolene nodded slowly, her voice softening. "I understand. The mission gives you purpose. It helps you make sense of things." She turned to Porter. "And you, Porter, what's really bothering you?" Porter's voice was barely a whisper. "My parents," he admitted, his eyes fixed on the floor. "What they said, what they think of me. It's been eating at me, and I didn't know how to say it." Rusty glanced at him, the anger draining from his face. "Porter, I didn't know. I didn't mean to make things worse." "I know," Porter said, his voice cracking, "but I don't know how to deal with any of it." Rallying around. Glowbug stood up, her flashlight trembling in her hands. "The light forgives," she said softly, aiming the beam between Porter and Rusty. "You should too." Burlap tipped his imaginary hat, his voice quiet but firm. "Life's too short for grudges, boys. Biscuit says so." Madame Stitches looked up from her quilt, her voice calm and steady. "Threads break all the time, but they can always be mended." Even Astro padded over, resting his head on Porter's knee. His wagging tail was slow and deliberate, as if saying, "We're all in this together." Porter smiled faintly, scratching behind Astro's ears. "Thanks, buddy." He glanced at Rusty, his voice soft. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things." Rusty adjusted his colander helmet, a sheepish smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I'm sorry, too. You're right. Sometimes I get carried away." Nurse Jolene smiled, her shoulders relaxing. "See? That wasn't so hard. Now, why don't we all take a deep breath and try to get back to what we do best?" Evening, calm. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the sanctuary had settled back into its usual rhythm. Rusty was tweaking his star maps, Glowbug was adding planets to her chalk drawings, and Burlap was recounting a tall tale to Astro about the time he and Biscuit lassoed a comet. Porter sat with Madame Stitches, helping her sew a particularly tricky patch onto Astro's quilt. "You're pretty good at this," Stitches said, her tone warm. Porter smiled, his hand steady. "Thanks, it's calming." Astro, now wrapped in the growing quilt, let out a contented sigh, his tail wagging softly in his sleep. Nurse Jolene leaned against the doorway, her coffee in hand, watching the group with a quiet smile. For all their quirks, their madness, and their frustrations, they always managed to come back together. The sanctuary, for all its cracks and chaos, was more than just a place to heal. It was home. Chapter 8. Sunshine and Storms. The afternoon was unusually warm and bright, the kind of day that begged even the most reclusive minds to step outside. Nurse Jolene had practically herded them all out into the small courtyard behind the sanctuary, armed with folding chairs, a jug of lemonade, and a bag of stale crackers she'd pilfered from the kitchen. Rusty had set up Sector Alpha outside edition at one of the picnic tables, his star map spread out beneath the shade of an old oak tree. Glowbug sat cross-legged on the grass nearby, her flashlight gleaming faintly in the sunlight as she traced imaginary constellations in the air. Burlap had claimed the one good chair, leaning back with his boots propped on the edge of the table, while Madame Stitches busied herself with a small sewing kit on a nearby bench, carefully attaching the last square to Astro's quilt. Astro himself was sprawled in a patch of sun, his tail wagging lazily whenever someone passed by. Even Porter had joined them, his laptop abandoned in favor of sketching something in a small notebook. For a while, it was perfect. A change in the weather. But then the wind shifted. Nurse Jolene felt it first, the way the air grew heavier, pressing down like a weight. She glanced up at the sky where thick gray clouds were gathering at the edges, darkening by the minute. "Storm's coming," she called out. "We should head inside before it gets bad." Rusty squinted at the sky, frowning. This wasn't in the forecast. Unusual cloud patterns. Could be interference. "It's just weather, Rusty," Jolene said, already gathering the folding chairs. "It's never just weather," he muttered, folding up his star map with the precision of someone preparing for an evacuation. Glowbug stood, clutching her flashlight tightly. "The light says we need to hurry. The storm is angry." Burlap tipped his invisible hat to the sky. "Reckon we should listen to her. Ain't no tellin' what this storm's packin'." The group filed inside just as the first drops of rain began to fall. Within moments, the sky opened up, thunder rumbling in the distance as lightning flashed. The weight of the storm. Once inside, the sanctuary felt darker, the fluorescent lights doing little to chase away the gloom. The storm rattled the windows, and the sound of rain pounding on the roof seemed to seep into the walls. Porter settled into his corner with his laptop, Rusty unfurled his star map on the common room table, and Glowbug perched on the arm of the couch, her flashlight flickering in rhythm with the lightning. But one of them was missing. Madame Stitches had retreated to her room as soon as they'd come inside, leaving her sewing kit abandoned on the bench. Jolene frowned, wiping her hands on her scrubs as she made her way down the hall. She found Stitches sitting on the edge of her bed, her head bowed, her hands gripping the quilt she'd been working on. "Hey," Nurse Jolene said gently, stepping inside. "What's going on?" Stitches didn't look up. "The storm. It reminds me of Paris." Nurse Jolene sat down beside her, waiting. "The night it all fell apart," Stitches murmured. "The accusations, the articles, the way they looked at me. It was raining that night, too. I can still hear it, like the storm is pulling me back there." Nurse Jolene nodded slowly, placing a hand on Stitch's shoulder. "That was then. You're not there anymore. You're here, with us. And you're not alone." Stitch's shoulders shook, and Jolene realized she was crying. "I don't want to feel this way," Stitches whispered. "I thought I was past it." "You don't have to fight it alone," Jolene said, her voice steady. "Let me help you." Stitches nodded, letting Nurse Jolene guide her to lie back on the bed. Nurse Jolene retrieved a small bottle of medication from the cart in the hallway, pouring a glass of water and sitting beside her. "This will help take the edge off," Nurse Jolene said, handing her the pill. "But it's okay to feel things, too. You're allowed to have bad days." Stitches swallowed the pill, her breathing evening out as Nurse Jolene sat with her, the storm raging outside, rallying the troops. When Nurse Jolene returned to the common room, she found the others waiting. "Is she okay?" Glowbug asked, her flashlight pointed toward the hallway like it was trying to send a signal. "She's just feeling a little overwhelmed," Nurse Jolene said. "The storm brought up some bad memories. She'll be all right, but she could use a little extra support." Burlap stood, adjusting his invisible belt. "Reckon she could use some company. I'll bring Biscuit by for a visit." Rusty nodded solemnly. "I'll chart the storm's trajectory. Let her know it's temporary. Everything is." "I'll bring her the light," Glowbug said, holding up her flashlight. Porter hesitated, then closed his laptop. I'll show her the sketches I made outside. Maybe they'll cheer her up." Nurse Jolene smiled, her heart warming at the sight of them rallying together. "All right, but one at a time. Let her rest first." Evening calm. By the time the storm passed, the sanctuary had settled into a peaceful rhythm once again. Madame Stitches had rejoined the group, her eyes still a little red, but her smile genuine. She sat with Glowbug on the couch, the two of them stitching stars onto a quilt square, while Rusty explained the science of storm tracking to Porter. Burlap spun a yarn about a time he and Biscuit outran a tornado, and Astro lay at Stitch's feet, his tail wagging gently in his sleep. Nurse Jolene sat in the corner with her coffee, watching as the group slowly pieced themselves back together. The storm had shaken them, but it hadn't broken them. In the end, that was what mattered most. Chapter 9. The Beginning of the End, and maybe a new beginning. The storm had passed, but the sanctuary buzzed with a renewed energy, as if the thunder had jolted something loose inside them all. Rusty had been the first to declare it. "The storm was a sign," he proclaimed, standing on a chair in the middle of the common room. His colander helmet gleamed under the fluorescent lights, his marker held high like a sword. "The Earth is in its final countdown. We've wasted enough time. It's time to act." "What exactly are we acting on?" Jolene asked from her perch by the coffee machine, though she didn't try to stop him. "Escape," Rusty said dramatically. "The stars have whispered their warnings. It's time to plan our exodus." Glowbug gasped, her flashlight flickering excitedly. "The light says it's true. The storm cleared the path." "Reckon Biscuit and I are ready," Burlap said, tipping his invisible hat. "What's the plan, Commander?" Rusty gestured to the whiteboard, which he'd dragged out from the supply closet. "We build. We calculate. We strategize. This is no longer a sanctuary. It's mission control." The whiteboard and the machine. The common room transformed into a hub of chaotic planning. Rusty took charge of the whiteboard, scrawling equations, diagrams, and what looked like a poorly drawn rocket ship with the intensity of a man convinced he could bend reality to his will. "The Earth's core is destabilizing," he explained, pointing to a series of jagged lines that might have represented tectonic plates, or possibly spaghetti. "We'll need to evacuate to a planet in the Andromeda Galaxy. Glowbug, plot the trajectory." Glowbug nodded solemnly, her flashlight aimed at the whiteboard as if it could illuminate answers. "I'll use the light to guide us. The stars are already aligning." Meanwhile, Porter sat cross-legged on the floor, tinkering with a circuit board he'd scavenged from an old radio. His focus was sharper than it had been in weeks, his hands steady as he soldered wires and muttered calculations under his breath. "I can make something to power it," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "If we're going somewhere, we'll need energy." At the far end of the room, Glowbug pulled a dusty book off the shelf and handed it to Dr. Lila Shen, Glowbug's true identity, though no one dared to call her that anymore. For months, the former quantum physicist had floated in her own orbit, lost in a world of light and whispers. But now something had shifted. "The light brought me back for this," she murmured, flipping through the book with an intensity that Jolene hadn't seen in her before. "I've done this before. Opened doors, created pathways. It's just a matter of remembering how. What kind of pathways? Nurse Jolene asked, leaning against the table. Glowbug's eyes gleamed, her flashlight flickering in time with her words. Not just to other planets, to other dimensions, other realities. Rusty slapped the whiteboard with his marker, leaving a streak of red across an already chaotic diagram. Exactly. This is a multi-dimensional evacuation, people. We're not just leaving Earth, we're rewriting the rules of existence, building the machine. Over the next few days, the sanctuary became a hive of activity. Madame Stitches sewed together what she called space fabrics, scraps of metallic and shimmering material that she insisted would hold the machine together. Every thread is a bond, she explained to Burlap, who was watching her with mild fascination. Without them, the fabric of reality will fray. Burlap nodded solemnly. Makes sense. Biscuit says it's like roping a steer. You gotta have the right tension, or it all falls apart. In the center of the room, Porter and Glowbug worked side by side on a growing contraption of wires, gears, and blinking lights. It looked like the love child of a Tesla coil and a junkyard, but there was something oddly beautiful about it. Is this doing anything yet? Nurse Jolene asked, peering over Porter's shoulder. Not yet, he admitted. But it will. Glowbug's helping me figure out the energy flow. Glowbug nodded, holding her flashlight over the machine like a talisman. The light says we're close. We just need the right frequency. Rusty hovered nearby, pointing at the machine with his marker. Make sure it's calibrated for interstellar travel, and don't forget the dimensional stabilizers. We don't have stabilizers, Porter muttered, soldering another wire. Rusty frowned. Then build them. This mission can't fail. Nurse Jolene keeps the balance. As the days passed, Nurse Jolene found herself playing mediator more than ever. Rusty got into a heated debate with Glowbug over whether their trajectory should aim for the Andromeda Galaxy or a parallel dimension. Burlap insisted on designing a cosmic lasso to rope in any stray asteroids, while Madame Stitches demanded that every piece of fabric used in the machine be blessed by her threadwork. Enough, Nurse Jolene finally snapped, silencing the room. You're all working toward the same goal. Let's keep it together, people. Astro barked from his spot under the table, wagging his tail as if to second her command. Porter looked up from the machine, his face smudged with grease but his eyes bright. We're close, he said. I can feel it. We just need more time. And snacks, Burlap added, tossing Astro a cracker. Can't save the universe on an empty stomach. The first spark. On the third night of their work, something happened. Glowbug flipped a switch on the machine, and for a moment the entire room filled with a low, vibrating hum. The lights flickered and the air seemed to shimmer, as if reality itself was holding its breath. It's working, Glowbug whispered, her eyes wide. The light is guiding us. Rusty stood beside her, his colander helmet tilted slightly. This is it, he said, his voice filled with awe. The first step of the mission. Porter adjusted a dial, his hands steady. It's not stable yet, but it's alive. Madame Stitches clutched a piece of shimmering fabric to her chest, her eyes glistening. The threads are holding. Nurse Jolene stood in the doorway, watching as her ragtag group of misfits rallied around the machine they'd built together. For all their madness, for all their chaos, they were creating something extraordinary. Astro wandered into the center of the room, wagging his tail as he sniffed the base of the machine. Glowbug knelt beside him, holding her flashlight up to his face. You're the navigator, she whispered. You'll guide us when the time comes. Astro barked once, his tail wagging furiously. For a moment, the sanctuary felt like more than just a refuge. It felt like the center of the universe, a place where hope, madness and genius collided to create something beautiful. The storm had passed, but their journey was just beginning. Chapter 10. Burnt Bagels and Broken Pipes. It began, as chaos often does, with something small. In this case, it was a burnt bagel. Nurse Jolene was not known for her culinary prowess. She approached cooking the way one might approach diffusing a bomb, cautiously with a mix of hope and dread. This time, however, her optimism had outpaced her skill. The bagel, left too long in the ancient toaster, had transformed into a smoldering black disk. The smoke detector let out a shriek like a banshee with stage fright. Jolene panicked, waving a dish towel at the smoke as if she could shoo it away. Unfortunately, her frantic flapping set off the sprinkler system, which, true to form, was as dysfunctional as everything else at the Planetary Sanctuary for Lost Minds. What should have been a gentle mist to douse the imaginary flames turned into a deluge of biblical proportions. Water burst from the pipes with such force that even the cobwebs in the ceiling corners fled for cover. The hallways flooded in minutes, turning the once questionably clean linoleum into a shimmering lagoon. "St. Sputnik's ghost!" Rusty bellowed, bursting into the hallway. He was wearing his usual attire, a NASA t-shirt that had seen better decades, grease-stained jeans, and a colander duct-taped to his head. "The great cleansing has begun." "The what?" Porter grumbled, sticking his head out of his room. His laptop clung precariously to his chest, saved from the rising water only by his long legs and quick reflexes. "It's just a plumbing issue." "No, no," Glowbug interrupted, stepping into the hall with her flashlight strapped to her chest like a glowing badge of honor. Her wild hair looked even more electrified than usual, as though she had been plugged into the sprinkler system herself. "This is a divine sign. The earth is cleansing itself of its failures. It's time for us to leave." "To leave where?" Porter asked, raising an eyebrow. "To the stars," Rusty declared, climbing onto a chair and thrusting a wrench into the air like a space-age Excalibur. "We've overstayed our welcome on this rock. The universe is calling us to something greater." The Planetary Sanctuary for Lost Minds was no stranger to bizarre proclamations. It housed 27 patients, each uniquely eccentric, catastrophically unhinged, or some delightful combination of the two. But this felt different. Rusty's words carried weight, even if they were drenched in delusion. Something about the way he spoke made even the skeptics pause. "This is absurd," Porter muttered, though he didn't retreat to his room. Madame Stitches, perched on her rolling office chair like a queen surveying her court, tilted her head. She wore a patchwork shawl she had sewn herself, every stitch a story, every patch a memory. "I think it's fabulous," she said, twirling a needle between her fingers. "The stars always did suit my aesthetic. Shall I sew us a map?" "Not without a propulsion system," Glowbug shouted, holding up a vacuum cleaner she had swiped from the janitor's closet. "I'll modify this to create a gravity vacuum. It will suck the very fabric of space into a singularity, propelling us through dimensions." "That's not how physics works," Porter said, though his voice lacked conviction. "It's how my physics works," Glowbug shot back, her flashlight wobbling precariously as she marched past. Astro, the sanctuary's therapy dog and unofficial mascot, padded into the hall, his tail wagging in perfect rhythm with the chaos. He sniffed the rising water and let out a bark that somehow silenced the commotion. "See?" Rusty said, gesturing toward Astro. "Even the dog agrees. We're destined for the stars. Porter, start working on the quantum uplink. Glowbug, get that vacuum running. Stitches, I'll need those maps ready by tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Stitches said, raising an eyebrow. "Darling, I'm good, but I'm not a miracle worker." Rusty grinned. "Then I guess it's time to become one." The sanctuary buzzed with activity as the water continued to rise. Porter, ever the reluctant genius, found himself sketching equations on a whiteboard salvaged from the staff lounge. Glowbug tinkered with the vacuum, muttering about tachyon fields and quantum harmonics. Stitches spread out her fabric on the communal table, her fingers working furiously as she stitched stars into constellations. Even Burlap, the cowboy actor who rarely participated in anything that didn't involve imaginary gunfights, contributed in his own way. "Biscuit and I will scout ahead," he announced, tipping his invisible hat to no one in particular. "Scout where?" Porter asked. "Into the unknown," Burlap replied, galloping down the hall on his imaginary horse, the sound of his hoofbeats echoing in his wake. By the time Nurse Jolene returned with a mop and an industrial fan, it was too late. The flood was no longer a problem. It was a mission. She sighed, leaning against the wall as water pooled around her sneakers. "What on earth are you all doing?" "Not on Earth," Rusty corrected her, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of a man who had found his purpose. "We're preparing for liftoff." Nurse Jolene looked at the motley crew, Glowbug holding a dismantled vacuum cleaner like it was the Ark of the Covenant, Stitches sewing a tapestry that seemed to shimmer with otherworldly light, and Porter scribbling equations with a speed that suggested he might actually believe in this madness. "Fine," she said, tossing the mop aside. "Just try not to burn the place down this time." Rusty saluted her. "To infinity and not back." And with that, the deluge escape plan was officially underway. Chapter 11. Waterlogged Prophecies. The water in the sanctuary had risen to an ankle-deep swamp by morning. Rusty didn't mind. His boots were waterproof, and his vision was untouchable. He strode through the halls like a prophet surveying his promised land, issuing orders to anyone who crossed his path. "This is no longer just a flood," he announced, slapping a soggy poster of the solar system onto the wall of the common area. "This is destiny. The Earth is rejecting us, and we must answer the call to greatness." Glowbug clapped enthusiastically, her flashlight core casting wild shadows on the walls. "Yes, the stardust calls to us. We were born to transcend." Burlap, perched atop an overturned chair that he insisted was Biscuit's new stable, tipped his invisible hat. "Reckon it's time to pack up and ride out, partners." Porter sat on the edge of a plastic cafeteria table, his feet dangling over the water. His laptop was perched on a stack of books he'd salvaged from the therapy library, its screen aglow with a series of equations. He rolled his eyes but didn't look up. "Do any of you realize how insane this sounds?" he said, though his voice lacked its usual edge. "We're not astronauts. We're patients in a flooded asylum. We can't just leave the planet." Rusty turned to him with the dramatic flair of a theater actor delivering a monologue. "Porter, my boy, insanity is just misunderstood genius. Wasn't it Einstein who said, 'Imagination is more important than knowledge'?" "That's not," Porter started, but Rusty cut him off. "Exactly. And imagination is what will save us now." In the corner, Madame Stitches was rummaging through a pile of fabric scraps, humming softly to herself. She held up a piece of shimmering blue cloth and squinted at it, as though it might contain the answers to the universe. "This will do nicely," she murmured, threading a needle with practiced precision. "A map, yes, to chart our course. Every journey needs a guide, after all." Rusty clapped her on the shoulder, ignoring the wet squelch that accompanied the gesture. "Stitches, you're the best cartographer in the multiverse. I trust you'll lead us safely to the stars." "Oh, I'll lead us somewhere," she said with a wry smile. "Whether or not it's safe is anyone's guess." Meanwhile, Glowbug had commandeered a corner of the common room for her workshop. The vacuum cleaner was spread out before her, its internal components scattered like the pieces of a complex puzzle. Glowbug, Rusty said, approaching her with the reverence of a disciple. How's our propulsion system coming along? She didn't look up, her hands a blur of movement as she rewired the vacuum's motor. It's delicate work, Commander. You can't rush the cosmos. Porter glanced over from his table. You do realize that's just a vacuum, right? No amount of tinkering is going to make it defy gravity. Glowbug's eyes sparkled with a manic light as she finally looked up. That's where you're wrong, young savant. Gravity is just a suggestion. We're rewriting the rules of existence here. Porter sighed and returned to his equations, but there was a flicker of curiosity in his gaze. Astro, the therapy dog, waded through the water with his usual calm demeanor. He stopped next to Porter and nudged the boy's hand with his nose, earning a reluctant smile. At least you're still sane, Porter muttered, scratching Astro behind the ears. The dog barked once and trotted off, his tail wagging as if to say, "Not for long." As the day wore on, the sanctuary buzzed with a strange, almost electric energy. The patients moved with purpose, gathering materials, constructing odd contraptions, and sketching grandiose designs on any dry surface they could find. Rusty stood in the middle of it all, a general surveying his troops. He watched as Burlap practiced lassoing an imaginary comet with a length of rope, as Glowbug argued with herself about the nature of quantum flux, and as Stitches embroidered a patch that resembled a galaxy onto her quilt. Even Porter, ever the skeptic, was scribbling notes and muttering under his breath. Rusty couldn't help but smile. For the first time in what felt like years, he wasn't weighed down by the past. The guilt and regret that had haunted him since his failed NASA mission were still there, but they had quieted, overshadowed by the sheer audacity of the plan unfolding before him. "We're going to do it," he said softly, more to himself than anyone else. "We're going to escape this place." The sanctuary's staff, meanwhile, were less than thrilled. Nurse Jolene sloshed through the water, shaking her head at the chaos. "What in the world are you all doing?" she demanded, hands on her hips. Rusty turned to her with a gleam in his eye. "We're saving humanity, Nurse Jolene. You should join us." She let out a long sigh. "I just want my kitchen back." "Consider it a small price to pay for intergalactic salvation," Rusty said with a wink. By the time night fell, the sanctuary had transformed into a hive of manic creativity. The water was still rising, but no one seemed to notice any more. They were too caught up in their shared vision, their collective madness. Rusty stood on a cafeteria chair, surveying the scene. He raised his wrench like a scepter and cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice echoing through the hall. "Today we take the first step toward a brighter future. Tomorrow we leave this flooded sanctuary behind and set our sights on the stars. Together, we will achieve the impossible." The patients erupted into cheers, their voices a cacophony of excitement and hope. Even Porter couldn't help but smile. The deluge escape plan was officially in motion. Chapter 12. Astro's Alarm. The sanctuary was submerged in a peculiar kind of chaos, not the panicked chaos of an emergency, but the sort of madness born from unrelenting optimism and the absence of logical oversight. The floodwaters continued to creep higher, but no one seemed to care. They were too focused on their intergalactic mission. Astro, however, cared. The loyal therapy dog trotted through the flooded halls with an air of quiet urgency, his paws splashing through the rising water. His bark cut through the clamor, sharp and insistent, like an alarm no one wanted to acknowledge. "Someone feed that dog before he starts barking in Morse code," Porter muttered from his corner. He had spent the better part of the morning tinkering with a collection of wires and circuit boards, most of which he had salvaged from the sanctuary's outdated computer lab. Rusty, ever the self-proclaimed commander, strode over to Astro and crouched down. "What is it, boy? Is there trouble on the horizon?" Astro barked again and nosed Rusty's hand, his dark eyes full of urgency. "Good lad," Rusty said, standing with renewed determination. "It's a sign. Astro knows the universe is watching. We must act swiftly." Glowbug, perched atop a stack of soggy cushions, adjusted the flashlight strapped to her chest and squinted at the dog. "He's not giving us a sign, Rusty. He's probably just hungry." Rusty ignored her, turning to the group. "We need to accelerate our timeline. Porter, how's the quantum uplink coming along?" Porter looked up, his face shadowed by both exhaustion and annoyance. "It's not an uplink, Rusty. It's a barely functional wireless router with delusions of grandeur, even if I could somehow configure it to transmit a signal strong enough to, I don't know, penetrate the atmosphere. We'd still need an energy source powerful enough to sustain it." Glowbug's eyes lit up. "That's where my gravity vacuum comes in." She gestured dramatically toward the dismantled vacuum cleaner spread out on the floor beside her. Porter sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "We've been over this. A vacuum cleaner doesn't generate quantum energy." "It does if you believe hard enough," Glowbug shot back. "Belief is in physics," Porter muttered, returning to his work. Astro barked again, louder this time, and bolted down the hallway. "Where's he off to now?" Burlap drawled, adjusting the imaginary hat atop his head. "Reckon Biscuit and I should trail him, see if there's trouble brewing." "You and Biscuit can handle security detail later," Rusty said. "Right now, we need everyone focused on the mission." But Astro's barking grew more insistent, echoing off the waterlogged walls. Madame Stitches, who had been quietly sewing at the communal table, paused mid-stitch. "I think he's trying to tell us something," she said, her voice calm but resolute. "Perhaps we should listen." The group followed Astro down the hall, their footsteps splashing through the water. The dog stopped in front of the utility closet and barked once more, his tail wagging furiously. "What is it, boy?" Rusty asked, crouching down again. "Is the secret to our salvation hidden in this very closet?" Porter rolled his eyes. "Or it's just where they keep the dog food." Glowbug stepped forward and flung the closet door open with a theatrical flourish. Inside was a tangled mess of mops, buckets, and cleaning supplies, along with a small portable generator perched precariously on a top shelf. Rusty's eyes widened. "Astro, you magnificent beast, you've found our power source." "It's a generator," Porter said, crossing his arms. "A really old, probably broken generator." "It's fate," Rusty corrected him. "This is exactly what we need to power the uplink." Glowbug clapped her hands. "The dog has spoken. The stars align." "More like the stars are laughing at us," Porter muttered, but he grabbed the generator anyway. Back in the common room, the group gathered around the newfound treasure like it was the Holy Grail. Porter inspected it with a critical eye, wiping away a layer of dust to reveal a series of rusted controls. "This thing looks like it hasn't been used since we landed on the moon," he said. "I can try to get it running, but don't expect miracles." Rusty patted him on the shoulder. "Porter, you're the miracle. I have absolute faith in you." "That makes one of us," Porter replied, but he couldn't help the faint smile that tugged at his lips. As Porter began tinkering with the generator, the rest of the group returned to their respective tasks. Glowbug continued modifying her gravity vacuum, now convinced it would serve as the propulsion system for their ship. Madame Stitches worked on her quilt, adding intricate constellations and swirling galaxies with every stitch. Burlap practiced lassoing imaginary comets, his yee-haws echoing through the halls. And Astro curled up in the corner, his job done for now. By the time the sun set, the sanctuary was buzzing with a strange mix of hope and mania. The floodwaters had risen another few inches, but no one seemed to care. They were too focused on the grand adventure ahead. Rusty stood at the center of it all, his colander helmet glinting under the flickering fluorescent lights. He watched his crew with a sense of pride that bordered on reverence. "We're closer than ever," he said softly, almost to himself. Astro let out a low, contented woof, and for a brief moment, everything felt possible. Chapter 13. Porter's Resistance. By the following morning, the sanctuary was alive with feverish activity. The patients moved with a singular purpose, or at least as singular as a group of eccentric minds could manage. Rusty barked orders like a space commander preparing for a historic launch. Glowbug scribbled equations on the walls with a permanent marker, and Madame Stitches continued stitching her intergalactic masterpiece. But Porter sat in the corner, arms crossed, staring at the generator like it had personally offended him. "This is madness," he muttered for the fourth time that morning. Rusty crouched beside him, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "All great journeys begin with madness, my boy. Columbus, the Wright brothers, Einstein, none of them were considered sane." "Columbus also thought he was in India," Porter shot back. "And last I checked, Einstein didn't try to strap a vacuum cleaner to a broken generator to escape a flooded asylum." Rusty chuckled, undeterred. "True, but did you ever think they were waiting for us to finish the job? Maybe we're the ones they were dreaming of." Porter sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "I'm a programmer, Rusty, not a miracle worker. Even if I could get this generator running, and even if Glowbug's vacuum doesn't blow up the moment we turn it on, we're not escaping to the stars. We're just crazy." Rusty leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Crazy is just another word for extraordinary, kid. You've got the brains to make this work. The question is, do you have the guts?" Porter didn't answer. Instead, he turned back to the generator and began poking at the rusted controls. The truth was, a part of him wanted to see if he could do it. Not because he believed in Rusty's plan. He didn't. But because fixing the generator felt like the kind of puzzle he could lose himself in. And if there was one thing Porter needed right now, it was a distraction. Across the room, Glowbug was giving a passionate lecture to no one in particular about the nature of quantum flux. "The key to interdimensional travel," she said, pacing back and forth with her flashlight casting dramatic beams on the walls, "isn't technology. It's belief. The universe doesn't operate on rules. It operates on intention." "Does it?" Burlap drawled, leaning against the imaginary hitching post he'd drawn in Sharpie on the wall. "Absolutely," Glowbug replied, undeterred. "When we fire up this vacuum, we won't just be bending space and time. We'll be telling the cosmos that we're ready, that we deserve to go beyond." Rusty clapped his hands. "That's the spirit. Glowbug, you're our guiding light." "Literally," Porter muttered under his breath, glancing at the flashlight strapped to her chest. By midday, the water had risen to almost ankle height, and the sanctuary felt less like an asylum and more like a sinking ship. Jolene waded through the halls, her shoes squelching with every step. "This is ridiculous," she said, stopping in the common room to survey the scene. "You're all going to catch pneumonia if you don't stop playing astronaut and start drying this place out." Rusty greeted her with a grandiose bow. "Fear not, Nurse Jolene. We're on the verge of a breakthrough." Nurse Jolene folded her arms, unimpressed. "The only thing breaking through here is the mold. What's the plan if whatever this is, doesn't work?" Rusty straightened, his expression solemn. "Failure is not an option. When humanity calls, we answer." Nurse Jolene rolled her eyes and turned to Porter. "And you're just going along with this?" Porter hesitated, caught between his usual cynicism and the faint, inexplicable spark of hope that had been growing in his chest. I'm trying to keep them from blowing the place up. Good luck with that, Nurse Jolene muttered, sloshing back toward the kitchen. As the afternoon wore on, Porter found himself drawn deeper into the project, despite his better judgment. The generator was more functional than it had any right to be, and the vacuum cleaner, while still ridiculous, was beginning to take shape as something almost plausible. "Don't tell me you're starting to believe," Glowbug said, watching him with a mischievous glint in her eye. "I believe in physics," Porter replied, "and physics says this shouldn't work." "But," Glowbug prompted. "But sometimes physics is a jerk," he admitted, tightening a bolt on the generator. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the sanctuary was buzzing with anticipation. The vacuum had been rigged to the generator, and Rusty had dubbed the contraption the Cosmic Accelerator. "It's beautiful," Rusty said, his voice choked with emotion. "This is the future. This is hope." Porter stood back, arms crossed, trying not to let the faint glow of pride show on his face. "It's a fire hazard, is what it is." "Only if we let it be," Rusty said. "Tomorrow we test it. Tonight we dream." Astro barked from the corner, wagging his tail like he understood the gravity of the moment. The sanctuary's residents gathered around the makeshift device, their faces illuminated by its soft, flickering light. For the first time in a long time, they weren't just patients in a crumbling asylum. They were something more, something extraordinary. And Porter, despite himself, couldn't help but wonder. What if? Chapter 14, Rusty's Vision. The morning came not with sunshine or serenity, but with the chaotic clang of a wrench hitting the floor. Rusty had been up before dawn, pacing the waterlogged halls of the sanctuary, his mind spinning with ideas faster than his hands could keep up. "This is it," he muttered to himself, picking up the wrench. "This is what we've been waiting for. The stars are calling, and we're answering." The residents of the sanctuary, used to Rusty's peculiarities, took the clatter as their cue to gather in the common room. Glowbug arrived first, holding her flashlight core like a scepter. "Today is the day," she said solemnly, her voice tinged with reverence. "The day we break free of Earth's oppressive gravity and ascend to our rightful place among the stars." Rusty clapped a hand on her shoulder. "Couldn't have said it better myself." Porter trudged in next, his laptop tucked under one arm and his expression stuck somewhere between exasperation and reluctant curiosity. "You realize this is insane, right?" he said, plopping into a chair. Rusty grinned at him. "Insanity is just the universe daring us to try harder." "That's not comforting," Porter muttered, but he pulled out his laptop anyway, scanning the generator's internal diagnostics for the umpteenth time. Burlap and Madam Stitches arrived together, the cowboy tipping his imaginary hat as he entered. "Biscuit and I have been scouting the perimeter," he announced. "Everything's clear. No space bandits in sight." "Excellent," Rusty said, nodding gravely as though Burlap's invisible horse had just delivered a full tactical report. Stitches, carrying her nearly finished quilt, held it up for everyone to see. The fabric shimmered with embroidered stars, galaxies, and constellations stitched in exquisite detail. "This will guide us," she said. "Every journey needs a map." "It's beautiful," Glowbug said, her voice almost a whisper. Rusty beamed. "We've got the brains, the propulsion, and now the navigation. All that's left is to take the leap." Astro barked from the corner, his tail wagging furiously. "See? Even Astro agrees," Rusty said. "This is our moment. The flood was the spark, and we are the flame. We're not just escaping Earth, we're rewriting destiny." The group exchanged glances. Even Porter, ever the skeptic, felt a strange pull in Rusty's words. There was something undeniably magnetic about his vision, as though his delusion had reached a level of grandeur too absurd to dismiss outright. Rusty climbed onto a chair, his colander helmet glinting in the flickering light. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice booming with the authority of a man who had never doubted his place in the universe. "Today we stand on the precipice of greatness. For too long, we've been bound by the limits of this broken world, its rules, its judgments, its failures. But not anymore. Today we become pioneers, explorers, astronauts of the soul." Glowbug let out an audible gasp. Stitches nodded, her fingers still working on the quilt. Even Burlap seemed momentarily serious, standing at attention beside his invisible horse. Rusty continued, "We've built something extraordinary here, not just a ship, but a dream. A symbol of what humanity can achieve when it dares to imagine the impossible." Porter rolled his eyes, but couldn't suppress a small smile. "Pretty sure humanity had nothing to do with this." Rusty pointed at him. "Exactly. That's why we're doing it, because the world won't believe until we show them." The plan, such as it was, hinged on activating the cosmic accelerator, the hodgepodge machine constructed from Glowbug's vacuum cleaner, Porter's jury-rigged generator, and countless scavenged parts. The device was meant to dematerialize their bodies and project them into the cosmos, guided by Madame Stitch's quilt and Glowbug's gravity vacuum. Porter had tried to explain multiple times that this was not how science or reality worked, but even he couldn't deny the strange electricity in the air as they prepared for the launch. Glowbug adjusted the vacuum settings, muttering about tachyon fields and quantum harmonics. Stitches spread the quilt across a table, her fingers tracing the embroidered constellations like they were ancient runes. Burlap paced the room, occasionally tipping his hat to the imaginary crew he claimed to be commanding. And Rusty? Rusty stood at the center of it all, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of mania and determination. "Porter," Rusty said, turning to the teenager, "are we ready?" Porter hesitated, glancing at the diagnostics on his laptop. "Define ready." Rusty spread his arms, "Ready to make history." "Then no," Porter said flatly. "But I guess we're as close as we're going to get." Rusty nodded solemnly. "That's the spirit." As the group gathered around the cosmic accelerator, the atmosphere shifted. The usual chaos of the sanctuary fell away, replaced by a strange, almost reverent silence. Even Astro sat still, his ears perked up as though he, too, understood the gravity of the moment. Rusty placed a hand on the vacuum cleaner, his voice steady. "This is it. No turning back." Glowbug stepped forward, her flashlight casting an otherworldly glow across the room. "The stars are waiting," she said. "Yeehaw," Burlap added, tipping his hat. Stitches held up the quilt, her hands trembling slightly. "May this guide us safely through the void." Porter sighed, his fingers hovering over the generator's controls. "For the record, this is still a terrible idea." "Noted," Rusty said. "Now fire it up." Porter flipped the switch. The generator sputtered to life with a low hum, and the vacuum cleaner began to whir. Sparks flew as the machine shook violently, its jury-rigged components struggling to hold together. Rusty gripped the vacuum's handle, his face lit with triumph. To infinity and not back. And then, with a deafening roar, the cosmic accelerator exploded in a blinding flash of light. When the light faded, the group found themselves lying on the ground, dazed and disoriented. The sanctuary was gone. The floodwaters were gone. Everything was different. Rusty sat up first, blinking at the barren landscape around them. The ground was gray and cracked, the sky a strange shade of purple. "We did it," he whispered. "We're not on Earth anymore." Astro barked softly, his tail wagging as he sniffed the alien air. The others slowly got to their feet, their expressions a mix of awe and confusion. "Where are we?" Glowbug asked, her voice barely audible. Rusty grinned. "Somewhere new." Chapter 15: The Gathering of Junk. When the dust, or whatever passed for dust on this strange, barren planet, settled, the group stood in stunned silence. For once there was no chaos, no interruptions, not even a sarcastic remark from Porter. The purple-tinged sky stretched above them, dotted with 3 moons that hung low and heavy, like overripe fruit. "Is everyone alive?" Porter finally asked, patting himself as if to confirm he hadn't dematerialized. "Alive," Rusty said, his voice tinged with reverence. "Kid, we're more than alive, we're reborn." Astro barked once, wagging his tail as he sniffed the ground. "Wherever we are," Glowbug said, gazing at the sky, "it's definitely not Earth. It's the next stop on our galactical journey. Look at those moons. And the air, it's thinner but not unbreathable. Fascinating." "Yeah, fascinating," Porter muttered. "Also terrifying. How did this even happen? That generator wasn't supposed to do anything but short-circuit." Rusty turned to him, his face lit with triumph. "That's because you were thinking small, my boy, but the universe doesn't reward small thinking. It rewards boldness." "Or sheer stupidity," Porter muttered under his breath. The ground beneath them was dry and cracked, like a desert long abandoned by its inhabitants. In the distance, jagged rock formations loomed like ancient ruins, their shadows stretching long and eerie in the alien light. "What do we do now?" Burlap asked, adjusting his imaginary hat. "Can't exactly ride Biscuit into the sunset without a proper sunset, can I?" Rusty didn't miss a beat. "We gather more supplies. First rule of intergalactic survival: use what you've got and make it better." Glowbug clapped her hands. "Brilliant! I'll search for energy sources. Surely a planet like this has some residual cosmic power waiting to be tapped into." "I'll map the area," Stitches said, holding up her nearly completed quilt. "The fabric will guide us, as it always does." "And what am I supposed to do?" Porter asked, folding his arms. Rusty grinned. "You, my friend, are going to help me build the infrastructure of our new society." Porter groaned. "You mean collect more junk?" "Exactly," Rusty said, clapping him on the back. The group split up, each with their own mission. Glowbug wandered off toward a shimmering outcrop of rocks, her flashlight core glowing faintly as she muttered about gravitational harmonics. Stitches knelt on the ground, carefully tracing patterns in the dust with a needle, while Burlap whistled a jaunty tune and pretended to scout for alien predators on the horizon. Astro stuck close to Porter, who reluctantly followed Rusty toward a nearby field of metallic debris scattered like the remnants of a long-forgotten civilization. "What do you think this stuff is?" Porter asked, picking up a jagged piece of metal. Rusty examined it, his eyes gleaming. "Artifacts from another era. Tools left behind by pioneers like us. We'll repurpose them for our own needs." "Or we'll die of tetanus," Porter said, tossing the metal back into the pile. Rusty ignored him, crouching to examine a strange, orb-like object that pulsed faintly with light. "Look at this," he said, holding it up. "A power source. Glowbug's going to love this." Porter raised an eyebrow. "You have no idea what that is, do you?" "Nope," Rusty said cheerfully, tucking it under his arm. "But that's the beauty of exploration. You don't have to know. You just have to try." Meanwhile, Glowbug returned with a handful of iridescent crystals she'd found embedded in the rock formations. "These are incredible," she said, holding them up for the group to see. "If I'm right, they could amplify energy tenfold." "If you're wrong, they could explode," Porter said. Glowbug grinned. "That's the fun of it." Stitches unfurled her quilt and began incorporating the pattern she'd traced into its design. Each stitch seemed to tell a story, a map of the alien world they now called home. "Beautiful work as always, madame," Rusty said, nodding appreciatively. "Thank you, darling," she replied. "The fabric speaks to me. It tells me where we are, and perhaps where we're going." "Any chance it can tell us how to get back to Earth?" Porter asked. Stitches gave him a mysterious smile. "Why would we want to go back when we've only just begun?" By the time the suns, or were they moons, began to dip below the horizon, the group had amassed an impressive collection of alien debris, crystals, and other oddities. They piled their findings in the center of their makeshift camp, a chaotic jumble of potential and mystery. Rusty stood over the pile, his hands on his hips. "This," he declared, "is the foundation of a new beginning, a sanctuary among the stars." "A sanctuary of trash," Porter muttered, but his voice lacked its usual bite. As the group settled in for the night, Burlap started a small fire using some dry twigs he'd found near the rocks. The flames cast long shadows on their faces, and for the first time since arriving on the planet, there was a moment of calm. Astro curled up beside Porter, letting out a contented sigh. Rusty stared into the fire, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "We did something incredible today," he said. "We made it here, together. But this is just the beginning. The universe is vast, and it's waiting for us. We're not just survivors. We're explorers, and we're going to build something extraordinary." The group sat in silence, the weight of Rusty's words settling over them. In the distance, the faint hum of alien life echoed across the barren landscape. Chapter 16. Porter's Quantum Uplink. By the next morning, the camp was buzzing with an odd mix of determination and apprehension. The pile of scavenged debris sat in the center of the group, like a strange altar to their newfound existence, glinting under the light of the alien sky. Rusty stood before it with his colander helmet askew, radiating manic energy as he gestured toward the chaotic pile. "This, my friends," he declared, "is our future, and today we begin to unlock its secrets. Porter, you're up." Porter groaned from where he sat cross-legged beside Astro, who was chewing contentedly on what looked like a shard of alien metal. "Why is it always me? Can't Glowbug plug her flashlight into something and call it a day?" "Because you," Rusty said, pointing dramatically, "are the chosen one." "The chosen one to die first, maybe," Porter muttered. But he reluctantly got up, brushing dust off his jeans. He stared at the pile of junk and sighed. "Fine. Let's see what we're dealing with." Porter set up his laptop on a flat rock, balancing it precariously on a makeshift stand made of scavenged alien parts. Glowbug hovered nearby, cradling her precious iridescent crystals, while Rusty paced like an expectant father. "These crystals," Glowbug said, holding one up to the light, "are charged with cosmic energy. I can feel it. If we wire them into the generator—" "They'll probably explode," Porter interrupted, typing furiously as lines of code scrolled across his screen. "Let's not blow up our only power source, okay?" Glowbug frowned but didn't argue. She crouched beside him, setting the crystals on the ground like delicate treasures. "Fine, but you have to admit, they're beautiful." "They are," Porter said, surprising himself with his honesty. He picked up one of the crystals, watching it refract the alien light. "They're also insanely unstable. If we're going to use them, we'll need to control the output. I might be able to rig a dampener with some of this junk." Rusty clapped him on the back, causing him to nearly drop the crystal. "That's the spirit. I knew you'd come around, kid." "I haven't come around," Porter said, rolling his eyes. "I'm just trying to make sure we don't all die horribly." "That's what makes you the perfect engineer," Rusty said, grinning. While Porter worked, the others busied themselves with their own tasks. Burlap practiced taming the local wildlife, which involved him dramatically roping shadows and occasionally yelling, "Giddy up!" Stitches continued stitching her quilt, adding swirling patterns inspired by the alien terrain. Glowbug tried to offer scientific advice, but mostly ended up pacing in circles, muttering about quantum harmonics. Astro, ever loyal, stayed by Porter's side, occasionally nudging his arm with his nose, as if to remind him to take a break. Porter gave him a tired smile. "I know, buddy. I'll eat when I finish this." Hours passed, and Porter finally leaned back with a groan, rubbing his eyes. "Okay, I've got something. It's not perfect, but it should work." Rusty and Glowbug crowded around him as he held up a jury-rigged device that looked like a cross between a radio antenna and a tangle of Christmas lights. The crystals were wired into the contraption, glowing faintly as the generator hummed in the background. "What is it?" Glowbug asked, her eyes wide. "A quantum uplink," Porter said. "Or, well, the closest thing I could make with what we have. If we can boost the signal using the generator and these crystals, we might be able to send a message or at least figure out where we are." Rusty's grin widened. "A message to the stars. Porter, you're a genius." "Don't get your hopes up," Porter said, though there was a flicker of pride in his voice. "This thing could just as easily fry itself the moment we turn it on." Chapter 17. Glowbug's Gravity Vacuum. The rhythmic hum from the uplink pulsed through the camp like a heartbeat, low and steady, as if something, or someone, was waiting for them to respond. Porter worked furiously to stabilize the signal, his eyes glued to the screen, while the rest of the group hovered nearby. Even Burlap stopped pretending to tame alien wildlife, standing silent with his imaginary lasso at his side. "What does it mean?" Glowbug asked, her flashlight core glowing faintly against the alien twilight. "It means," Porter muttered, "that something's listening. But we don't know who or what." Rusty placed a hand on Porter's shoulder. "That's why we're here, my boy. To make contact, to bridge the divide. We didn't come this far to chicken out now." Porter didn't look up. "We also didn't come here to get eaten by space monsters." Glowbug grinned, stepping forward with a dramatic flourish. "Then it's a good thing we have me, your resident expert in cosmic harmonics." She knelt beside the generator, her hands sweeping over the glowing crystals like a conductor preparing an orchestra. Porter groaned. "Glowbug, please don't touch anything. The last thing we need is—" "Science," she interrupted, grabbing a tangle of wires and holding them aloft like a trophy. "The universe rewards boldness, Porter. You just don't get it because you're too busy thinking inside the box." Porter rubbed his temples. "It's not a box. It's physics." "Potato, Glowbug said cheerfully, plugging the wires into her dismantled vacuum cleaner. The contraption sputtered to life, emitting a low, otherworldly whine as the crystal's light intensified. Rusty's eyes lit up. "Glowbug, is this what I think it is?" "It's better than you think it is," she replied, adjusting a few knobs on the vacuum's control panel. "Behold, the Gravity Vacuum 3000. Not only does it clean up space dust, it also channels quantum energy to amplify the uplink's signal. It's our key to making contact." "Or blowing ourselves up," Porter muttered, stepping back. "Seriously, Glowbug, you can't just—" Glowbug flipped a switch, and the vacuum roared to life, sucking in a stream of alien dust from the ground and spitting out faint sparks of light. The hum from the uplink grew louder, its rhythmic pulse shifting into a strange, melodic cadence that seemed to vibrate in their bones. "See?" Glowbug said triumphantly. "Perfectly safe." At that moment, the vacuum emitted a loud pop, followed by a burst of smoke. Porter coughed, waving the fumes away. "Yeah, super safe. Thanks for that." Glowbug frowned, tapping the side of the vacuum. "Okay, so maybe it needs a little fine-tuning, but it's working. Look at the signal." Porter glanced at his laptop, where the indecipherable symbols had been replaced by a faint waveform, undulating in time with the uplink's hum. The screen flickered as the signal grew stronger, a new set of symbols appearing in quick succession. "What is it?" Stitches asked, clutching her quilt. Porter shook his head. "I don't know. It's like a language, but not one I've ever seen. The patterns are too complex to be random, though." Rusty stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's a message. They're trying to talk to us." "Or they're trying to figure out how to eat us," Porter said, but there was no denying the fascination creeping into his voice. "I need more time to analyze this." "Time we don't have," Rusty said. He turned to Glowbug. "Can you amplify the vacuum's output without frying the system?" Glowbug grinned. "Of course I can. Probably." "Probably doesn't inspire confidence," Porter muttered, but Glowbug was already dismantling the vacuum's control panel, her hands moving with a mix of precision and recklessness that made Porter's stomach churn. As Glowbug tinkered, Astro let out a soft bark and padded toward the uplink. His ears perked up. He sniffed the air, his tail wagging as he stared into the distance. "What's got him so worked up?" Burlap asked, adjusting his imaginary hat. Rusty crouched beside the dog, following his gaze toward the horizon. "Astro knows something we don't. He always does." The barren landscape stretched out before them, the jagged rock formations casting long shadows in the alien light. The hum from the uplink grew louder, its cadence shifting into something almost musical. A haunting, otherworldly melody that seemed to echo across the empty expanse. Stitches shivered, pulling her quilt tighter around her shoulders. "It's beautiful," she said softly, "and a little terrifying." Rusty stood, his jaw set with determination. "Terrifying or not, we have to follow it. This is what we came here for." The group gathered around the uplink, their faces lit by the glow of the crystals and the flickering light from Glowbug's vacuum. Porter adjusted the laptop's settings, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he tried to decode the incoming signal. "It's getting stronger," he said, his voice tinged with both excitement and apprehension. "Whatever's out there, it's close." "How close?" Burlap asked, his hand hovering near the imaginary holster on his hip. Porter didn't answer. He was too focused on the screen, where the waveform had morphed into a series of sharp spikes and valleys, each one accompanied by a burst of static. Glowbug flipped a final switch on the vacuum and stepped back, wiping her hands on her jumpsuit. "All systems go," she announced. "We're ready." Rusty nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "Then let's make contact." Porter hesitated, his finger hovering over the laptop's touchpad. He glanced at Rusty, then at Glowbug, then at Astro, who was staring intently at the uplink as if he understood exactly what was happening. "Here goes nothing," Porter said, and he pressed the button. The uplink emitted a deafening hum, the crystals flaring with blinding light. The ground beneath their feet vibrated as the signal pulsed outward, carrying their message into the unknown. For a moment, nothing happened. And then, from somewhere beyond the horizon, a single, unmistakable sound echoed back. A low, resonant hum that grew louder with each passing second. "They're answering," Rusty said, his voice barely above a whisper. The group stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the horizon, as the hum grew louder and louder, reverberating through the air like the call of an ancient, unseen force. Whatever was out there, it was coming. Chapter 18, Astro's Heroics. The alien structure loomed behind them, its crystalline surface humming faintly in the twilight as the group processed the strange encounter. The coordinates Porter had decoded still blinked on his laptop screen, an invitation to venture deeper into the unknown. "This is it," Rusty said, staring at the shimmering symbols. "Our next step, our mission. The stars are calling us forward." Porter frowned, tapping his laptop nervously. "Forward where? These coordinates could lead anywhere. For all we know, they're sending us into a black hole." "That's the fun of it," Glowbug exclaimed, twirling her flashlight core in excitement. "Adventure, mystery, cosmic destiny. This is why we're here." Stitches nodded, clutching her quilt. "Every map leads somewhere, even if that somewhere isn't what you expect." Rusty turned to Burlap, who was adjusting his invisible saddle. "Burlap, you and Biscuit ready to ride ahead?" "Always," Burlap said, tipping his imaginary hat. "But maybe we should pack some supplies this time. Biscuit's not exactly what you'd call a pack mule." "Good point," Rusty said, clapping his hands together. "Porter, Glowbug, start gathering what we need. Stitches, finish the quilt. Burlap, scout the terrain. Astro, you're on morale patrol." Astro barked in agreement, wagging his tail as he followed Porter towards the pile of scavenged debris. Porter rummaged through the makeshift supply stash, pulling out anything that looked remotely useful. Bits of metal, lengths of wire, a cracked canteen. Astro nosed through the pile beside him, his tail wagging as he uncovered an old wrench Rusty had discarded. "Good find, buddy," Porter said, patting the dog's head. "Too bad we can't eat it." Astro barked and trotted off, his nose to the ground as if following a scent. Porter didn't think much of it until he glanced up a few moments later and realized the dog was gone. Astro?" he called, standing and scanning the horizon. "Where'd you go?" Meanwhile, Glowbug was crouched beside the generator, tweaking the vacuum settings as she muttered to herself. "Glowbug," Porter said, walking over to her. "Have you seen Astro?" She looked up, her flashlight core flickering. "Astro? No. Isn't he with you?" "He was," Porter said, glancing around nervously. "But he wandered off. He's probably fine, but—" A sharp, distant bark interrupted him, followed by a low growl that sent a chill down his spine. "Rusty!" Porter shouted, running toward the sound. The group converged near a rocky outcrop where Astro stood, his stance rigid and his fur bristling. He barked again, a warning this time, and growled at something just beyond the rocks. "What's he looking at?" Stitches asked, clutching her quilt tightly. Rusty stepped forward, squinting at the shadows. "Whatever it is, it's not friendly." As if on cue, a strange, slithering shape emerged from behind the rocks. It was low to the ground, with a sleek, segmented body that shimmered like liquid metal. Its many eyes glowed faintly, and its movements were unnervingly smooth. "What is that?" Glowbug whispered, her flashlight core flickering wildly. "Something we don't want to mess with," Porter said, backing away. The creature hissed, its segmented body curling as it prepared to lunge. Astro barked furiously, positioning himself between the group and the creature. "Get back, Astro!" Rusty shouted, but the dog didn't move. The creature lunged, its metallic body gleaming as it streaked toward the group. But before it could reach them, Astro leapt forward, snapping at its segmented limbs and forcing it to recoil. "Good boy, Astro!" Burlap yelled, his imaginary lasso twirling wildly as he pretended to rope the creature. Astro barked again, dodging the creature's strikes with agility that belied his age. The group watched in stunned silence as the therapy dog held his ground, buying them precious seconds to regroup. "Rusty, what do we do?" Porter shouted, his voice tinged with panic. Rusty hesitated, then grabbed a piece of metal from the debris pile and hurled it at the creature. The makeshift projectile struck its segmented body with a sharp clang, causing it to hiss and retreat slightly. "Everyone grab something," Rusty commanded. "We're not letting Astro fight this thing alone." Glowbug grabbed a length of wire and swung it like a whip, while Stitches hurled a bundle of fabric at the creature. Burlap continued his imaginary lassoing, shouting, "Yee-haw!" with every swing. Porter hesitated, then picked up the wrench Astro had found earlier and hurled it with all his strength. The wrench struck the creature squarely in one of its glowing eyes, causing it to emit a piercing shriek. Astro barked triumphantly, his tail wagging as the creature recoiled further. Finally, with one last hiss, it retreated into the shadows, disappearing behind the rocky outcrop. The group stood in silence, their breath coming in heavy gasps as they processed what had just happened. "Astro," Rusty said, crouching down and pulling the dog into a tight embrace. "You're a hero, boy." Astro wagged his tail, his tongue lolling out as if to say, "All in a day's work." "That was incredible," Glowbug said, her voice filled with awe. "He saved us." "Yeah," Porter said, scratching Astro behind the ears, "but let's not let him do it again. He's not exactly invincible." Rusty nodded, his expression serious. "From now on, we stay together. No more wandering off alone. We're a team, and that means we protect each other, human, dog, or otherwise." Astro barked in agreement, his tail wagging furiously. As the group returned to camp, the alien coordinates still blinking on Porter's laptop, they couldn't help but feel a renewed sense of determination. They had faced the unknown and survived, thanks to Astro's bravery and their own resourcefulness. Rusty placed a hand on Porter's shoulder. "We've got what it takes, kid. We're going to make it." Porter glanced at Astro, who was already settling down beside the generator for a well-earned nap. "Yeah," he said softly. "Maybe we will." The stars above seemed to shimmer in agreement, their light a silent promise of the adventures yet to come. Chapter 19. The First Test. The air around the camp was thick with tension as the group gathered near the makeshift contraption Porter had reluctantly dubbed the Cosmic Accelerator. Built from Glowbug's vacuum-powered engine, Porter's quantum uplink, and a patchwork of salvaged alien debris, the machine looked like it belonged in a sci-fi fever dream, or a scrapyard. "This is it," Rusty said, pacing in front of the group like a general preparing his troops for battle. "The first step in our journey. Today we prove that the impossible isn't just possible, it's inevitable. Or we prove that explosions are fun," Porter muttered, adjusting the settings on his laptop. Glowbug stood beside him, her flashlight core glowing with excitement. "Come on, Porter. Where's your sense of adventure? The universe doesn't reward hesitation." "It also doesn't reward blowing yourself up," he shot back, but he couldn't suppress the faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Astro sat near the generator, watching the group with his usual calm demeanor. Stitches, seated on a nearby rock, worked on her quilt with quiet determination, adding a new constellation to its intricate design. Burlap stood a few feet away, twirling his imaginary lasso and grinning like he was about to star in his own western. "I reckon we're about to make history," Burlap drawled. "Biscuit and I are ready to ride this baby straight into the stars." Rusty clapped him on the back. "That's the spirit. Glowbug, is the gravity vacuum ready?" She saluted dramatically. "Ready and humming like a cosmic lullaby, Commander." "Porter," Rusty turned to the teenager who was furiously typing away at his laptop. Everything's as stable as it's going to get, Porter said, which isn't saying much. This thing could short-circuit at any moment. Confidence, kid, Rusty said with a grin. That's half the battle. The group gathered around the cosmic accelerator, their faces lit by the faint glow of the crystals embedded in its core. Rusty raised his arms, his colander helmet glinting in the alien light. "Ladies and gentlemen, and Astro," he began, "this is the moment we've been waiting for, the first test of the machine that will take us beyond the stars, the machine that will change everything." "Or blow everything up," Porter muttered, earning a glare from Glowbug. "Let's do this," Rusty said, nodding at Porter. With a sigh, Porter pressed a key on his laptop. The generator sputtered to life, emitting a low hum that quickly grew into a steady, rhythmic pulse. The crystals embedded in the machine began to glow brighter, their light refracting in shimmering patterns across the camp. "It's working," Glowbug whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "For now," Porter said, his eyes glued to the screen. The machine whirred louder, the vacuum engine vibrating as it sucked in air and expelled bursts of glowing particles. The uplink emitted a series of beeps and clicks, its signal growing stronger with each passing second. "We're getting something," Porter said, his voice tinged with both excitement and apprehension. "The signal's stabilizing. I think—" A loud pop interrupted him, and the machine sputtered, its hum faltering. The crystals flickered and the light began to dim. Is it supposed to do that?" Burlap asked, taking a cautious step back. "No," Porter said, typing frantically. "Something's overloading the system." "Then fix it," Glowbug shouted, clutching her flashlight core like a talisman. "I'm trying," Porter snapped, sweat beading on his forehead as he adjusted the machine's settings. Astro barked suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. The dog had stood up, his ears perked and his tail wagging as he stared at the machine. "What's he doing?" Stitches asked, her voice tense. Rusty crouched beside the dog, his hand resting on Astro's back. "He knows something we don't. Trust him." Before anyone could respond, Astro trotted over to the generator and nosed at a loose wire hanging from its side. "Wait, what's he—" Porter began, but Astro had already grabbed the wire in his mouth and tugged it free. The machine sputtered again, but this time the crystals flared brighter, their light surging with renewed intensity. The hum steadied, and the uplink emitted a single resonant tone that seemed to vibrate through the air. Astro barked, his tail wagging furiously. "Good boy," Rusty shouted, clapping his hands. The group stared at the machine in awe as it emitted a beam of light that shot into the sky, splitting into smaller beams that spread out like veins across the atmosphere. The light pulsed in time with the machine's hum, creating a strange, hypnotic rhythm. "It's beautiful," Glowbug whispered, her eyes wide. "It's working," Porter said, his voice filled with disbelief. "It's actually working." Rusty stood tall, his chest puffed out with pride. "I told you, boldness always wins." "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," Porter said. "This is just the first test. We don't even know what this thing is doing yet." Rusty placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's doing exactly what it's meant to do, kid. It's showing us the way." As the light from the machine began to fade, the hum slowly quieted, leaving the group in a stunned silence. The cosmic accelerator had survived its first test, and for the first time the group felt a glimmer of hope, hope that their impossible plan might actually work. Astro trotted over to Porter, wagging his tail as if to say, "Told you so." Porter smiled, scratching the dog behind the ears. Yeah, you're the hero again." Rusty stepped forward, his voice steady. "This is just the beginning. We've taken the first step. Now we prepare for the next." The group exchanged glances, their fear tempered by a growing sense of determination. They had come this far. There was no turning back now. Chapter 20. Nurse Jolene's Goodbye. The glow of the cosmic accelerator's first successful test still hung in the air, a faint shimmer that danced across the jagged alien terrain. The group buzzed with excitement, their chatter a mixture of frantic adjustments, bold proclamations, and occasional bouts of nervous laughter. Porter was tinkering with his laptop near the engine, muttering something about stabilizing the uplink as Rusty paced back and forth, his colander crown slightly askew. Glowbug hummed an off-key tune while fiddling with the vacuum engine, and Burlap was attempting to lasso an invisible comet. And then, out of nowhere, Jolene's voice rang out like a splash of cold water. "Are you kidding me right now?" The group whipped around to see Nurse Jolene marching toward them, her boots sloshing through the alien mud, an industrial flashlight in one hand, and the unmistakable aura of barely restrained fury radiating from her. Porter immediately groaned. "Oh, great! She's here! Reality ruins everything!" "Jolene!" Rusty exclaimed, spreading his arms as if welcoming an old friend to a housewarming party. "You made it! The universe itself brought you to witness our triumph." "I didn't make it." Jolene jabbed her flashlight toward him. "I got dragged into this insanity when your machine powered up and sucked me through the portal." Porter cringed. That might explain the unstable secondary energy spike." "You think?" Jolene snapped. She looked around the camp, taking in the cobbled-together machinery, the glowing crystals embedded in their contraption, and Astro's empty collar hanging from Glowbug's flashlight. Her eyes narrowed, locking onto Rusty, who was grinning like a man who thought he was about to sell her a used car. "You better start explaining what all of this is," she said, planting her hands on her hips. Rusty stepped forward with theatrical flourish. "Jolene, this is our interdimensional base camp. From here, we will launch humanity's first leap into the great beyond. This is where the impossible becomes reality, where—" Jolene cut him off with a flat stare. "It looks like a bad episode of Star Trek." Glowbug gasped, horrified. "It's so much more than that. This engine harnesses the quantum harmonics of—" "It's junk," Jolene said, her tone razor-sharp. "And you're all going to blow yourselves up. Or worse, me." Astro barked softly as if to affirm Jolene's concern before circling the group and sitting next to the glowing machine. Rusty, undeterred, stepped closer. "Jolene, you've always believed in us. I know this is unconventional." "Unconventional?" Jolene interrupted, throwing her hands in the air. "Rusty, I spent 6 months pulling burned toast out of Glowbug's experiments. Another 3 dealing with Burlap's imaginary horse stampedes, and now I'm on another planet. You've outdone yourself." Madame Stitches chimed in, stitching a piece of her ever-expanding quilt. "You should be thanking us, darling. How often does one get to experience the threads of the universe firsthand?" "I didn't ask to experience the threads of anything," Jolene barked. She turned to Porter. "You're supposed to be the smart one. Can you get me out of here?" Porter sighed, adjusting his laptop. "Technically, yes. I can recalibrate the accelerator and send you back to the sanctuary, but it's risky." "Everything you people do is risky," Jolene muttered. "Fine, let's do it." The group stared at her, visibly deflated. "You're leaving?" Glowbug asked, her voice trembling. "I didn't even get to show her my lasso work," Burlap protested. Rusty stepped head forward, his voice softer. "Jolene, we wouldn't be here without you. You kept us alive. You believed in us when no one else did." "I believed in keeping you from burning the place down," Jolene corrected. "But fine. I'll admit, I've never seen anything like this." Glowbug sniffled. "So you do believe in us?" Jolene gave her a flat look. No, I believe in not dying here. Still, as Porter began tapping away at his keyboard, recalibrating the cosmic accelerator for Jolene's return, something shifted in her expression. She knelt beside Astro, scratching his ears. You look after them, okay? She whispered. They're going to need you. Astro wagged his tail, letting out a quiet woof. Rusty stepped forward one last time. Jolene, if we make it, if we reach the stars, I want you to know it was because of you. Jolene sighed, standing up and brushing the mud off her knees. Just don't get yourselves killed before then. Porter gave her a quick nod. All right, stand there and don't move. This is going to feel weird. He pressed a button, and the accelerator hummed to life, its glow intensifying until it bathed Jolene in light. For a moment, her outline flickered, and she gave the group one last look. Good luck, she said. Then, with a flash, she was gone. A subtle hint of doubt. The group stood in silence, staring at the spot where Jolene had been. Do you think she'll tell anyone about this? Glowbug asked. Porter shook his head. No one would believe her. Rusty smiled faintly. She'll be fine. She's tougher than all of us. But then Astro barked, drawing their attention to the ground where Jolene had stood. A small object glinted faintly in the dirt, a cracked piece of an old mop handle. Rusty picked it up, turning it over in his hands. Strange, he muttered. What is? Porter asked. Rusty stared at the mop handle, his expression thoughtful. I could swear this wasn't here before. The group exchanged uneasy glances, the moment passing quickly as Glowbug clapped her hands together. Come on, we have a whole universe to conquer. But as they turned back to their work, the faint glow of the mop handle lingered behind them, catching the light of the alien moons. Somewhere far away, Jolene leaned on a fresh mop in the sanctuary, shaking her head as if she couldn't quite remember why she had been so annoyed in the first place. Chapter 21, The Great Countdown. The camp was a flurry of activity as the group prepared for their first full activation of the cosmic accelerator. Rusty, energized by Jolene's reluctant blessing, barked orders like a commander rallying his troops. Glowbug tweaked her vacuum engine with feverish precision, Porter fine-tuned the quantum uplink, and Stitches embroidered final details onto her quilt, a celestial masterpiece that would serve as their dimensional map. Astro, ever vigilant, trotted between the group members, offering the occasional reassuring bark or wag of his tail. Even Burlap, for once, had set aside his cowboy theatrics to gather supplies, though he still managed to punctuate every task with a dramatic "Yee-haw." This is it, team, Rusty said, climbing onto a rock to address the group. His colander helmet gleamed in the alien twilight. Today we take the next real step into the cosmos. No more tests, no more hesitations. Soon, we launch. Launch what, exactly? Porter asked, glancing up from his laptop. This isn't a spaceship, Rusty. It's a glorified science fair project held together with duct tape and wishful thinking. Rusty grinned. That's where you're wrong, kid. This isn't just a machine. It's a dream. And dreams don't need perfection. They just need guts. Guts don't keep you from exploding, Porter muttered, but he didn't stop working. The group gathered around the cosmic accelerator, their faces illuminated by the eerie glow of the crystals embedded in its frame. The machine hummed faintly, its energy building as the generator sputtered to life. Glowbug clapped her hands, her flashlight core flickering excitedly. The gravity vacuum is ready. This baby's gonna bend space and time like a pretzel. That's not how physics works, Porter said, but his voice lacked conviction. Physics is just a suggestion, Glowbug shot back, adjusting a few knobs on the vacuum's control panel. Stitches stepped forward, holding her quilt with both hands. "The map is ready," she said, her voice calm and steady. "It will guide us, no matter where this journey takes us." Rusty nodded, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "Good. Then let's get this show on the road." The group formed a circle around the cosmic accelerator, each of them taking their assigned positions. Rusty stood at the center, his hands resting on the vacuum engine like a preacher, preparing to deliver a sermon. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice steady and confident, "this is the moment we've been waiting for. All the chaos, all the setbacks, all the doubts, they've led us here, to this." He looked at each of them in turn. "We've been called crazy, delusional, even dangerous. But we're more than that. We're pioneers, explorers, dreamers." Astro barked, his tail wagging furiously. Rusty smiled. "And tonight we prove that the impossible is just the first step to greatness. Are you ready?" Glowbug raised her flashlight core like a torch. "To the stars," Stitches nodded solemnly. "To new beginnings." Burlap tipped his imaginary hat. "To infinity and not back." Porter sighed but couldn't suppress a small smile. "Let's just not die, okay?" Rusty turned to Porter. "Fire it up, Commander." With a deep breath, Porter pressed a key on his laptop. The generator roared to life, and the cosmic accelerator emitted a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the ground. The crystals flared brighter, casting shifting patterns of light across the camp. "It's holding," Porter said, his eyes glued to the laptop screen. "For now." The hum grew louder, and the air around the machine seemed to ripple, as if reality itself were bending under the strain. Glowbug clapped her hands, practically vibrating with excitement. "It's working!" she shouted. "We're doing it!" "Steady," Rusty said, his voice firm. "Don't rush it. Let the machine guide us." As the energy built, the crystals began to emit beams of light that shot into the sky, forming a swirling vortex above the camp. The group watched in awe as the light expanded, spreading out like veins across the atmosphere. "It's beautiful," Stitches whispered, clutching her quilt tightly. Rusty grinned. "This is it, the gateway." Porter frowned, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "Something's not right. The energy output is spiking too fast. If we don't stabilize it—" A loud crack interrupted him, followed by a series of sharp pops as the vacuum engine sputtered, and the generator coughed. Rusty," Glowbug said, her excitement faltering. "Is it supposed to do that?" "Probably not," Porter muttered, typing frantically. "I'm trying to stabilize it, but—" Another crack echoed through the camp, and the air around the machine shimmered like a heat wave. "Everyone back!" Rusty shouted, waving them away from the machine. Astro barked, his tail wagging nervously as he circled the group. The hum from the cosmic accelerator reached a deafening pitch, and the vortex above them began to pulse with blinding light. "Porter, shut it down!" Rusty yelled. "I'm trying!" Porter shouted, sweat beading on his forehead. But before he could press the key, the vacuum engine emitted a blinding flash of light, followed by a deafening explosion. The group was thrown backward, landing in a tangled heap on the ground as the light consumed everything around them. When the light faded, an eerie silence fell over the camp. The cosmic accelerator was still, its crystals dim and lifeless. The swirling vortex above them had vanished, replaced by a strange, shimmering void that hung in the air like a rip in reality. Rusty sat up first, rubbing his head. "Is everyone okay?" "Define okay," Porter muttered, his laptop miraculously still intact. Astro barked softly, trotting over to nuzzle Rusty's arm. "What just happened?" Glowbug asked, her voice trembling. Stitches stared at the shimmering void, her quilt clutched tightly to her chest. "I think we opened a door," she said softly. Rusty grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Then let's see where it leads." Chapter 22. The Flash. The shimmering void hung in the air, a tear in the fabric of reality that pulsed with a strange, otherworldly energy. The group stood at the edge of their makeshift camp, staring in stunned silence at the result of their experiment. The cosmic accelerator, now eerily quiet, emitted faint wisps of smoke from its overworked components. Rusty, the first to break the silence, stepped forward. His face, illuminated by the faint glow of the void, was a mix of awe and triumph. "We've done it," he whispered. "We've opened the door." "To where?" Porter asked, his voice sharp with both fear and fascination. His laptop clutched tightly in his hands. He was already running diagnostics on the strange phenomenon. Glowbug, clutching her flashlight core to her chest, beamed with excitement. "To everywhere, Porter. To the stars. To infinity, and not back." "You don't know that," Porter shot back. "For all we know, that thing leads to, I don't know, a dimension full of man-eating slugs or a black hole." Stitches stepped forward, her quilt draped over one arm. "Perhaps it's both," she said, her tone calm and enigmatic. "Or neither. The map doesn't show danger, it only shows possibilities." "That's not comforting," Porter muttered. Astro barked, the sound sharp and insistent. The dog had planted himself between the group and the void, his posture rigid and his eyes fixed on the swirling light. "What's he saying?" Burlap asked, tipping his imaginary hat as he stepped up beside Rusty. Rusty knelt down beside the dog, resting a hand on his back. "He's saying we're ready. Aren't you, boy?" Astro barked again, wagging his tail once before returning to his vigilant stance. Porter sighed, glancing at his laptop screen. "Well, the energy levels are stabilizing, so it's not going to explode, at least not immediately. But this thing, it's like nothing I've ever seen. It's not just a portal, it's rewriting the rules of physics." "That's the point," Glowbug said, her eyes sparkling. "We're not bound by the old rules anymore. This is our chance to create new ones." Rusty stood, brushing dust off his knees. He turned to the group, his expression one of unwavering determination. "We didn't come this far to stop now. The universe has given us a gift, a way out, a way forward, and we're going to take it." "Are you suggesting we just walk into that thing?" Porter asked, incredulous. "Yes," Rusty said simply. "No," Porter said, folding his arms. Rusty stepped closer, his voice low and steady. "Porter, you've been with us every step of the way. You built the uplink. You stabilized the machine. None of this would have been possible without you, and I know you're scared. I am too. But sometimes the only way to move forward is to take the leap." Porter hesitated, his gaze flicking between Rusty and the void. "And if that leap ends with us being turned into space dust?" Rusty smiled faintly. "Then at least we'll go out trying." The group fell silent, the weight of the decision pressing down on them. Stitches unfolded her quilt, holding it up so the swirling patterns of stars and galaxies shimmered in the light. "This will guide us," she said softly. "No matter what's on the other side, we'll find our way." Glowbug stepped forward, her flashlight core glowing brightly. "And I'll keep the light shining. We're not alone in this." Burlap grinned, adjusting the imaginary reins in his hands. "Well, Biscuit and I didn't come all this way just to turn tail. Count us in." Astro barked, his tail wagging furiously. Porter sighed, running a hand through his hair. "You're all insane," he said. Then, after a long pause, he added, "But I guess I'm with you." Rusty's grin widened. He turned to the void, his chest puffed out with confidence. "All right, team. Let's make history. The group formed a line, each of them taking a moment to steady themselves before stepping toward the shimmering tear in reality. Rusty went first, his movements deliberate as he reached out to touch the swirling light. For a moment, the void seemed to hesitate, its surface rippling under his hand. Then, with a sudden burst of light, it pulled him through, and he was gone. Glowbug followed, her laughter echoing behind her as the light swallowed her whole. "See you on the other side," Burlap shouted, tipping his hat before stepping into the void, Biscuit galloping at his side. Stitches went next, clutching her quilt tightly as she disappeared into the swirling light. Astro barked once, then trotted forward with calm determination, vanishing into the void without hesitation. Porter was the last to approach. He hesitated, staring at the void as it pulsed with a rhythmic hum. His laptop beeped softly in his hands, the screen displaying data he couldn't make sense of. "This is a terrible idea," he muttered. But as he stared into the light, he thought of Astro, of Stitch's quilt, of Glowbug's laughter, and Rusty's unwavering belief. He thought of how far they'd come, and how far they still had to go. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the void. The light was blinding, the hum deafening. For a moment there was nothing but chaos, a swirling maelstrom of sound and color that seemed to stretch on forever. And then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. Porter opened his eyes to find himself lying on cold, cracked ground beneath a sky that was both familiar and alien. The others were scattered around him, groaning as they slowly sat up and took in their surroundings. In the distance, strange, jagged structures loomed against the horizon, their surfaces shimmering faintly in the dim light of 7 pink moons. "We made it," Rusty said, his voice filled with wonder. "We're not on Earth anymore." Astro barked, his tail wagging as he sniffed the air. The group stood, their eyes wide as they took in the alien landscape. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Glowbug broke the silence, her voice trembling with excitement. "We did it. We really did it." Rusty grinned, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "This is just the beginning." And as the group stood together under the alien moons, the vast unknown stretched out before them, filled with both danger and possibility. Chapter 23, Alien Awakening. The alien world stretched out before them, a barren yet hauntingly beautiful landscape bathed in the pale glow of 7 pink moons. The air was thinner than Earth's but breathable, carrying a faint metallic tang. Jagged structures loomed in the distance, their surfaces shimmering like polished obsidian. Rusty stood at the center of the group, his colander helmet slightly askew, but his expression alight with awe. "We've done it," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "We've gone where no one else has dared to go." Porter groaned, brushing dust off his laptop as he sat up. "Yeah, and where exactly is that?" Glowbug spun in a slow circle, her flashlight core casting playful beams across the cracked ground. "Somewhere magical," she said, her voice tinged with reverence. "Somewhere extraordinary." "Somewhere dangerous," Porter muttered, glancing nervously at the distant structures. Astro barked, sniffing at the ground with an urgency that set everyone on edge. Madame Stitches rose gracefully, clutching her quilt like a shield. She gazed at the alien terrain, her eyes scanning the horizon as if searching for patterns. "The map doesn't lie," she said softly. "We're exactly where we're meant to be." "Where's that?" Burlap asked, adjusting his imaginary hat as he surveyed their surroundings. "Looks like the middle of nowhere to me." Rusty stepped forward, his boots crunching against the cracked ground. "Nowhere is just the beginning of somewhere," he said. "This is the frontier, the first step into the unknown." "Or the first step toward being eaten alive," Porter said, still tapping away at his laptop. "Relax, kid," Rusty said with a grin. We've got Astro. He'll warn us if anything's coming." Astro barked in agreement, his tail wagging as he padded ahead, his nose low to the ground. The group followed Astro as he led them toward a cluster of jagged rock formations. The ground beneath their feet was uneven, covered in strange glass-like shards that sparkled faintly under the moonlight. "What is this stuff?" Glowbug asked, crouching to pick up one of the shards. "Careful," Porter said. "For all we know, that's alien poison." Glowbug rolled her eyes. "Or it's just really cool space glass." "It's not glass," Stitches said, examining one of the shards. "It's something else. Something alive." "Alive?" Burlap said, stepping back quickly. "Like, it's gonna bite us?" "No," Stitches said, holding the shard up to the light. "Like it remembers. Like it's seen things we haven't." Rusty nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "This world has secrets, and it's waiting for us to discover them." As they approached the rock formations, Astro suddenly froze, his ears perked and his body tense. He let out a low growl, his eyes fixed on a shadow moving between the jagged spires. "What is it, boy?" Rusty asked, crouching beside him. Astro barked sharply, his tail stiff as the shadow emerged from the rocks. The group tensed, their breaths catching as the figure stepped into the light. It was tall and angular, its translucent skin shimmering like liquid crystal. Its eyes glowed faintly, and its movements were smooth and deliberate, as if it were gliding through the air rather than walking. What is that?" Porter whispered, his voice tight. "Second first contact," Rusty said, his voice filled with awe. The alien tilted its head, studying them with an intensity that sent shivers down Porter's spine. It raised one long, slender hand, and the air around it shimmered with a faint golden light. "Does anyone else feel like running?" Burlap muttered, gripping his imaginary lasso. "Don't," Rusty said firmly. "Stay calm. This is what we came for." Glowbug stepped forward, her flashlight core flickering. "It's beautiful," she said softly. "Or it's sizing us up for dinner," Porter muttered, but he didn't move. The alien lowered its hand, and the shimmering light spread outward, rippling through the air like a wave. The ground beneath their feet vibrated faintly, and the glass-like shards around them began to glow. "It's communicating," Stitches said, her voice calm. "Communicating what?" Porter asked, his laptop now displaying a stream of indecipherable symbols. "Something important," Rusty said. "Something we need to understand." Astro barked, his tail wagging as he stepped closer to the alien. "Careful, boy," Rusty said, but Astro seemed undeterred. He sniffed at the alien's feet, then let out a soft bark, his posture relaxed. "Well, that's a good sign," Burlap said, adjusting his hat. "If Astro trusts it, I reckon we can too." The alien tilted its head again, then raised its other hand. This time, the golden light coalesced into a series of shapes that hovered in the air, patterns that resembled constellations, spiraling galaxies, and lines that seemed to map out a path. "It's a map," Stitches whispered, stepping closer. "It's showing us the way." "To where?" Porter asked, his voice tinged with skepticism. Rusty grinned. "To our future." The alien lowered its hands and the glowing shapes dissolved into the air. It tilted its head one final time as if waiting for a response. Rusty stepped forward, his expression steady. "Thank you," he said, his voice firm. "We'll follow where you lead." The alien's glowing eyes seemed to brighten for a moment before it turned and glided back into the shadows, disappearing between the jagged spires. The group stood in silence, their eyes fixed on the spot where the alien had vanished. "Well," Glowbug said, breaking the tension, "that was amazing." "And terrifying," Porter added. Rusty placed a hand on Porter's shoulder. Terrifying is just another word for opportunity, Porter sighed. You've got a weird definition of opportunity, Astro barked, drawing their attention to the faint glow of the map-like shapes still lingering in the air. Stitches unfolded her quilt, holding it up to the light. The patterns on the fabric shimmered, aligning perfectly with the glowing shapes. It's all connected, she said softly. The map, the shards, the path ahead. We're meant to follow it. Rusty nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Then let's move. The stars are waiting. The group set off, their steps guided by the faint glow of the map and the unwavering determination of their self-appointed leader. Behind them, the jagged spires loomed like silent sentinels, and above them, the three moons cast their pale light across the alien landscape. For the first time since their journey began, they weren't just escaping. They were exploring, and the possibilities stretched out before them, vast and infinite. Chapter 24. Astro's Instincts. The alien moons hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the jagged landscape as the group moved cautiously forward. The glowing shapes of the alien map hovered faintly in the air, guiding their path like a cosmic breadcrumb trail. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the planet itself were watching them. Rusty marched at the front, his colander helmet tilted with purpose. Eyes on the horizon, people. Every great journey starts with a single step, and we're making history with each one. More like every great journey ends with us getting eaten by something, Porter muttered, his laptop bouncing against his chest as he trudged along. Think positive, Porter, Glowbug said, skipping beside him. The universe rewards optimism. Does it also reward survival instincts? Porter shot back. Astro barked sharply from the front of the group, halting their progress. The dog stood rigid, his ears perked and his tail stiff as he stared into the distance. What is it, boy? Rusty asked, crouching beside him. Astro growled low, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. Something's out there, Stitches said, clutching her quilt tightly. Something big, Burlap added, gripping his imaginary lasso. Biscuit can feel it. Biscuit doesn't exist, Porter said, his voice tinged with exasperation. Astro barked again, more insistent this time, and began trotting forward with purpose. Well, looks like we're following the dog, Rusty said, standing. Let's move. The group trailed behind Astro as he led them toward a cluster of jagged rock formations. The glowing map shifted slightly, the shapes aligning with the terrain around them. It's reacting to us, Stitches observed, her voice calm but tinged with wonder. The map isn't just guiding us, it's adapting to where we are. That's unsettling, Porter said, glancing nervously at his laptop. It's like it knows what we're thinking. Or it's trying to keep us alive, Glowbug said brightly. Let's not look a gift star map in the mouth. Astro barked sharply again, his tail wagging as he darted between the rocks. Stay close, Rusty called. We don't want to lose anyone, or anything. As they rounded the rock formations, the group came to an abrupt stop. Ahead of them was a massive pit, its edges jagged and uneven as if the ground had been torn apart. At the center of the pit was a glowing pool of liquid, its surface rippling with an iridescent light that shifted through shades of gold, green, and blue. Strange alien plants grew around the edges of the pool, their leaves pulsing faintly like living veins. What is that? Glowbug asked, her voice filled with awe. It's beautiful, Stitches said, stepping closer, her quilt trailing behind her. It's terrifying, Porter muttered, clutching his laptop tightly. Rusty grinned. It's opportunity. Astro barked, trotting to the edge of the pit and sniffing at the glowing liquid. He wagged his tail once, then turned to the group and barked again, as if urging them forward. Hold on, Porter said, stepping in front of Rusty. "We don't even know what that stuff is. For all we know, it's acid." "Or it's a cosmic spring," Glowbug said, her flashlight core flickering with excitement. "Maybe it's what powers the map." Astro barked sharply, cutting off their argument. He stood at the edge of the pit, his tail wagging furiously as he stared into the glowing liquid. "He's onto something," Rusty said. "We need to trust him." "You're putting a lot of faith in a dog," Porter said, but there was no bite in his tone. "Sometimes," Stitches said, her voice calm. "Faith is all we have." Astro barked one last time, then stepped into the pit. "Wait!" Porter shouted, but it was too late. The dog's paws sank into the glowing liquid, but instead of recoiling or sinking, he stood tall, the light rippling around him like water disturbed by a pebble. He barked once, then wagged his tail and turned to face the group, his expression calm and expectant. Rusty stepped forward, his colander helmet glinting in the light. "If Astro says it's safe, then it's safe." "Or it's a trap," Porter said, but he didn't stop Rusty from stepping into the pit. The liquid was cool, but not cold, its surface rippling gently under their feet as the group followed Astro into the pit. The light surrounded them, bathing them in its strange, iridescent glow. "It's like walking on light," Glowbug said, her voice tinged with wonder. "I can feel it. It's alive." The glowing liquid pulsed gently, and the shapes of the map above them shifted again, forming a new pattern that pointed toward the far side of the pit. "It's showing us the way," Stitches said softly, clutching her quilt. Rusty grinned. "Then let's keep moving. The universe waits for no one." The group emerged on the other side of the pit, the glowing liquid fading behind them as they stepped back onto solid ground. Ahead of them, the terrain rose into a series of jagged cliffs, their surfaces glittering faintly under the moonlight. Astro barked once, then trotted forward, his tail wagging with purpose. "Looks like the adventure continues," Burlap said, tipping his imaginary hat. Rusty nodded, his gaze fixed on the cliffs. "Let's see what's waiting for us up there." As the group began their climb, the air around them seemed to hum with anticipation. The alien map flickered faintly above them, its patterns guiding their steps like a silent guardian. For the first time since their journey began, the group felt a strange, unspoken sense of unity. They were no longer just a collection of misfits. They were explorers, united by a common purpose. And as Astro led the way, his instincts guiding them forward, they couldn't help but feel that they were exactly where they were meant to be. Chapter 25. Porter's Crisis. The jagged cliffs rose before them like a wall of glittering shards, their surfaces catching the alien light in a kaleidoscope of reflections. Astro bounded ahead, his tail wagging as he navigated the terrain with ease, his instincts leading the way. But for Porter, every step felt heavier, every sound sharper. His nerves were on edge, his mind spinning with questions and doubts. "This is insane," he muttered under his breath, clutching his laptop as if it were a lifeline. Glowbug, skipping beside him, shot him a playful grin. "Insane is just another word for adventurous, Porter. You should try embracing it." "I'll embrace it when we're not climbing an alien cliff with no idea what's waiting at the top," Porter shot back, his tone sharper than intended. Rusty turned from the front of the group, his colander helmet catching the light. "Come on, kid. You've been the brains behind this whole operation. Don't tell me you're losing your nerve now." Porter stopped, his chest tightening as he glared at Rusty. "Losing my nerve? Rusty, do you even realize how close we've come to dying? I'm the only one who's been trying to keep this from turning into a total disaster." The group fell silent, the air heavy with tension. Astro trotted back to Porter, nudging his leg with his nose. The dog's calm presence was usually enough to soothe Porter's nerves, but this time it only added to his frustration. "Even Astro doesn't get it," Porter said, his voice rising. "None of you do. You're all so caught up in this fantasy of escaping Earth and exploring the stars. But none of you are thinking about the reality of what we're doing. We're not astronauts. We're not heroes. We're just broken people pretending we're something we're not." Rusty's expression softened, but he didn't respond right away. Instead, it was Stitches who stepped forward, her quilt draped over one arm. "Darling," she said gently, "we may be broken, but that doesn't mean we're not capable of extraordinary things. Sometimes it's the cracks that let the light in." Porter laughed bitterly, shaking his head. "That's easy to say when you're not the one trying to keep the cracks from breaking us apart." Glowbug placed a hand on Porter's shoulder, her flashlight core glowing faintly. "You're right, Porter. We are broken. But that's why we're here. Not to pretend we're something we're not, but to figure out what we can be." "And to not die," Burlap added, tipping his imaginary hat. "That's pretty high on my list." The faintest smile tugged at the corner of Porter's lips, but it quickly faded. He looked at the ground, his grip on the laptop tightening. I can't shake the feeling that this is all going to end badly, and when it does, it's going to be my fault." Rusty stepped closer, his voice low and steady. "Porter, you're not responsible for everything. We're in this together, and no matter what happens, we'll face it as a team." "That doesn't change the fact that I'm the only one who knows what we're up against," Porter said, his voice trembling. "No," Rusty said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You're the only one who understands it, and that's why we need you." Astro barked softly, wagging his tail as he nudged Porter's hand. The teenager let out a shaky breath, his fingers relaxing slightly as he scratched the dog behind the ears. "Thanks, boy," Porter muttered. Rusty gave him a small, reassuring smile. "You've already done the impossible, Porter. You built the uplink. You stabilized the machine. You got us here. That's more than most people could ever dream of." "And it might still get us killed," Porter said, but his voice lacked the bitterness it held before. "Then at least we'll go out swinging," Glowbug said, her flashlight core flickering playfully. "Or, vacuuming space dust." That earned a soft laugh from Porter, and the tension in the group began to ease. As they resumed their climb, the air seemed lighter, the path ahead less daunting. Astro led the way, his instincts as sharp as ever, while Rusty, Glowbug, Stitches, and Burlap followed with a renewed sense of determination. Porter stayed near the back, his mind still racing, but his heart a little steadier. He didn't know if they would succeed or even survive, but for the first time he felt like he wasn't carrying the weight of the journey alone. When they reached the top of the cliffs, the sight that greeted them took their breath away. A vast expanse stretched out before them, dotted with strange, glowing structures that pulsed with light in perfect rhythm. The terrain was unlike anything they had seen before. Rolling hills of crystalline grass, rivers of liquid gold, and towering spires that seemed to hum with energy. "This," Rusty said, his voice filled with awe, "is what we came for." Glowbug spun in a slow circle, her face alight with wonder. "It's beautiful." "Beautiful and terrifying," Porter said, clutching his laptop. "Terrifying is just another word for exciting," Rusty said with a grin. Stitches held up her quilt, the patterns on the fabric shimmering faintly in the alien light. "The map leads here," she said softly. "This is where we're meant to be." Astro barked, wagging his tail as he trotted ahead, his steps confident and purposeful. "Well," Burlap said, adjusting his imaginary hat, "looks like Biscuit and I are ready to ride into the unknown. What about the rest of you?" Rusty turned to the group, his expression steady. The universe is calling, folks. Let's answer it." And with that, they descended into the alien expanse, their steps guided by both fear and hope. Chapter 26. Glowbug's Dim Light. The alien expanse stretched endlessly before them, its strange crystalline terrain glittering faintly under the light of 3 moons. The group moved cautiously, their steps echoing in the vast silence. But Glowbug was unusually quiet. She trailed behind, her usual spark dimmed as she stared at the flashlight core strapped to her chest. Rusty slowed his pace, turning to look at her. "Glowbug, everything okay back there?" She gave him a faint smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Yeah, Commander, just taking it all in." Porter, walking a few paces ahead, glanced back. "That's a first. Usually, you're the one telling us to look on the bright side." Glowbug chuckled softly, but there was no humor in it. "Guess even stars need a break sometimes." Astro barked softly, trotting back to nudge her hand with his nose. She scratched behind his ears absent-mindedly, but didn't meet his gaze. Stitches noticed her hesitation and slowed to match her pace. "Darling, you've been unusually quiet. Care to share what's on your mind?" Glowbug hesitated, her fingers brushing over the flashlight. "It's just, I thought being here, on another planet, would feel different, bigger, like I'd finally found my place." She paused, her voice dropping. "But instead, I feel small, like I don't matter anymore." Stitches gave her a sympathetic smile. "Sometimes, darling, it takes time to see where we fit in the grand tapestry. Even stars have to find their constellations." The group stopped at a small rise overlooking a shimmering river of liquid gold. Rusty called for a brief rest, and the group began unpacking the few supplies they had scavenged. Glowbug sat apart from the others, staring at the river as its light danced across the surface. Rusty approached, lowering himself to sit beside her. "Want to tell me what's going on?" She shook her head. "You wouldn't get it, Commander." "Try me," Rusty said, his voice calm but firm. Glowbug sighed, her gaze fixed on the river. "Back on Earth, I always felt like I was the brightest light in the room, you know? Even when everything went wrong, even when I started seeing myself as a star instead of just a scientist, I still felt like I had something to give." She gestured to the alien landscape around them. "But here, this place doesn't need my light. It's already full of it." Rusty was silent for a moment, then he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Glowbug, you've always been more than just a light. You're the spark that gets us going, the one who makes us believe in the impossible." She looked at him, her eyes uncertain. "What if that's not enough anymore?" Rusty smiled faintly. "Then you find a new way to shine." As the group prepared to move again, Astro barked, drawing everyone's attention. He stood at the edge of the river, his tail wagging, as he stared across to the other side. "What's he looking at now?" Burlap asked, adjusting his imaginary hat. Porter squinted at the far bank. "Looks like another map marker." Rusty nodded, his expression determined. "Then that's where we're going." Glowbug hesitated, glancing at the river. "How do we get across?" "We build something," Porter said, already scanning the area for materials. "Or swim, if you're feeling brave." Burlap grinned. "Biscuit and I can swim just fine, but I reckon a bridge might be better for the rest of y'all." The group worked together to construct a makeshift bridge from the crystalline shards scattered along the riverbank. Stitches wove lengths of fabric into sturdy ropes, while Rusty directed the construction with his usual mix of charisma and confidence. Glowbug, however, stood apart, watching as the others worked. She clutched her flashlight core, her fingers trembling as she muttered to herself. "Come on, Glowbug," Porter said, glancing up from his work. "You're the one who always says we need to think outside the box. Got any bright ideas?" She hesitated, then shook her head. "Not this time, Porter. Sorry." Porter frowned but didn't press her. As the bridge neared completion, Glowbug wandered back to the edge of the river. She stared at her reflection in the golden surface, her face distorted by the ripples. "You're not just a star," she whispered to herself. "You're more than that." Astro padded over, sitting beside her with a quiet woof. She looked down at him, her expression softening. "You're right, boy," she said. "Time to stop sulking and start doing." When the bridge was finished, the group carefully made their way across, their steps cautious on the uneven surface. Glowbug was the last to cross, her flashlight core glowing faintly as she followed Astro's lead. As they reached the other side, the map marker began to glow brighter, its patterns shifting into a new formation. "It's changing again," Stitches said, holding up her quilt to compare the patterns. Rusty grinned. "Looks like we're on the right track." Glowbug stepped forward, her flashlight core now shining with renewed intensity. "Then let's keep moving. The universe isn't going to wait for us." Rusty clapped her on the back, his grin widening. "That's the Glowbug I know." As the group pressed on, Glowbug's light led the way, her spark reignited by the possibilities ahead. The alien landscape still loomed vast and unfamiliar, but for the first time she didn't feel small. She felt like part of something greater, a constellation of misfits finding their place among the stars. And as they followed the map into the unknown, her light burned brighter than ever. Chapter 27. Burlap's Alien Rodeo. The jagged cliffs gave way to rolling crystalline plains, their surfaces shimmering like glass under the alien moons. As the group moved forward, the glowing map shifted above them, its patterns guiding their steps. Burlap, energized by the vast openness of the landscape, took the lead with an unmistakable swagger. "Well, partners," he said, tipping his imaginary hat, "I reckon this here's prime territory for some old-fashioned exploration. Biscuit and I'll scout ahead, make sure there ain't no space varmints lying in wait." Porter sighed, rubbing his temples. "You do realize there's no horse, right? And no varmints." "Aw, come on, Porter," Glowbug said, grinning. "Let the man have his fun. We could use some cowboy spirit out here." "Cowboy spirit doesn't build bridges or fix machines," Porter muttered, but he didn't argue further. As Burlap galloped ahead, pretending to hold Biscuit's reins, Astro barked and followed, his tail wagging furiously. The dog seemed to enjoy Burlap's antics, and together they made an odd but endearing pair. Stitches chuckled softly as she adjusted the quilt draped over her arm. "He may be a bit touched, but there's something comforting about his enthusiasm." Rusty nodded. "Every crew needs a wild card, and Burlap's got a knack for keeping morale high." "Until he gets himself eaten," Porter muttered under his breath. Ahead of the group, Burlap stopped abruptly, pulling on Biscuit's imaginary reins. Astro barked once, his body stiff as he stared at the horizon. Burlap squinted, shading his eyes with one hand as he tried to make sense of the distant shapes. "Well, I'll be," he said. "Looks like we've got ourselves some company." The group hurried to join him, gathering at the crest of a small hill. Below them, the plains stretched out in every direction, but what caught their attention was the herd of alien creatures grazing near a shimmering pool of light. The creatures were unlike anything they had seen before, tall, with elongated necks and crystalline bodies that glowed faintly. Their movements were fluid and graceful, and their translucent forms refracted the light like prisms. "They're beautiful," Glowbug whispered, her flashlight core flickering in awe. "Beautiful and probably dangerous," Porter said, clutching his laptop tightly. "We should keep our distance." "Or," Burlap said, adjusting his imaginary lasso, "we make ourselves some new friends." Rusty raised an eyebrow. What exactly are you planning, Burlap? A good old alien rodeo, Burlap replied, his grin widening. Y'all stay put. Biscuit and I got this. Before anyone could stop him, Burlap charged down the hill, his lasso spinning above his head. Astro barked and followed, his excitement palpable as he bounded ahead. Burlap, wait! Rusty shouted, but Burlap was already halfway to the herd. The alien creatures noticed Burlap's approach and lifted their elongated heads, their glowing bodies shifting as they moved. For a moment it seemed like they might bolt, but instead they stood their ground, their translucent forms shimmering with what almost looked like curiosity. This is a terrible idea, Porter muttered, running a hand through his hair. Maybe, Glowbug said, grinning, but it's also kind of amazing. Burlap slowed as he approached the herd, his movements exaggerated as he pretended to calm Biscuit. Easy now, he said, his voice soft but steady. We ain't here to hurt you, just want to say howdy. One of the creatures stepped forward, its elongated neck bending as it studied Burlap with glowing, faceted eyes. Burlap met its gaze with a calm confidence that surprised even him. That's it, he said softly. We're friends, see? No need to get skittish. The creature tilted its head, then took another step closer. Its crystalline body caught the light, scattering rainbows across the ground. Is he actually doing it? Glowbug asked, her voice filled with disbelief. It's either genius or madness, Rusty said, watching intently. Maybe both. Burlap reached out slowly, his hand hovering in the air between him and the creature. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the creature lowered its head, allowing Burlap to touch its smooth, glass-like surface. Well, I'll be, Burlap said, his grin widening. Ain't no alien critter too wild for old Burlap. Astro barked happily, wagging his tail as he circled the herd. The rest of the group descended the hill cautiously, their movements slow and deliberate. The alien creatures watched them but didn't retreat, their glowing bodies pulsing faintly as if in rhythm with the map's light. You're a natural, Burlap, Rusty said, clapping him on the back. I think you've just made another first contact. Yee-haw! Burlap shouted, throwing his imaginary hat in the air. We're practically space cowboys now. As the group explored the herd, Stitches noticed something peculiar. Look at their necks, she said, pointing to the intricate patterns etched into the creature's crystalline forms. They match the designs on the map. They're part of the map, Glowbug said, her eyes wide with realization. They're showing us the next step. Rusty nodded, his expression thoughtful. They're not just creatures, they're guides. Porter frowned, glancing at his laptop. Guides to what? And why are they helping us? Maybe they see something in us, Stitches said softly. Or maybe they're just as curious about us as we are about them. Astro barked, wagging his tail as he stood beside the lead creature. It bent its neck to nuzzle him gently, its glowing body casting soft light across the ground. Well, Rusty said, grinning, looks like we've got ourselves some new friends. The group spent the night near the herd, their spirits lifted by the unexpected encounter. Burlap regaled them with exaggerated tales of his alien rodeo, earning laughter from even Porter, who couldn't hide his amusement. As they sat around a small campfire, Rusty looked at the herd grazing peacefully nearby. This is why we're here, he said. To connect, to learn, to build something new. And to rope alien critters, Burlap added with a grin. Glowbug laughed, her flashlight core glowing brightly. Here's to new friends and new adventures. The group raised imaginary toasts, their laughter echoing under the alien moons. For the first time in days, they felt more than just survivors. They felt like explorers, like a family. Chapter 28. Astro's Decline. The herd of crystalline creatures shimmered like living sculptures, their glowing forms pulsing faintly as they grazed under the alien moons. The group had spent the night resting among their new companions, their spirits buoyed by the strange sense of connection. But as morning broke, a shadow crept into the camp, subtle at first, but undeniable. Astro, their ever-loyal companion, moved slower than usual. His wagging tail had lost its vigor, and his usually bright eyes seemed dull, his movements deliberate and strained. "Is it just me, or does Astro seem off?" Glowbug asked, crouching beside him as he lay near the fire. She reached out to scratch his ears, but Astro barely stirred. Rusty knelt down, concern etched into his face. "He's tired. Probably all that running around with Burlap yesterday." He glanced at Burlap, who was busy trying to teach the alien creatures how to heal. "That's what dogs do, right?" Rusty said, as if to convince himself. Porter hovered nearby, his brow furrowed. "I don't think it's just that," he said quietly. "He's been slowing down for a while now. I just didn't want to say anything." Glowbug's smile faltered, and she looked at Rusty. Do you think he's sick?" Rusty shook his head, his jaw tightening. "He's just tired. He'll be fine." But his voice lacked conviction. As the day wore on, Astro's condition didn't improve. While the rest of the group explored the crystalline plains, guided by the glowing map and the alien herd, Astro stayed behind, curled up near the remnants of the fire. Even Burlap's playful whistles and imaginary lasso tricks couldn't coax him to join. "He's always been the heart of this group," Stitches said softly, sitting beside Astro and stroking his fur. "Even when we were lost, he kept us grounded." Rusty stood a few feet away, his hands on his hips, as he stared out at the horizon. "He's tougher than all of us combined," he said, his voice low. "He's been through worse. He'll bounce back." But the unspoken fear lingered, heavy in the air. By evening, the group gathered around the fire, their laughter and banter subdued. Astro lay at the center, his breathing shallow but steady. Stitches draped a corner of her quilt over him, the fabric shimmering faintly in the firelight. Glowbug sat with her flashlight core dimmed, her usual energy replaced by quiet introspection. "Do you think he knows how much he means to us?" she asked. "Of course he does," Rusty said, his voice firm. "He's the reason we've made it this far." Porter, sitting cross-legged beside the fire, hesitated before speaking. "I don't know what we'd do without him," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. Rusty's expression hardened. "We don't have to think about that. He's not going anywhere." But the truth was undeniable. Astro, their steadfast companion, their silent hero, was fading. Late that night, while the others slept, Rusty sat alone beside Astro. The fire had dwindled to embers, casting faint shadows across the camp. Rusty rested a hand on Astro's side, feeling the slow rise and fall of his breathing. "You're not giving up on me, boy," Rusty whispered, his voice cracking. "We've still got a lot to do. You've got to see this through." Astro let out a soft whine, his tail thumping weakly against the ground. Rusty swallowed hard, tears pricking his eyes. "You've been there for all of us, every step of the way. I just wish I could do something for you now." Astro nuzzled Rusty's hand, his warm eyes meeting his for a moment before closing again. By morning, Astro hadn't moved. The group gathered around him, their faces heavy with the weight of unspoken fears. "What do we do?" Glowbug asked, her voice trembling. "We take care of him," Stitches said firmly, "the same way he's always taken care of us." Rusty knelt beside Astro, his hands shaking as he adjusted the quilt around him. "We stay with him," he said, his voice barely audible. "No matter what." Astro let out a soft bark, his tail wagging weakly one last time. And then, as the sun rose over the alien plains, Astro closed his eyes and took his final breath. The group sat in silence, the loss cutting deeper than they could have imagined. Burlap removed his imaginary hat, holding it to his chest as he whispered, "He was the best of us." Stitches draped her quilt over Astro completely, her hands trembling as she smoothed the fabric. "He deserves something beautiful," she said softly. "He gave us so much." Rusty stared at the ground, his jaw clenched, as tears streamed down his face. "He kept us together," he said, "even when everything else fell apart." Glowbug's flashlight core glowed faintly, her tears catching the light as she whispered, "We're going to miss you, buddy." Porter, usually so guarded, wiped his eyes and placed a hand on Astro's covered form. "Thank you," he said simply. That night, they built a small cairn for Astro near the edge of the plains, using the crystalline shards scattered across the landscape. Stitches stitched a small piece of the quilt into the top of the cairn, the fabric glowing faintly under the alien moons. As they stood around the cairn, Rusty took a deep breath and spoke. Astro wasn't just a dog. He was our anchor, our courage. He believed in us when we didn't believe in ourselves, and he'll always be with us. The group nodded, their grief uniting them in a way they hadn't felt before. For the first time, they understood that they weren't just a group of misfits trying to survive. They were a family, and Astro had been the heart of it all. Chapter 29, A Heartbreaking Goodbye. The moons hung low, casting a pale light on the crystalline plains as the group stood silently around the cairn they had built for Astro. The glowing shards reflected the faint light, giving the memorial an almost ethereal quality. The piece of Stitch's quilt, draped at the top, fluttered gently in the alien breeze, shimmering like a beacon. Rusty knelt beside the cairn, his hands resting on the crystalline shards. He was uncharacteristically quiet, his usual bravado replaced by a solemn stillness. "You were the best of us, boy," he murmured. "I don't know if we deserved you, but I'm grateful we had you." Glowbug stood beside him, her flashlight core dimmed as she wiped tears from her cheeks. "He made everything feel possible," she said softly, "even out here." Stitches placed a hand on Rusty's shoulder. "He'll always be with us," she said, her voice steady but gentle, "in everything we do." Porter stood at the edge of the group, clutching his laptop tightly as if it might keep his emotions at bay. He stared at the cairn, his jaw clenched as tears streaked silently down his face. "He deserved better than this," he said quietly. "Better than all of us." "Don't say that," Glowbug said, turning to him. "Astro loved us. He chose to stay with us." "Yeah," Porter said, his voice breaking, "and we couldn't save him." Rusty stood, his expression firm despite the tears in his eyes. "It's not about saving him, Porter. It's about honoring him. Astro didn't stick around because he needed saving. He stuck around because he believed in us. And now we have to live up to that." Burlap removed his imaginary hat, holding it against his chest as he cleared his throat. "You were one hell of a good dog, Astro," he said, his voice unsteady. "I reckon you're out there now, running across the stars, and when we get there, I'll see you again, partner." The group fell silent, the weight of Burlap's words settling over them like a blanket. Stitches stepped forward, her hands brushing the fabric she had draped over the cairn. "I made this piece for him," she said. "A star for every moment he gave us light, every step he led us forward, every time he kept us together." The quilt shimmered faintly under the moons, its embroidered stars glowing softly in the dim light. Rusty took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the cairn. "Astro wouldn't want us to stop," he said. "He'd want us to keep going, to see this through. For him." Porter hesitated, then nodded slowly. "He was the best of us," he said, "and we owe it to him to keep trying." Glowbug's flashlight core flickered back to life, her tears catching the light as she stepped forward. "To Astro," she said, her voice trembling but determined. "Our guide, our heart, our friend." The group echoed her words, their voices a mix of grief and resolve. To Astro. They spent the rest of the evening in quiet reflection, sharing stories about Astro as they sat around a small fire. Glowbug recounted the time Astro had led them out of the flooded sanctuary, his tail wagging furiously despite the chaos. Stitches spoke of how Astro had curled up beside her while she stitched her first map, his calm presence giving her the strength to continue. Even Porter shared a memory, his voice soft as he described how Astro had nudged him out of a panic attack during one of the sanctuary's darkest days. "He just knew," Porter said, his gaze fixed on the fire. "He always knew what we needed." Rusty nodded. "That's what made him special. He didn't need words, he just gave." As the fire died down, the group fell silent, their grief settling into a quiet determination. The alien landscape stretched out before them, vast and unknown, but for the first time it didn't feel so daunting. They had lost Astro, but his presence lingered, guiding them forward. Rusty stood, his expression steady. "Tomorrow, we move on. Not because we want to leave him behind, but because that's what he'd want us to do." The others nodded, their resolve renewed. Burlap adjusted his imaginary hat, his voice soft but firm. "For Astro." "For Astro," Glowbug echoed, her light shining a little brighter. Stitches wrapped her quilt around her shoulders, her hands brushing the stars she had stitched. "For him." Porter closed his laptop, his grip loosening as he finally allowed himself to breathe. "For Astro." The group lay down to rest under the alien moons, the cairn glowing softly in the distance. The loss of Astro was a wound that would take time to heal, but in his absence they found strength. They were no longer just a group of misfits. They were a family, bound by the memories of the dog who had led them through their darkest moments. And as they drifted to sleep, the faint hum of the glowing map above them seemed to whisper a promise. "Keep going. The stars are waiting." Chapter 30. Aliens. The air on the alien plane seemed to buzz with anticipation as the group pressed onward. The loss of Astro lingered heavily, but the glowing map overhead beckoned them forward with an almost magnetic pull. The herd of crystalline creatures had parted ways with the group earlier that morning, their departure marked by a gentle hum that resonated like a farewell. Rusty led the way, his pace deliberate, his expression unusually somber. For the first time since their journey began, his trademark bravado had been tempered by the weight of loss. But as the group reached the crest of a hill, his steps faltered. Below them, nestled within a valley of jagged spires, was a sight that stole their breath. A massive alien structure rose from the ground, its surface shimmering like liquid metal. It pulsed faintly, as though alive, its contours both organic and geometric. Around it, smaller structures hovered in mid-air, rotating in perfect synchronization. The air was thick with an otherworldly hum that vibrated in their chests. "What is that?" Glowbug whispered, her voice tinged with awe. "Whatever it is," Porter said, clutching his laptop tightly. "It's not natural. That thing is doing something." Rusty turned to the group, his expression a mixture of caution and determination. "This is it. Another first contact. Be ready for anything." "Define anything," Porter muttered, his fingers twitching nervously over his keyboard. The group descended cautiously into the valley, their movements slow and deliberate. The closer they got to the structure, the stronger the hum became, resonating in their bones. Stitches clutched her quilt tightly, her eyes scanning the intricate patterns etched into the structure's surface. "It's beautiful," she said softly, "like a tapestry woven from light." "Or a giant alien trap," Porter said, his voice tight. "Seriously, are we sure about this?" "Nope," Rusty said, his grin returning faintly. "But when has that ever stopped us?" As they approached the largest structure, a sudden shift in the air made them stop. The hum grew louder, and the rotating smaller structures slowed, their movements becoming deliberate and precise. The group tensed, their breaths catching as a beam of light shot out from the central structure and landed directly in front of them. The light coalesced, forming into a translucent figure that shimmered like a mirage. It was tall and angular, its glowing eyes fixed on the group with an intensity that sent shivers down their spines. "Oh no," Porter whispered. "Here we go." The alien figure tilted its head, its movements fluid and deliberate. A series of soft, melodic tones filled the air, layered and complex, like an alien symphony. The group stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Rusty stepped forward, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. "We come in peace," he said, his voice steady. "We're explorers, travelers, seeking connection." The alien didn't respond in words, but its tones shifted, becoming softer, almost curious. The air around it shimmered, and faint symbols appeared, hovering in the light. They were intricate and ever-changing, like a language written in motion. Stitches gasped, stepping forward with her quilt. "It's the same as the map," she said, holding the fabric up to the light. "Look, the patterns match." The alien turned its glowing gaze to the quilt, its head tilting again as the symbols on its surface aligned with those on the fabric. The hum of the structure seemed to soften, becoming almost melodic. Porter hesitated, then stepped forward, his laptop open and his fingers flying across the keyboard. I think it's trying to communicate. These symbols. They're like code. If I can just..." He trailed off, his eyes locked on the screen. "Take your time, kid," Rusty said, his voice calm. "We're not in a rush." Burlap adjusted his imaginary hat, his grin faint but steady. "Good thing Biscuit and I are fluent in alien symphonies." Glowbug elbowed him gently, her flashlight core flickering. "Let's leave this one to Porter, cowboy." After a few tense moments, Porter's laptop emitted a soft beep. His eyes widened as the symbols on the screen began to stabilize, forming a pattern he could almost understand. "I think I've got it," he said, his voice filled with a mix of excitement and disbelief. "It's asking us something." "Asking what?" Rusty asked. Porter frowned, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. "It's asking why we're here." The group exchanged glances, the weight of the question settling over them. Rusty stepped forward, his voice steady. "We're here because we've lost our way, because our world gave up on us, and we refuse to give up on ourselves. We're here to start over, to find something new, something better." The alien tilted its head, its glowing eyes narrowing slightly. The symbols shifted again, forming a new pattern that Porter struggled to decipher. "It's amused," Porter said, his brow furrowing. "If I'm reading this right, it thinks we're interesting." "That's one way to put it," Glowbug said, her grin returning. The alien emitted a soft hum, and the symbols in the air dissolved. It stepped closer, its translucent form shimmering faintly. Then, with a deliberate motion, it extended a long, slender hand. Rusty didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and placed his hand in the alien's, the light surrounding them both intensifying. The alien's melodic tones softened, and the hum of the structure grew faint, as though it were waiting. The alien turned to the group, its glowing gaze sweeping over each of them before it emitted a single, clear tone. Porter's laptop beeped, and the screen displayed a new set of symbols. "It says," Porter began, his voice quiet, "finally, intelligent life from Earth." The group burst into laughter, their tension dissolving into something lighter. Even Porter couldn't help but grin. "Well, I'll be," Burlap said, his grin widening. "Guess we're not as crazy as we thought." The alien stepped back, its form beginning to dissolve into light. The structures around them pulsed faintly, their rotating pieces shifting into a new alignment. The air was filled with a soft, resonant hum, as though the planet itself was exhaling. "What now?" Glowbug asked, her flashlight core flickering with curiosity. Rusty smiled, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Now we see where this path leads." The group turned to follow the glowing map, their steps lighter, their purpose clearer. The alien structure faded into the distance, its presence lingering like a promise. For the first time, they weren't just lost explorers, they were welcomed travelers, and the universe was waiting. Chapter 31: Intelligent Life. The group moved forward with renewed purpose, their laughter still echoing faintly after the alien's cryptic remark. The glowing map above them pulsed gently, its shifting patterns illuminating their path. The alien structures behind them grew smaller with each step, but the resonant hum seemed to linger in the air, a reminder of what they'd encountered. "Intelligent life from Earth," Glowbug repeated, grinning as she adjusted the flashlight core strapped to her chest. "I mean, they're not wrong. We're a pretty unique bunch." "Unique's one way to put it," Porter muttered, his fingers tapping furiously on his laptop. "I still don't trust this. That alien didn't just show up to crack jokes. It's testing us." Rusty glanced back at him, his expression calm. "Maybe it is, but if they're testing us, that means they see something worth testing. That's a good thing, kid." "Unless we fail," Porter shot back. "Then we fail spectacularly," Glowbug said, her light flickering playfully. "Isn't that what we're good at?" As the landscape shifted from crystalline plains to rolling hills of strange, glowing vegetation, the group found themselves falling into a familiar rhythm. Burlap led the way, pretending to scout for space varmints, while occasionally tipping his imaginary hat. Stitches walked beside Glowbug, her quilt draped over her shoulders like a cape. Rusty moved at the center, his steady pace setting the tone for the group, while Porter stayed near the back, muttering to himself as he analyzed the data streaming across his screen. Astro's absence was still palpable, but the group carried him with them in their own way. The cairn they'd built in his honor felt like a turning point, a moment that had bound them together even tighter. "We're close to something," Stitches said suddenly, her gaze fixed on the glowing map. "The patterns are stabilizing." Rusty nodded. "Then let's see what's waiting for us." The hills leveled out, and the group came to a sudden stop as they reached the edge of a massive, glowing field. It stretched out endlessly before them, a sea of shifting light that seemed to ripple like water. At the center of the field stood another alien structure, this one taller and more intricate than the last. Its surface pulsed with a steady rhythm, its light casting long shadows across the landscape. "Another one," Burlap said, adjusting his imaginary hat. "Think it's got more jokes for us?" "Or another test," Porter said, his voice low. "This one's different. Bigger." "Bigger usually means better," Glowbug said, grinning. "Or more dangerous. Either way, I'm in." Rusty stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the structure. "Let's not keep it waiting." As they approached the structure, the glowing field beneath their feet seemed to react to their presence. The rippling light shifted, forming intricate patterns that moved in time with their steps. The air grew warmer, the hum louder, until it felt like the world itself was alive. "This is incredible," Glowbug said, her flashlight core flickering with excitement. It's like the planet knows we're here. Or it's trying to figure out what to do with us, Porter muttered, glancing nervously at the structure ahead. When they reached the base of the towering structure, the hum shifted into a series of melodic tones, layered and harmonious. The group stopped, their eyes fixed on the light that began to coalesce in front of them. The light formed into another translucent figure, similar to the first alien they had encountered, but more intricate. Its glowing eyes swept over the group, its movements deliberate and fluid. The melodic tones grew softer, almost inquisitive, as if it were waiting for them to speak. Rusty stepped forward, his voice steady. "We're here to learn, to connect, to understand." The alien tilted its head, and the symbols Porter had seen before appeared in the air, shimmering like stars. Porter's laptop beeped, and he frowned as he translated the message. "It's asking why we're not afraid," he said, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Because we're too tired to be afraid," Glowbug said, laughing softly. Rusty smiled. "Because we've been through worse, and because we believe there's more to this universe than fear." The alien's symbols shifted, forming a new pattern that Porter quickly decoded. It says, "You are an anomaly." "An anomaly?" Burlap said, raising an imaginary eyebrow. "I'll take that as a compliment." The alien stepped closer, its glowing eyes narrowing slightly. The symbols in the air dissolved, replaced by a single clear image. The cairn they had built for Astro. The group froze, their breath catching as the image shifted, showing Astro leading them across the alien plains. The alien turned its gaze to Rusty, its melodic tones soft and resonant. Porter's laptop beeped again. It's saying, "We see your bond." For a moment, no one spoke. The weight of the alien's words, or its intent, settled over them like a heavy blanket. "They understand," Stitches said softly, her hand brushing the fabric of her quilt. "They see what brought us here, what kept us together." The alien raised its hand, and a wave of light rippled outward, washing over the group like a gentle breeze. The hum in the air softened, becoming almost comforting. Rusty took a deep breath, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "We've lost a lot. But we've gained something too. We've gained each other." The alien tilted its head, its glowing eyes meeting Rusty's. The symbols in the air shifted one final time, forming a single elegant pattern that pulsed gently before fading away. "What does it mean?" Glowbug asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Porter smiled faintly, his fingers brushing the laptop's keys. "It says, 'Welcome.'" The alien figure dissolved into light, and the towering structure behind it pulsed with a warm, golden glow. The group stood in silence, their grief and uncertainty momentarily replaced by a sense of wonder. Rusty turned to the group, his voice filled with quiet resolve. "This is what we've been searching for, not just a new home, but a chance to be part of something bigger, to belong." Glowbug grinned, her light shining brightly. "Guess we passed the test." Porter nodded, his expression softer than usual. "For now." The group began to move forward, their steps guided by the faint glow of the map overhead. The alien structure loomed behind them, a silent guardian watching as they disappeared into the horizon. For the first time, they weren't just lost travelers, they were part of a larger story, and the universe had welcomed them with open arms. Chapter 32, Burlap's Campfire. The sky above the alien plains was an ocean of stars, brighter and closer than anything they had ever seen on Earth. 5 moons hung low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the glowing vegetation as the group made camp near a ridge. The towering alien structure they had left behind still pulsed faintly in the distance, a quiet reminder of their strange and humbling encounter. Burlap, ever the showman, busied himself building a campfire with glowing shards of alien crystal that gave off heat without burning. He knelt beside his fire, striking exaggerated poses and muttering to himself about how Biscuit deserved credit for finding the best shards. "Burlap," Glowbug said, plopping down beside him. "You're aware Biscuit's not real, right?" "Doesn't make him less useful," Burlap said with a grin. "And if this fire's any proof, I'd say we make a pretty good team." Porter sat a few feet away, his laptop balanced on his knees as he worked to translate the alien symbols still scrolling across the screen. "If Biscuit's so great, why doesn't he help you keep the fire steady?" "Because Biscuit," Burlap said, tipping his imaginary hat, "is supervising." Rusty and Stitches sat together a little ways off, Stitches stitching a new piece of her quilt, while Rusty stared into the distance. He'd been quieter than usual since the alien had shown them the image of Astro leading them across the plains. Stitches glanced at him, her needle moving with practiced precision. "You're thinking about him, aren't you?" she asked softly. Rusty nodded, his voice low. "It's like he's still with us, like he's guiding us somehow." Stitches smiled faintly. "Perhaps he is. Bonds like that don't fade just because someone's gone. They find new ways to stay." Rusty let out a long breath, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. "I just hope we're doing right by him, by all of this." As the campfire began to glow brighter, the group slowly gathered around it, drawn by its warmth and the comfort of each other's presence. Glowbug adjusted her flashlight core, casting playful beams into the firelight, while Porter reluctantly closed his laptop and set it aside. Stitches draped her quilt over her shoulders, the patterns shimmering faintly in the firelight. "Well," Burlap said, breaking the silence, "I reckon it's time for some stories." "Stories?" Porter asked, raising an eyebrow. "What are we? Camp counselors?" "Don't knock it, kid," Burlap said, leaning back against an imaginary tree. "A good story's like a good lasso. Keeps everyone together." Glowbug grinned, her light flickering playfully. "All right, cowboy, you start." Burlap tipped his imaginary hat, his expression growing serious as he leaned forward. "This one's about the bravest partner I ever had," he began. "A four-legged, tail-wagging hero named Astro." The group fell silent, their smiles softening as they listened. Burlap's voice was low but steady as he spoke, weaving a tale that was equal parts fact and embellishment. He recounted Astro's heroic leaps across flooded halls, his uncanny knack for sensing danger, and the quiet, grounding presence that had kept them all steady in the worst of times. By the time he finished, the group was smiling through their tears. "All right," Glowbug said, clearing her throat. "I'll go next." Glowbug's story was about the day Astro had followed her into the sanctuary's old lab, watching patiently as she tinkered with her first makeshift gravity vacuum. She described how he'd wagged his tail every time she got frustrated, as if cheering her on, and how his quiet support had made her believe in herself even when no one else did. One by one, the others shared their stories. Stitches spoke of how Astro had been her silent companion during sleepless nights spent sewing her first quilt. Porter, though hesitant at first, recounted how Astro had stayed by his side during one of his worst panic attacks, his steady presence pulling him back from the brink. Rusty was the last to speak. His voice cracked as he described how Astro had been the first to trust him, the first to believe in his wild vision of escape and exploration. "He gave us hope," Rusty said quietly, "and he never asked for anything in return." The group sat in silence for a long moment, the fire casting flickering shadows across their faces. The loss of Astro still ached, but as they shared their stories, that ache felt a little lighter, their bond a little stronger. Glowbug broke the silence with a soft laugh. You know, she said, if Astro were here, he'd probably be rolling his eyes at all this sentimentality. Porter snorted, a rare smile tugging at his lips. Yeah, then he'd wag his tail and pretend he didn't hear any of it. The group chuckled, their laughter rippling through the quiet night like a balm. As the fire began to fade, Burlap adjusted his imaginary hat and stood. Well, he said, his voice warm, I reckon Astro'd want us to keep going. So let's get some shut-eye. Big day tomorrow. The others nodded, settling into their makeshift sleeping spots around the fire. Stitches draped her quilt over the group like a protective canopy, the fabric glowing faintly under the starlight. Rusty lay back, his gaze fixed on the stars above. We're going to make it, Astro, he murmured. I promise. And as the group drifted off to sleep, the stars seemed to shine a little brighter, as if the universe itself were keeping watch over them. Chapter 33. Glowbug's Revelation. Morning on the alien plane was an event in itself. The 5 moons still hovered low on the horizon, casting their fading light across the crystalline terrain, while a warm, golden glow spread from the east. The alien grasses sparkled like frost, catching the dawn in an intricate living mosaic. Glowbug woke first, the faint flicker of her flashlight core casting long, playful beams through the camp. She sat up slowly, her eyes lingering on the quilt draped over the group and the fading embers of Burlap's makeshift campfire. She glanced at her companions, their breathing soft and even, and smiled faintly. But something gnawed at her, an unfinished thought, an unspoken question that had rooted itself deep in her mind. The alien encounters, the glowing maps, even the symbols Porter had decoded, all of it pointed to something beyond her comprehension, something immense, and for the first time she wasn't sure how she fit into it. She stood, her flashlight core glowing brighter as she stepped away from the camp. The alien map above still flickered faintly, its shifting patterns guiding them toward an unseen destination. Glowbug tilted her head back, her thoughts racing. If I'm supposed to be a star, she murmured to herself, why do I feel so small? The words hung in the air, unanswered, as the breeze carried a faint hum from the distant alien structures. Rusty's voice broke the silence. You all right, Glowbug? She turned to see him standing a few feet away, his colander helmet tilted slightly askew. His face, usually alight with confidence, held an uncharacteristic softness. Couldn't sleep, she said, shrugging. Too much on my mind? Rusty nodded, stepping closer. The kind of thoughts that keep you up aren't always bad, you know. Sometimes they're the ones that mean you're onto something. Glowbug chuckled softly. Or the ones that mean you're losing your mind. Rusty smiled faintly. Well, if that's the case, you're in good company. Glowbug turned back to the map, her expression contemplative. I've always thought of myself as the light, she said quietly, the one who keeps everyone else going. But out here, in all of this, she gestured to the alien sky. I feel like I'm barely a flicker. Rusty placed a hand on her shoulder. That's the thing about stars, Glowbug. They don't shine brighter because they're the biggest. They shine because they're constant, because they never give up. She glanced at him, her flashlight core flickering brighter. You really think that's enough? Rusty nodded. I know it is. Their conversation was interrupted by a sharp beep from Porter's laptop. The teenager, now fully awake, scrambled out from under the quilt, his fingers flying across the keyboard. What is it? Rusty asked, his voice immediately alert. Porter frowned, his brow furrowed as he stared at the screen. The map's changing again, but it's different this time. The patterns are stabilizing, like they're locking onto something. Locking onto what? Glowbug asked, stepping closer. Porter hesitated, then glanced up at the glowing map overhead. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's big." The rest of the group quickly stirred, their grogginess replaced by a growing sense of urgency. Stitches folded her quilt carefully, her movements precise, while Burlap adjusted his imaginary holster with exaggerated flair. "Big, you say?" Burlap drawled. "Sounds like just the thing Biscuit and I were born for." Glowbug rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a smile. "Let's just hope your imaginary horse is up to the challenge, cowboy." As they set out, the map's light grew stronger, casting long, shifting shadows across the terrain. The alien plains gave way to a series of jagged rock formations, their surfaces glinting like shattered glass. The air grew warmer, the hum louder, until it felt as though the world itself was alive. At the center of it all was a towering spire, its surface smooth and reflective like liquid metal. The group stopped at the base, their breaths catching as they took in its sheer size and the intricate patterns etched into its surface. "This is it," Rusty said, his voice steady. "The next step." The spire emitted a low, resonant hum, and the symbols Porter had been decoding appeared in the air, shimmering like stars. Glowbug stepped forward, her flashlight core glowing brighter as she reached out instinctively. The moment her hand touched the surface, the symbols shifted, their patterns aligning with the light from her core. The spire pulsed, sending ripples of light cascading outward, and Glowbug gasped as a sudden warmth spread through her. "It's reacting to her," Stitches said softly, her voice filled with wonder. "Why her?" Porter asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Rusty smiled faintly. "Because she's the light, and this place knows it." The spire's light intensified, enveloping Glowbug in a warm, golden glow. She closed her eyes, her breath hitching as the patterns shifted again, forming a single clear image. A starburst surrounded by intricate constellations. When she opened her eyes, the patterns dissolved, and the spire's light dimmed slightly. She turned to the group, her expression steady but filled with newfound determination. "It showed me something," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "A path, a way forward." "What kind of path?" Porter asked, his fingers poised over his laptop. Glowbug glanced at the map, now glowing brighter than ever. "A path that leads to something greater. Something beyond all of this." Rusty stepped forward, his expression serious. "Then let's follow it." The group exchanged glances, their apprehension tempered by a growing sense of purpose. Glowbug's light, brighter than ever, led the way as they pressed onward, their steps guided by the map's unwavering glow. For the first time, Glowbug didn't feel small. She felt like part of something vast, something infinite, and as the spire's hum faded into the distance, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be. Chapter 34, Porter's Redemption. The group trudged through the glowing alien plains, their pace steady but tinged with a growing sense of urgency. The map above them had begun to shift rapidly, its patterns swirling into a chaotic blur. Porter, walking at the back of the group, frowned at his laptop screen. The data streaming across it was unlike anything he had seen before. Complex, erratic, and completely indecipherable. "Something's wrong," he muttered, his voice barely audible. Glowbug, walking just ahead of him, turned and raised an eyebrow. "Wrong how? The map's still glowing, and we're still moving forward." Porter shook his head. "No, it's not that simple. These symbols, they're breaking apart like the system is overloading. If I can't stabilize it, the map might—" "Shut off," Rusty interrupted, his tone calm but firm. "That's not going to happen, Porter. We've come too far for this to fall apart now." Porter's grip on his laptop tightened. "It's not about what we want, Rusty. It's about what the system can handle. And right now it's about to crash. The group stopped at the edge of a vast chasm, its depths glowing faintly with the same golden light that had guided them for so long. The map overhead flickered, its once constant glow now erratic. Porter dropped to his knees, setting his laptop on a rock as he frantically worked to decipher the rapidly changing symbols. Rusty crouched beside him. "What do you need?" Porter didn't look up. "Time, quiet, and maybe a miracle." "Quiet's not really our strong suit," Glowbug said, but her voice was gentle. Burlap adjusted his imaginary hat, his expression uncharacteristically serious. "What happens if you can't fix it?" Porter hesitated, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. "If I can't stabilize the map, we'll lose the path. We'll be stuck here, or worse, whatever's powering this whole thing could destabilize, and we might not survive the fallout." Stitches knelt beside Porter, her hands brushing the edges of her quilt. "You've gotten us this far, darling," she said softly. "I know you can see us through." Porter glanced at her, his expression conflicted. "What if I can't? What if I screw this up like I've screwed up everything else?" Rusty placed a hand on Porter's shoulder, his voice steady. "You're not alone this time. Whatever happens, we're in this together." Porter took a deep breath, his fingers trembling as he resumed typing. "No pressure, right?" The map flickered violently, the symbols dissolving into chaotic bursts of light. Porter's laptop beeped frantically, and his heart raced as he tried to make sense of the data flooding the screen. "It's the uplink," he said suddenly. "It's not strong enough to handle the system's output. I need to boost the signal, but I don't have the tools." Glowbug stepped forward, her flashlight core glowing brightly. "Use this." Porter blinked at her. "Your flashlight?" "It's not just a flashlight," she said with a grin. "It's a star, remember? Let me shine, Porter." He hesitated for a moment, then nodded, his hands moving quickly as he connected the flashlight core to the laptop. The light flared, and the symbols on the screen began to stabilize, their chaotic patterns slowing into something more manageable. "It's working," Porter said, his voice filled with relief. "The system's recalibrating." The map above them pulsed with renewed intensity, its patterns aligning into a clear, intricate design. A beam of light shot out from the map, bridging the chasm and creating a glowing path across. Glowbug laughed, her light flickering playfully. "Told you I could shine." Rusty clapped Porter on the back, his grin wide. "You did it, kid. I knew you could." Porter let out a shaky breath, his hands falling to his sides. "Barely. That was way too close." Stitches smiled, her quilt draped over her arm. "Close is still a win, darling. And a win is what we needed." The group crossed the glowing bridge, their steps careful but confident. The air grew warmer as they approached the other side, the light around them growing brighter with each step. By the time they reached the far edge of the chasm, the map above them had settled into a steady, rhythmic glow. Porter stopped, his gaze fixed on the laptop screen. "The path is stable now," he said quietly. "We can keep going." Rusty nodded, his expression filled with pride. "You saved us, Porter. Don't forget that." Porter looked up, meeting Rusty's gaze. For the first time, he allowed himself a small, genuine smile. "Yeah, I guess I did." As the group moved forward, the air seemed lighter, the path ahead clearer. Glowbug walked beside Porter, her flashlight core glowing softly. "You know," she said, her tone teasing, "for a guy who's always doubting himself, you sure have a knack for pulling off the impossible." Porter chuckled softly. "Don't get used to it." "Too late," Glowbug said, grinning. "You're stuck with us now." Porter glanced at her, his smile lingering. "Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. The group pressed on, their bond stronger than ever, as they followed the glowing map into the unknown. For Porter, the weight of his doubts had eased, replaced by something he hadn't felt in a long time: hope. And as the stars above them burned brighter, he couldn't help but wonder what other impossible things they might achieve together. Chapter 35, Madam Stitch's Masterpiece. The glowing map above them pulsed with a steady rhythm as the group pressed onward, its patterns leading them toward the distant horizon. The alien plains had grown more intricate, with strange, crystalline plants rising like sculptures from the glowing terrain. The air buzzed faintly, as though the planet itself were humming a song only it could hear. At the center of the group, Madame Stitches walked with quiet determination, her quilt clutched tightly in her hands. The patchwork fabric shimmered faintly, its stars and galaxies glowing softly under the alien moons. She had been unusually quiet, her focus entirely on the quilt, her fingers tracing its edges as though searching for something. Rusty slowed his pace to walk beside her. "You've been working on that thing non-stop," he said. "What's on your mind?" Stitches glanced at him, her expression calm but thoughtful. "This quilt has always been a map," she said. "But it's more than that now. It's become a record, a story of everything we've been through." Rusty nodded, his gaze lingering on the quilt. "It's beautiful, just like everything you've made for us." She smiled faintly. "Beauty isn't enough, darling. Not out here. It has to mean something. And this quilt, it's our story. Every stitch, every star, it's all of us." The group came to a stop near a cluster of jagged spires, their surfaces shimmering like polished obsidian. The map above them flickered briefly, then stabilized, its patterns aligning with the terrain around them. Porter frowned at his laptop, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "The map's signaling something," he said. "There's an energy surge nearby. Something big." "Big is what we're here for," Glowbug said, her flashlight core flickering brightly. "Let's check it out." Rusty nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "Stay close. We don't know what we're walking into." As they approached the source of the signal, the terrain shifted again. The crystalline ground gave way to a smooth, reflective surface that glowed faintly under their feet. At the center of the expanse was a towering structure, its design intricate and organic, like a living monument. Its surface pulsed gently, casting shifting patterns of light across the ground. The group stopped a few feet from the structure, their breath catching as they took in its sheer size and complexity. "What is this?" Glowbug whispered, her voice tinged with awe. "A waypoint," Porter said, glancing at his laptop. "Or maybe a destination." Stitches stepped forward, her quilt shimmering in the light. "It's more than that," she said softly. "It's a place of connection, a place where everything comes together." Rusty placed a hand on her shoulder. "Then it's your moment, Stitches. Show us what you've got." Stitches nodded, her hands steady as she unfolded the quilt and held it up to the light. The stars and galaxies stitched into the fabric began to glow brighter, their patterns aligning with the shifting light of the structure. The quilt seemed to hum faintly, its energy resonating with the air around them. The structure responded, its surface rippling like water. The light grew brighter, and the hum deepened, filling the air with a sound that was both alien and achingly familiar. The group watched in silence as the quilt and the structure seemed to merge, their patterns intertwining in a mesmerizing dance of light and sound. "It's responding to her," Porter said, his voice barely above a whisper. "To the quilt." Glowbug grinned, her light flickering. "Of course it is. Stitches is a genius." Stitches closed her eyes, her hands steady as she held the quilt aloft. "This is everything we've been through," she said softly. Every moment, every loss, every victory. It's all here, and now it's time to let it go. With a deep breath, she released the quilt. The fabric floated upward, its glowing patterns merging fully with the light of the structure. The air around them pulsed with energy, and the group shielded their eyes as the light grew blinding. When the light faded, the quilt was gone, and the structure stood still and silent. But the air felt different, lighter, calmer, as though a weight had been lifted. Rusty stepped forward, his expression filled with awe. "You did it," he said. "You connected us to this place." Stitches smiled faintly, her eyes shimmering with tears. "It's not just about us, darling. It's about everything we've lost, everything we've found. This quilt, it wasn't just a map. It was a bridge, and now it's part of something bigger." The group stood in silence, the magnitude of the moment settling over them. The structure pulsed faintly once more, its light softer now, like a heartbeat. Porter glanced at his laptop, his fingers brushing the keys. "The map's stabilizing again," he said. "Whatever Stitches did, it worked. We're back on track." Glowbug placed a hand on Stitch's shoulder, her flashlight core glowing warmly. "You're incredible, Stitches. You've always been our guide." Burlap adjusted his imaginary hat, his grin wide. "You stitched our way to the stars, ma'am. Can't say I've ever seen anything like it." Rusty turned to the group, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "This is what it's all about," he said. "Taking everything we've been through and using it to build something new, something better." Stitches nodded, her expression calm but resolute. "And now we move forward, together." The group began to walk again, their steps lighter, their bond stronger. The structure faded into the distance, its light a quiet reminder of what they had achieved. For Stitches, the loss of her quilt was bittersweet, but she knew it had fulfilled its purpose. It wasn't just a piece of fabric anymore. It was a legacy, a testament to their journey. And as the group pressed on, she felt a quiet certainty that they were exactly where they were meant to be. Chapter 36. The Faux Frontier. The Journey Back. The alien landscape stretched out before them in a kaleidoscope of colors that shouldn't exist. Neon purples swirled into sour greens, and the sky shifted between plaid and polka dots. Every step they took sent a puff of glittery mist into the air, which Glowbug immediately declared was stellar pixie dust, despite Porter's protests that it was just weird space dirt. "Are we there yet?" Burlap asked, tipping his imaginary hat to an equally imaginary cactus. "Where is there, Burlap?" Porter shot back, adjusting the broken remains of his quantum uplink. "We don't even know where we're going." "Wrong," Rusty announced, pointing dramatically to the horizon. "We're going forward." "That's not a plan," Porter muttered. "It's always a plan," Rusty declared, marching ahead with the confidence of a man who had already decided the universe owed him an explanation. The group followed, weaving their way through the bizarre terrain. The ground was covered in squishy, glowing orbs that squeaked like rubber duckies every time someone stepped on them. Burlap took it upon himself to lasso one with his imaginary rope, declaring it a space critter. Madame Stitches, trailing behind, examined the air as though it were fabric. "The threads of this world are exquisite," she said, waving her arms in a dramatic flourish. "I can feel the interdimensional tension in the weave." "You're feeling the tension in your head," Porter muttered, but his comment was drowned out by Glowbug's shriek. "Look," she yelled, pointing at a distant glow on the horizon. "It's my core. It's calling me home." Porter squinted. "It's a glowing thing. Could be a swamp, or a fire, or—" "It's destiny," Rusty interrupted, his voice booming. "Our journey has brought us to the edge of the unknown." He turned to face the group, eyes shining with fervor. "That light is our salvation, our escape from this alien purgatory." I think it's a giant bug zapper, Porter muttered. The group marched on, the glow on the horizon growing brighter with each step. Along the way, the landscape grew stranger. The ground turned to shimmering glass that reflected not their faces, but oddly specific scenes from their pasts. Burlap stopped short, staring at an image of himself holding a Golden Boot Award that had never actually existed. "Dang," he whispered. "I look good in this universe." Glowbug, meanwhile, was enthralled by a reflection of herself, standing on the surface of the sun, holding a scepter made of starlight. "I knew I was royalty," she said, tearing up. Porter refused to look down. "It's just a trick," he grumbled, though his reflection showed him surrounded by adoring fans, holding a Nobel Prize. "Pay no mind to the illusions," Rusty barked, his voice echoing. "The universe is testing us. Stay focused on the glow." The glow ahead intensified, turning from a distant glimmer into a towering, swirling portal. It shimmered in shades of gold and silver, with ripples of pink and blue dancing along its edges. It seemed to hum, a low, vibrating sound that resonated in their chests. Rusty stood before it, gazing up with awe. "This is it, the gateway to infinity." "It could be a meat grinder," Porter said, cautiously poking at the air near the portal. "Only one way to find out," Glowbug said, practically vibrating with excitement. Rusty turned to the group, his face set with determination. "Ladies and gentlemen, and Burlap, this is the moment we've been waiting for. The great beyond awaits." Without another word, Burlap shouted, "Yee-haw!" and threw himself into the swirling light. "Wait!" Porter yelled, but it was too late. Burlap vanished, his whoop echoing briefly before being swallowed by the hum of the portal. "Well," Glowbug said, adjusting the flashlight taped to her chest, "no use standing around." She leapt through the portal, leaving Rusty, Madam Stitches, and Porter staring at each other. Rusty gave them a reassuring nod. "To infinity, and possibly beyond." With that, the three of them stepped into the swirling light. The Wizard of Reality. The group tumbles through the portal and lands in a kaleidoscopic room that seems to stretch infinitely in every direction. The walls pulse with waves of color that ripple in time with an unseen jazzy beat. In the center of the room sits the engineer, an alien figure who looks like George Burns, reincarnated as an alien Vegas lounge act. He sits in a golden, throne-like recliner, a glowing cigar clamped between his teeth, and a sequined suit that reflects every color of the cosmos. Around him is an absurdly complex console, brimming with knobs, levers, buttons, and screens flashing incomprehensible equations. "Well, well, well," the engineer rasps in a voice as dry as a martini, adjusting his rhinestone bow tie. "If it isn't the stars of my favorite show. Took you long enough to stumble in here. I was starting to think you drowned in that sprinkler flood." Rusty, ever the leader, steps forward. You're the architect of the universe, the creator of all things, the keeper of the cosmic switchboard." The engineer blows a smoke ring that transforms into a spiral galaxy before their eyes. "Sure, kid. Call me what you want. Architect, engineer, guy who keeps the lights on. Doesn't matter. The point is, I'm the one running the show." Glowbug gasps, clutching the flashlight taped to her chest. "You're the one who turns the stars on and off." The engineer chuckles. "More like the guy who fiddles with the dimmer switch when the ratings drop. Keeps things spicy." He leans forward, conspiratorially. "You think black holes happen naturally? Please, that's just me turning the oops knob." Porter steps closer, scowling. "So, everything we've been through, the asylum, the flood, the alien planet, it was all fake? Just some kind of cosmic joke?" "Fake? Real?" The engineer shrugs. "Same difference, kid. Reality's just a big old sandbox, and I'm the guy making sandcastles and knocking them down for fun. You lot, You're some of my finest work. That vacuum stunt. He points his cigar at Glowbug and Porter. Genius. Pure ratings gold. Burlap squints at the control panel, tilting his imaginary hat. So you're like some kind of cosmic cowboy, wrangling galaxies and riding herd on the stars. The engineer snorts. More like a carnival operator, pal. Ever see one of those games where the claw never grabs the prize? That's me. Gotta keep folks entertained, you know. Madame Stitches, ever the aesthete, steps forward and examines his sequined suit with an appraising eye. Darling, your outfit is divine. Is that genuine intergalactic thread? Custom made, the engineer says with a wink. Had it stitched by a little old lady from the Andromeda cluster. Takes 3 light years to make a single sequin, but boy, do they sparkle. Glowbug is practically vibrating with excitement. So wait, if you're the one in charge, does that mean I really am a living star destined to guide humanity? The engineer leans back and takes a long puff of his cigar. Honey, you're a flashlight with a dream. But hey, dreams are what keep this whole mess spinning. Rusty, still trying to process, gestures to the swirling console. But why? Why go through all this trouble? Why create us? The engineer looks genuinely surprised. Trouble? Kid, this isn't trouble, it's entertainment. Multiverses don't just run themselves. They need a little drama, a little pizzazz. That's where you come in. Your whole asylum shtick. Comedy gold. You've got the delusions, the hijinks, the heartfelt moments. The audience eats it up. Porter stares. Audience? Oh, sure, the engineer says, tapping a button that projects a screen into midair. On it, countless alien creatures of all shapes and sizes are gathered around glowing orbs, laughing, gasping, and occasionally sobbing. You're the hottest show in the cosmos. Ratings went through the roof after you tried to build that vacuum engine. That explosion? Chef's kiss. Rusty, his jaw dropping, sputters. You mean to tell me we're a reality show? The engineer smirks. Better than any soap opera. The galaxy loves a good underdog story. And you, Rusty, you're the ultimate underdog. A washed-up NASA engineer leading a band of lunatics on a quest to nowhere. It's beautiful. Glowbug beams. So, we're stars? More like stars' weird cousins, the engineer quips, but close enough. The engineers farewell. After the group has thoroughly grilled the engineer on the mechanics of the universe, during which Rusty tries to adjust a knob labeled existential angst, and Glowbug nearly short-circuits a button marked causal loops. The engineer claps his hands. Well, this has been fun, but it's time to send you kids back to your sandbox. But why? Rusty protests. We could stay here, help you run the universe. We could... Kid, the engineer interrupts, you're funny, but you're not that funny. Back you go. He flips a lever labeled Return to Sender, and the portal begins to swirl ominously. But wait, Madame Stitches cries. Do you take commissions? I have ideas for a cosmic couture line. Write me a letter, the engineer says with a wink, but don't expect me to read it. With a final puff of his glowing cigar, he waves them through the portal. See you in the reruns. The engineers farewell and return to sender. The engineer grins and cracks his knuckles. All right, kids, it's been a hoot, but the ratings say it's time for a reset. Back you go. He flips a gleaming lever labeled Return to Sender, and the swirling portal behind them intensifies, vibrating with the kind of ominous hum that makes your fillings ache. Rusty, his voice full of protest, steps forward. Wait, we're not ready to leave. There's so much more we can accomplish here, improving the knobs, maybe adding a few more switches for dramatic flair. The engineer interrupts, holding up a hand. Kid, if I let you stay, You'd replace my cigar with one of those kale smoothies and rewire the chaos generator into a hope dispenser. No thanks. But, Glowbug starts, waving her flashlight. The engineer cuts her off. You've got a big flashlight and big dreams, sweetheart. But this ain't your gig. He leans forward and winks. I'll throw in a light show on the way back. You're welcome. He presses a button marked Extra Wackiness, and suddenly the group is swept into the portal, tumbling head over heels through a kaleidoscopic tunnel of flashing lights, carnival music, and surreal imagery. The cosmic time warp machine. As they spin through the vortex, each member of the group finds themselves bombarded with snippets of their past, warped into bizarre and absurd caricatures. 1. Rusty's NASA disaster. Rusty is standing in a NASA control room, but instead of engineers, the room is full of circus clowns honking horns and juggling flaming bowling pins. We're losing trajectory, Rusty yells, only for a clown to honk a rubber chicken at him and say, Trajectory is subjective, my dude. The space shuttle outside explodes into confetti. 2. Glowbug's lab accident. Glowbug is back in her quantum physics lab, where every piece of equipment has been replaced with kitchen appliances. Activate the collider, she shouts, slamming the button on a toaster. Instead of particles, slices of burnt toast start flying everywhere. We're all made of stardust and jam, she cries, as the lab erupts in a jam-filled explosion. 3. Burlap's B-movie Western. Burlap finds himself on the set of one of his old Western films, where his invisible horse, Biscuit, is now a giant inflatable pool toy. The villain challenges him to a duel, but instead of a gun, Burlap draws a banana. Make your move, he growls, but the villain responds by slipping on a giant cartoonish banana peel and falling into a tub of beans. 4. Madame Stitches' scandal. Madame Stitches is back at the fashion runway where her career fell apart. Models are wearing her designs, but the fabric is alive, crawling off their bodies and forming tap-dancing squirrels. The audience is horrified until one critic shouts, Genius, it's a statement on the futility of pants. 5. Porter's first code. Porter is a child again, hunched over a glowing laptop. As he types, the screen fills with dancing cats, each one singing Baby Shark in a different key. I was trying to write an AI, he screams. I created a nightmare. The cats merge into a giant swirling mass that explodes into sparkles. The group's collective experience. The time warp grows stranger as their memories begin to mix together. Rusty finds himself trying to pilot Burlap's inflatable horse through space, while Glowbug's flashlight core powers Madame Stitches' squirrel fabric into a sentient orchestra. Porter accidentally codes a black hole, which swallows Burlap's banana gun, but spits out a perfectly cooked omelet. Is this how time is supposed to work? Porter screams, clinging to a floating toaster. No, Rusty yells back, gripping Biscuit's reins. It's better. Landing back in the sanctuary. With a final flash of light and a sound like a rubber chicken being squeezed, the group is spat out of the portal and lands in a soggy heap on the floor of the asylum. Nurse Jolene, still mopping the flooded halls, doesn't even look up. Back already, she mutters. Thought you'd at least make it to the janitor's closet this time. Rusty leaps to his feet, his eyes alight with inspiration. Nurse Jolene, you wouldn't believe what we just experienced. The engineer, the time warp machine, the infinite multiverses of destiny. Nurse Jolene raises an eyebrow, still mopping. Infinite multiverses? No, it was real, Glowbug insists, brandishing her flashlight. We were in the fabric of the cosmos itself. There were jam explosions and banana duels. Nurse Jolene sighs, wringing out her mop. And I'm sure Burlap's invisible horse was the hero. Burlap tips his hat. Biscuit says you're welcome. Nurse Jolene tosses her mop down with a groan. You're all nuts. And if you don't help clean this mess, I'm calling the cops. The group exchanges looks, then bursts into laughter. Glowbug spins in circles, declaring, "We're cleaning the universe one mop at a time." Burlap pretends to rope the water with his imaginary lasso, while Madam Stitches begins sewing a banner that reads, "We survived the cosmic spin cycle." Nurse Jolene shakes her head and mutters, "I need a new job." Nurse Jolene leaned against her mop, the picture of exhaustion, as the group traipsed in, dripping wet and grinning like they'd just conquered the universe. She didn't flinch as Rusty strode up to her, his colander crown tilted jauntily, dripping alien water down his face. "Well, Nurse Jolene," he began, puffing out his chest, "we've returned, against all odds, champions of the cosmos, heroes of the multiverse. We've touched the infinite." Deadpanned, "Did the infinite touch back? Because it looks like you've been through a washing machine on spin cycle." Glowbug twirled past her, arms outstretched, flashlight flickering. "It was beautiful, Nurse Jolene. The colors, the stars, the knobs. Oh, the knobs. They were so shiny." Nurse Jolene sighed, adjusting her grip on the mop. "Knobs, huh? Guess that explains the puddles of enlightenment all over my floors. Tell me, did your magical universe have janitors, or was that just beneath the engineer of everything?" Porter, clutching the glowing knob they'd brought back, piped up. "Actually, Nurse Jolene the engineer seemed more like an intergalactic game show host than a custodian. He basically said reality is a bunch of random settings he fiddles with to keep things interesting." Nurse Jolene raised an eyebrow. "So what you're telling me is the universe is being run like a discount karaoke night?" Rusty stepped forward, his arms wide. "Nurse Jolene, you're oversimplifying it. The engineer is the maestro of existence, the great balancer of—" Nurse Jolene cut him off. "Oh, please. I've heard better balancing acts from Carl in room 3. He once tried to juggle 3 cats and a toaster. Pretty sure he saw the infinite, too." Madame Stitches swept in dramatically, holding up her new banner stitched from soaked paper towels. "Darling, Carl juggled chaos. We have transcended it. Behold our triumph." Nurse Jolene squinted at the banner. "It says, 'We survived the cosmic spin cycle.' You're telling me the engineer is a glorified laundromat manager?" Glowbug gasped, clutching her flashlight. "How dare you? He's so much more than that. He's like the DJ at a cosmic dance party." Porter nodded reluctantly. "That's not inaccurate, actually." Nurse Jolene groaned. "Great. So the universe is run by some bedazzled weirdo with a glowing cigar who's one bad remix away from ruining reality." Rusty pointed to the glowing knob Porter was holding. "Nurse Jolene, that knob right there could change everything. It's a piece of the universe itself, a symbol of our journey, our bravery, our—" Porter shook the knob. "It's kind of sticky, actually. I think well, I don't know what it is." Nurse Jolene stared at the knob, then back at Rusty. "So you went on this grand cosmic journey, met the big cheese behind existence, and your souvenir is a sticky, glowing doorknob. Sounds about right." Rusty ignored her, lifting the knob dramatically. "Nurse Jolene, you don't understand. This is proof we've seen the truth." Nurse Jolene rolled her eyes. "The truth? Okay, lay it on me, Commander Colander. What's the big universal truth?" Rusty froze, suddenly unsure. After a long, awkward pause, he finally said, Always twist to the left." Nurse Jolene stared at him for a long moment, then burst into laughter, sharp, almost hysterical laughter that filled the room. "Twist to the left. That's your big revelation? You didn't need a cosmic DJ for that. You needed a bottle of WD-40 and a day job. Madame Stitches gasped. How dare you mock our sacred journey? Glowbug twirled dramatically. Nurse Jolene, you're missing the point. We're like cosmic revolutionaries, starry-eyed warriors of destiny. Nurse Jolene threw her hands up, exasperated. You're wet lunatics with a shiny doorknob and a colander hat. She grabbed her mop and jabbed it toward the puddles. Clean this mess up before the supervisor finds out and institutionalizes me. As the group reluctantly began swiping at the puddles, Nurse Jolene turned to leave. But just as she reached the door, Astro trotted into the room, tail wagging and wearing a suspiciously clean collar. The group froze, staring. Glowbug dropped her flashlight. Astro! Rusty yelled, rushing to the dog and scooping him up like a lost child. You're back! Oh, Astro, we thought we lost you forever. Porter blinked, slack-jawed. But, how? He died. He died, didn't he? Madame Stitches clutched her chest. It's a miracle, or an interdimensional paradox. Either way, it's fabulous. Nurse Jolene turned back, leaning on her mop with a smirk. Astro's been hanging out in the staff room. Turns out he likes peanut butter sandwiches and not being dragged into whatever cosmy nonsense you people cook up. Rusty blinked at her, utterly baffled. So he never left? Nurse Jolene shrugged. Nope. He's been sleeping under my desk. But hey, if it makes you feel better, go ahead and tell yourselves he came back from the great beyond. Whatever helps you sleep at night. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Glowbug gasped. What if Nurse Jolene's lying because she's the engineer? Nurse Jolene groaned. To infinity and not back, you lunatics. She shook her head, muttering, I need a drink, and left the room. The group stared after her, stunned, before Rusty finally broke the silence. I think she's starting to believe us. Astro barked, wagging his tail like a victorious general returning from a hard-fought battle. Without hesitation, Rusty dropped the glowing knob and knelt before the dog, his colander crown slipping sideways. It's a sign, Rusty declared, voice trembling with emotion. Astro has returned from the great beyond to lead us, our new cosmic commander. Glowbug fell to her knees beside Rusty, holding her flashlight over Astro like it was a holy relic. O glorious Astro, shepherd of the stars, barker of universal truths, guide us with your infinite wisdom. Porter stared, rubbing his temples. Are you serious right now? He's just a dog. The dog, Madame Stitches corrected, swooping in with a scrap of fabric she immediately tied around Astro's neck like a regal cape. The one true leader of this asylum, nay, the multiverse. All hail King Astro. Astro barked again, wagging his tail furiously, clearly enjoying the attention. He began trotting toward the hallway, water splashing from his paws as he went. Rusty jumped to his feet. He's leading us to our destiny. Follow him, crew. The group fell into formation behind Astro, Rusty at the front, Glowbug waving her flashlight like a torch, Burlap pretending to lasso invisible obstacles in their path, and Madame Stitches dramatically scattering scraps of soggy paper towels like flower petals. Porter trudged at the back, muttering, This is how cults start. Astro led them down the hallway with a purposeful stride, stopping in front of Nurse Jolene, who was leaning against her mop, watching the spectacle unfold with the weariness of someone who had given up trying to understand. Rusty saluted her. Nurse Jolene, as Astro's loyal disciples, we require sustenance. What's for dinner tonight? Nurse Jolene blinked, her eyes darting between the soaking, wet, starry-eyed group and the dog now sitting proudly at her feet. You want to know what's for dinner? Exactly, Glowbug said, pointing her flashlight at Nurse Jolene like it was an interrogation light, Our leader demands it. Nurse Jolene crouched, scratching Astro behind the ears. What do you think, Astro? Should I whip up something special for your little space cult here? Astro barked once, his tail thumping against the floor. Nurse Jolene straightened, suppressing a smirk. Fine. I've got a can of meatloaf surprise in the pantry and some mystery stew left over from last week. Bon appetit. The group collectively gasped. Meatloaf surprise, Madame Stitches whispered reverently. A dish fit for a king. Nurse Jolene, Rusty said solemnly, Astro has chosen wisely. Your culinary talents will fuel our next mission into the unknown. Nurse Jolene leaned on her mop, shaking her head. You're all unbelievable. She glanced down at Astro. And you're supposed to be the sensible one. Astro barked, then licked Nurse Jolene's hand. Glowbug clasped her hands together. Even Nurse Jolene serves the great Astro. The prophecy is complete. Nurse Jolene rolled her eyes and turned toward the pantry. To infinity and not back, you lunatics. Meatloaf it is. As she walked off, the group erupted into cheers, hoisting Astro onto Rusty's shoulders. The colander crown was placed on Astro's head as they chanted, All hail King Astro, bringer of meatloaf. And with that, Astro wags his tail triumphantly, and Nurse Jolene mutters in the background, I need a vacation. The end. In madness, they found meaning, and the stars welcomed them home. Epilogue. The mostly happy aftermath. The great flood of the sanctuary for lost minds was not the end, it was merely the beginning. While the rest of the world went on as it always had, predictable, boring, and thoroughly unremarkable, the residents of the sanctuary built their own version of reality, one in which they each achieved greatness. Of course, only Porter ever actually left the sanctuary, but don't tell the others. Rusty, captain of the Mostly Stars. Rusty now commands the SS Delirium, a state-of-the-art starship constructed from old cafeteria furniture, duct tape, and an impressive amount of imagination. The sanctuary's cafeteria doubles as his command bridge, where he barks orders at his loyal crew, other patients trying to enjoy their lunch, and spends hours plotting intergalactic missions on what is definitely a dinner menu from 1993. Every so often, Rusty dons his mop-handle scepter and declares, To infinity and not back, as he stands on a wobbly folding chair and points heroically toward the fluorescent lights. His missions usually involve reorganizing the pantry or staging dramatic battles with malfunctioning vending machines. To Rusty, the sanctuary isn't a facility, it's a galactic outpost, and the staff are undercover agents protecting Earth from cosmic mediocrity. The fact that he hasn't left the grounds in years only solidifies his belief that he's in deep space. Glowbug, founder of the Universal Light Collective. Glowbug's Universal Light Collective is headquartered in the sanctuary's art room, which she has renamed the Chamber of Eternal Luminescence. Her workshops, including Stardust Yoga and Cosmic Candle Making, draw a crowd every Tuesday afternoon, mostly because it's right before pudding time. Her flashlight, Core, remains taped to her chest despite the batteries having died months ago. She believes her role as a living star is vital to the group's spiritual alignment, often saying, We are all made of stardust except Rusty. He's mostly made of cafeteria coffee. Glowbug swears she's receiving transmissions from the universe, which the staff suspects are just the hum of the ancient air conditioning system. She recently led the group in a cosmic dance-off to realign the sanctuary's galactic chai. It ended with a spilled tray of Jell-O and a round of applause. Burlap, sheriff of the space rodeo. Burlap, astride his trusty invisible horse, Biscuit, now runs the intergalactic space rodeo in the overgrown sanctuary courtyard. His grand finale, the zero-G lasso toss, involves hurling a jump rope at imaginary alien buffalo, which he always claims are just out of sight. Burlap firmly believes the sanctuary is a galactic rodeo hub, and he's its fearless sheriff. He even wears a badge made from a bottle cap, and once issued Rusty a citation for reckless stargazing. The nurses occasionally give him real rope just to see what he'll do with it. In his downtime, Burlap serenades Biscuit with harmonica tunes, claiming the invisible horse prefers blues to country. Madame Stitches, the seamstress of the multiverse. Madame Stitches has turned the laundry room into the interdimensional design atelier. Her cosmic couture is stitched from anything she can scavenge: bedsheets, discarded clothing, and occasionally the socks of unsuspecting patients. Her pièce de résistance is the map of the multiverse, a quilt so enormous it's draped across the sanctuary's common area, where it serves as both a navigation tool and an accidental trip hazard. She claims her patchwork creations hold the key to traveling between dimensions. Recently, she made Rusty a spacesuit from bubble wrap and duct tape, which he wears proudly on his missions. To everyone else, it's an impressive piece of modern art. Astro, the interstellar therapy dog. Astro, still the sanctuary's beloved therapy dog, remains the unspoken leader of the group. Rusty insists Astro's barks are coded alien messages, while Glowbug claims his tail wagging disperses cosmic energy. The group even made him an honorary galactic ambassador by draping him in a cape stitched by Madame Stitches. Astro continues to bring calm to the chaos, trotting between group therapy sessions, lasso demonstrations, and cosmic dance-offs. His greatest achievement, somehow uniting this band of misfits into a family. Porter, the quantum prodigy. Porter is the only one who left the sanctuary, lured away by a tech company desperate for his genius. He now runs Porter's Problem Solvers, a wildly successful interdimensional tech support service. He's appeared on the cover of several magazines, always looking slightly annoyed. Despite his fame, Porter returns to the sanctuary every few weeks with supplies: new fabric for Stitches, flashlights for Glowbug, and dog treats for Astro. He never stays long, though. "I like the chaos, but I don't need to live in it," he says, dropping off a box of batteries before heading back to a life of reluctant brilliance. Nurse Jolene, queen of the complaint desk. Nurse Jolene, the Intergalactic Complaint Bureau, headquartered in the former storage closet. Every grievance from "the pudding is too lumpy" to "Rusty stole my moon boots" is cataloged in her shoebox filing system. She holds weekly hearings, where she rules with an iron clipboard. Her latest triumph, convincing Burlap to fine Biscuit for eating Glowbug's imaginary galactic flowers. Biscuit naturally refused to pay, prompting Nurse Jolene to declare, "Justice delayed is justice denied." Dr. Thompson, galactic life coach extraordinaire. Dr. Thompson has fully embraced his title as Therapist to the Stars. He runs counseling sessions from his office, rebranded as the Room of Cosmic Reflection, and specializes in helping patients realign their quantum auras. His therapy methods are unconventional, involving plungers, feather dusters, and interpretive humming, but his patients swear by him. The key to happiness, he says, is accepting the absurdity of existence and maybe owning a plunger. His life coaching therapy website features a tagline that says, "Embrace chaos. It's cheaper than therapy." The sanctuary's new normal. The Planetary Sanctuary for Lost Minds hums with life, laughter, and more than a little madness. Above the front door hangs Madame Stitch's greatest work, a quilted banner that reads, "Welcome to the Planetary Sanctuary. Embrace the chaos. It's infinite." And they do, every single day.